This life insane. Got some money, but I always stay the same. But I never fuck with y'all, you niggas lame. If you making moves, you know it's love with me. Yeah, thought that I would change. See, that negativity is not the way. Seen you niggas try to go and run my place, but it'll never ever lead you to my place. Yeah, thought that I would change. Got some money, but I always stay the same. But I never fuck with y'all, you niggas lame. Yeah. Chasing the billy, if I'm in your city, I gotta get paid for the show. Here for a minute, get litty, sip Henny, then I hop right back on the road. This level is nothing, I can't even focus if it don't do shit for my goals. When niggas was gone, I turned to the mold and got us up out of the hole. Look at them dipping and slide. I got them all alive. You see the smile on my face? The merch is sold out for a while. It ain't a nigga out here in the scene like me that could tell you the truth. Took a few grams, got out the jam, the same man, do what you do. Yeah. Got some money, but I always stay the same. But I never fuck with y'all, you niggas lame. Yeah.
Hey Black Child, what's up? I'm just calling to let you know that I'm happy and I'm proud of what you're doing. You know I'm always going to be your number one fan. As I always say, you can do it. There's no such thing as can't, because you could. But anyway, I'm just letting you know, when you come out, I want you to play my number one song, Shorty. You know I can't sing like you can, but let them people know how you do. Later, love you. Peace out.
I would change. Thought that I would change. Yeah. Thought that I would change.
Airplane mode. Ready for takeoff.
Whoa. Yeah. Man, this life insane. Got some money, but I always stay the same. But I never fuck with y'all, you niggas lame. If you making moves, you know it's love with me. Yeah, thought that I would change.
Oh my God, it did. Oh my God, it did. Good morning, afternoon, night, whatever it is, wherever you're at. Thanks for joining us. Cameron Bennett's first $1 million pocket change. Appreciate you. Cliff is here, ready to go. So yeah, Cliff, you said you don't have a lot of time, so we could jump right into it. I guess the thing to think about is you want to do that. You want to talk about MABE stuff, right? That you were going to look at that thing. I don't know if you have time to do that. To look at you were going to run a couple of stuff.
Upon further investigation, I'm not worried. So it seems that your configuration may result in the compiler being different, and so I have decided to not worry about it.
Okay. So can I then just go forward and maybe put up like what should I run that'll let us say look at? I mean,
right. Okay. So
let us look at some data, right? So that we can see what's going on over some replicates. So
what I'd like to spend the time doing right now is I would like to get speciation to happen in Berry World on your system, and that may require us to run a few replicates, and that's fine.
All right, let's get it.
But let's just get that going.
Yeah, no worries. I'm gonna share my screen. Do you want to use I guess, do you want to just start with a build here, or start with the one we've got? Let's see. We
can start, if you've got something that just has Berry World and Markov Brains, then that's fine.
All right, let's do this. Let's remove MABE updates random. All right, so this one, let's go ahead and get in here, and then this should be different now. Wait, I just got rid of this directory, so why is it still showing it to me? No. All right, now modules. All right, so let's go here. All right, we've got Berry, circular, no archivist. That'll leave us defaults. You said Markov range, right? Markov.
Yeah, that's fine.
And then you want to start with
tournament's fine.
So this is fine. Let's just you want to just build it from scratch real quick?
Sure.
What am I trying to... Oh, you don't care about tournament or roulette? That's the thing I was going to ask you about.
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Tournament's fine.
Tournament's fine. All right, boom. Let's do it. sh tools/setup.cmd. Hey, you go away. /mbuild. Let's get compiling. Compile or die, Sam. Name of the game.
All right. You done did it. It's done.
All right, here we go. Let's go to work. All right, so now we got to get some settings, right?
That would be ideal.
All right. So MABE -S will generate settings files.
Yeah. That's going to make them from scratch. There we go. Okay.
All right, now let's get up in there.
First go into settings, CFG. Let's just get the population size up to, let's just go with, 1,000 is fine. And then set your updates to like 100,000 because we're just going to kill it when we have had enough.
Sure. Okay. And Berry World settings?
Yeah, that's fine. Yep. And then settings world. Save that in settings world. And we're going to use stock Markov so we don't have to change anything. Evaluation time, drop that to 100. For the world size.
How many food types? 3?
We can just leave it at 2.
Okay.
450.
What's up, UC Love? Thanks for coming through. Appreciate y'all. We've been having we had a fun weekend.
Yeah, go with 2,500. Sorry, go with 50 by 50 for the
world size.
Yeah,
right here instead of 8 by 8.
Yeah, 50 by 50, and then world has walls 0. And then let's just try running it. And then we have to go down to the group eval and up that from 1 to 1,000. Group size 1,000.
Right, now everybody's running around at the same time.
At the same time, yep. And we're going to leave the switch cost the same. I
have a question about group eval. Yeah. Is it still evaluating each? How's the evaluation happening? Because each individual is getting a score, right?
We iterate over the population in a random order, and each agent has their inputs updated and then takes their action, and then we go to the next agent. each agent, so we're basically
so we're still
them
active. We're still evaluating them like we were before, essentially individually. It's just that what we evaluate is now being affected by everybody else, right? Because they're in the world.
You could say that. I mean, you could say that you as an agent in the world are being evaluated independently, and I am not. You're free from me, except that I'm talking to you.
Yeah. So I'm kind of thinking of this it's almost like a basketball game, right? Where everybody's playing at the same time, right? But you're still going to be able to pick a person and say, how much did you score? And how many rebounds did you get, right? And then that's going to kind of play
right. I mean,
into
it's just that the thing is, when we do the solo evaluate, they live for some number of updates and they act. And then we go to the next agent. Here, we evaluate them for one update, and then we go to the next agent. Right, we do that for the whole population, and then we evaluate everyone again. So the actions in the solo evaluate, the actions of another agent cannot affect you in any way. You do what you do. Here, the actions of the other agents are going to have a drastic effect on you.
Okay, cool. I think I'm on the same page. Just thanks for answering that. All right, anything else we want to change here?
No, just go down there and run it.
All right.
See what we got.
So it's /MABE dash F settings star. Okay, let me see. Right? Boom.
Yeah. Punch it.
I remember things.
Movement. That's good.
Eat 3. Come on. 4, 14, 12. Oh, baby, let's go. Let's eat food.
Relax.
We got this.
Relax. Kind of chill.
We're gamers. This is like a game, man. We gotta get that high score on the Pac-Man. This is kind of like Pac-Man, yo. Right? We just added Pac-Man to our gather, so you can play Pac-Man while we're doing these meetings and stuff. But this is kind of fun because Barry World's not too far off conceptually from Pac-Man. You got to run around and eat the stuff, and we should put some of them little gremlins in there, Cliff.
That's an option.
You could make it Pac-Man so easily. You could code Pac-Man in like a day, Cliff.
The hard thing would be to encode the ghosts in a meaningful way so the agents can respond. The actual path, like the path following, would be easy.
You mean making the ghost kill them in a meaningful way?
No, having it so the agents can meaningfully detect the ghost, right? We have to provide them with some kind of input.
Oh, right, because we're not going to be sitting there playing it. They've got to figure out where the ghost is and get away from it. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
All right, kill this.
All right.
Did you figure out how to plot stuff?
I thought that's what we were talking about today.
No. Did you figure out how to display, or do we still have to save the image and then look at it?
Oh, I think we still got to display. I haven't done the WSL visualization. Actually, you know what? Hang on a sec. Hang on 1 sec. Let me see. I may have had it.
I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, let me just see if I have.
Make a plot.
Let me see if I have that damn thing. It's like guys, what he's talking about is we're using basically a Linux system on Windows. It's a fake Linux on Windows, and in order to actually see anything, you know what? I think I have that stuff on my other machine. You have to have like what's called an X11 server or something. It's just something that fakes having the capability to actually run graphical user interfaces, right? Because everything we're doing with our Linux here is on the command line. So, right, what Cliff is saying is, hey, now we want to plot a graph. So, nope, I think we still got to save it because I don't have that stuff on this computer. I have it on my other computer. This is why I was so annoyed when I had to switch machines. This is exactly the type of thing I was annoyed about. So, Cliff, yeah, what happened was when I switched machines, I set up the basic stuff, but I didn't set up my visualizers. So that's why I got annoyed, because remember my streaming machine started acting bonky and then I couldn't develop on it anymore. But yeah, I should do that. But yeah, in the meantime, we just got to save. So we should be Python 3. Let's spell Python correctly. Up a directory into tools. I'm going to say MG so we can do tab completion. Then we'll see it's mgraph.py. All right, now, Cliff, this is where you come with that secret grandma secret sauce because I don't know how to massage.
Well, it's just I mean, we got to save the image, right? So
yeah.
Save.
Oh, so you want
that PNG.
Save.
Well, I mean, if you can display it, we display it.
No, we can't. Yeah, we got to save it. So what's the save? It's save.
I think you just do save, and then so try just save blog.png, whatever you want to call it. Something.png. I don't remember. We'll get it wrong, and then we'll look it up.
All right.
Got it wrong.
So it's save PNG, and then it's name. It's like this. It's save PNG, right? And then it's save name. Save name. Boom, baby. Look at me. Look. Cliff, I'm hella resourceful, bro. All right. No, I'm just all right. Test. That's it, right? That means it doesn't hate me anymore.
Well, there it is. You can't just go over there and right click on that thing over there and say show image or something.
Yeah. I'd probably just click it. Boom.
There you go. All right. So what we're looking at is, well, I'm not going to tell you. You tell me.
All right. They do food 1. They do food 2. But something's going on because everything's the same. There's no way they would have those perturbations the same on food 1 and food 2. So that seems a little weird.
Does it though?
Is that what speciation looks though? Like they start eating and then they.
There's a third value on this plot which will tell you what's going on.
Count, copy, count. No points in those. Those are mutations. Food 1, food 2. Genome length took a massive hike. I don't think that's it. Markov gates, not a Markov gates. Brain gates. Switches. They're not switching.
Yeah.
So that means they're not eating both foods.
Yeah.
So is that what you look for speciation when switches fall off?
But they are eating both foods.
No, I mean, do you look for switches to fall off and they're eating both foods to signal speciation because it means the individuals aren't switching?
Yes.
Right. So there's a lot of both foods eating going on, but if nobody's switching, then or switches rarely happen, and basically nobody's eating more than one food.
Yeah. So I think by having the switch cost hiked up to 10, it was making experimentation really prohibitive, and so that's why you were stuck. Because I was looking at mine and I wasn't kicking it up to 10, so it's at 1.4 right now. But yeah, so this is. Is this
how you look for speciation? Though was I that rationale?
Well, I mean, for this, because they're now we can go farther. Do an LS down in your terminal. Do an LS at tools. I don't know if you have this file in there or not. I will have to rerun.
I'm not in tools. Let me. Let's get. Here, you go.
Just go to go down here and just do an LS / tools. You have it. Okay, so that snapshot to Fino, which I've now relabeled, and it's now in. But anyway, that's the thing we need. So open up your settings, CFG.
But what did you rename it to? I'm just curious. You can say it for a minute.
Snapshot to Philo.
Oh, got you. Okay,
but
so
we have to generate snapshot files if we're going to do it. So
we got to go back into. So we're still in work. Okay, yeah. So back into settings.
Yeah. Pop over to settings and then pop over to
settings world, I guess, right? Where's snapshotting?
No, settings. Snapshot
is
in settings, and you got to go.
Here we go. Yeah, sorry.
And turn on. We just need the data files.
The right snapshot data files, and then how often?
Up there where it says snapshot data sequence, drop that down to 10.
Oh, okay.
We're going to output lots of snapshots.
Okay.
And then we run this, and we'll run it up to generation
right.
500.
Now,
it's going to generate a hellacious amount of data.
If the gang, go ahead.
Go. Yeah, actually, before you do this, go over to Berry World settings, and then up the foods to 3, just to make it extra exciting.
Yeah. All right.
Up.
All right, gang, if you're watching along at home, so basically, like Cliff said, we just asked it to do what's called snapshot filing. You can think of it as like profiling the entire population and saving a whole bunch of extra data. And so normally, something just a bit interesting for you to notice if you're watching along is that normally when it prints a snapshot, you can actually see it pause for a hot second. So see if you guys can notice that. Let's see. Yeah, you see that little extra pause at 10? Can you see it, Cliff?
Yeah.
That's a snapshot writing, right? Just that little extra.
But it took that long to write out the data for 1,000 organisms.
Yeah, it took that long to do lots of work. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Imagine if I told you I want you to write. We can look at one of those files, but imagine if I told you, hey, I need you to copy the contents of this file by hand.
Right.
You'd be there for like 2 hours.
Right. Yeah. It's like, hey, I can tell you took an extra 0.3 of a second, so I can tell you. It's crazy. Yeah, the point is computers are fast, y'all. And if you're not working with them, you should be. Shame on you. Unless you're Cameron. Cameron's a personal fitness instructor, so Cameron has a really good excuse. We're not quite there yet, Cameron, to where our computers can do your sessions for you.
Well, this is unfortunate.
Oh yeah, because they suck. They're writing snapshot files, but they're trash.
They're not playing the game.
But is that? And the only difference is now there's 3 foods.
Yep.
So they don't. They're not happy.
Kill it and use a different seed. Let's just go until we get a seed where they play the game. Their brains probably melted down. So
all right. All right, so hang on a second. There's a new thing I got to add, which is a parameter. I know it's going to be like global random seed.
Yeah, but
what's the first thing? It's dash. Go ahead. You can tell me this time.
It's parameter.
Oh, it is parameter.
No, it's
dash P.
It's
Yeah,
P.
dash P. And then
all cap global dash random seed cattle case.
And then 201, baby.
102.
Oh, sorry.
201. They really don't want to play. We'll get to a couple hundred. Oh, what was it, 2?
Now play this damn game or else I'm getting rid of the lot of you and doing roulette selection.
No, roulette's not going to help us. It's just the brains are melting down. If they don't figure it out, they get rid of all their. I mean, they need one gate to just execute eat, and then they'll just mash that eat button all the time and get their 1 point. So do it again, kill it, just put in another seed. We just got to get one where somebody figures it out.
All right, we'll try your seed this time. 102. Yep, you got a 2 in there, but nobody cares.
Says that somebody did something once.
Yeah, basically. Although, Cliff, I always literally wondered why this is the signature, right? Because you stare at this enough like I do, right? You're going to wonder, why did the developers put update max and av here, right? And that explanation you gave of like watching the max actually tells you if there was at least that, odd individual that did something spectacular, right? While you watch the average fitness, I actually think is super clever, right? It's just a really nice thing
this is
to
just
watch.
Very well. I mean, this is like part of the world design. Is how do you want to?
Oh, so each one.
This is the world design. This is the optimizer design.
Right.
The optimizer is designed to have. So we'll just let it go. So
they're eating. They're doing. Yeah, boom. There they go.
They're eating 1 food. They're now probably eating 2 foods. So around 2:30, it looks like they pick up on a second food.
Wait, they're eating.
And then they're now eating 2 or 3. But we'll just let it go.
Let it go. All right.
And then this is going to be a little bit of a pain in the ass, but it'll be fine. The next step, you're going to want to take notes. So if you got a piece of paper,
Okay.
You're gonna want to write this down, because when I show you this thing, you're gonna be like, I want to be able to do this in the future.
Okay.
I think you're gonna like it.
All right, I'm going with Microsoft Word, baby. MABE.
You're not a Notepad++ guy?
I do have a Notepad++ guy, but I just registered my Microsoft Office, so the money,
right,
it's that proprietary nonsense. Actually, let me see if I have Notepad++. Let's do it. Yeah, because it's better for code, right? If I'm gonna have code bits and shit.
Yeah, 601 doesn't another.
All right, so do I want to download
lightweight.
it? No, let's just say no. Let me go ahead. Hang on a second. Let me save it somewhere. I actually know what's gonna make sure.
So I'm not gonna tell you what we're doing. I want the wow factor.
Got you. New folder, MABE. What do I call this, guys? Now, y'all, the cheesers at home are gonna love this. My colleague hates this, but when I work with my main man Cliff, and Cliff tells me to take some notes, you gotta call them Cliff Notes. If you call them anything other than Cliff Notes, we're not friends, and unsubscribe from my channel immediately. I'm sorry, I'm cheesy like that. Get over it.
Go back to your.
He's like immediately changed the subject.
I've got nothing to say to you. I've got nothing to say to you.
AR knows what time it is.
We're gonna let this thing go to 700. And then you're
700. All right.
You're gonna kill extreme prejudice.
Who makes the 700 club? Done. 701. Right. That's pretty damn close.
You're very talented. So,
same plot thing.
Python. Well, yeah, fine. Let's do that. Let's pause. Let's make sure that we can see from here. We can see if we have speciation 3-way.
All right. So as you can see, guys, that's all that data we just dropped on that. All right, and let's see if we've got that test updated. All right, let's see what we've got. So now we've got 3 foods. They're eating all 3 foods.
Yeah, there we go.
And switch has dropped off, so we should.
Yep. So we expect there are 3 species. Okay, so now here we go. So go back down there, and I want you to run Python space ... tools.
Like this, right?
Yeah. Tool / snapshot to Philo. Phino, because I typoed it. That's in this. Yeah, there we go.
All right.
And then do -H. I don't remember what I did for parameters. All right. Get a little bigger. We got to need more. All right, so now we ran up to 700, so we're going to say, so do an up arrow, and we're going to do step 10.
Hang on a
second.
Dash step. Boom.
Dash step 10. This tells it that the snapshot files are every 10. Space dash end 700. Dash cutoff. I'll explain what this is in a minute. But let's do 40. That might be too small, but let's see. And then dash, and then here's where it gets really annoying. Dash data name, data1 name, and then I think it's food 1. I don't think it's food 1F. Just do that. Just do food 1 and hit enter. Maybe that we have to do food 1F, but it'll tell us if it's a problem. Yeah, okay. Do food 1 underbar av and try that.
Is it food 1 or food underbar 1 or food like food? It's
yeah,
like that, right?
It's like that. Yep. All right. So we're not going to look at this yet. So now do up arrow and now add dash data to name food 2 av. Okay. We got to add a bunch of garbage here.
No, it's all right.
I should. I know how to make this better. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. To have and then food data 3 name, and then we got to do the same thing for data 1 range, data 2 range, data 3 range. We got to put in ranges.
Data 1. Wait, this is data 3 name is food 3 underbar av. All right, and then it's
dash.
Wait.
Data.
Now, oh, you go straight for these, right? They're their own parameters, right? So
yeah.
So then it's data underbar 1. What's the thing? Range?
I think it's range. I don't scroll up.
Like
see what it says.
Okay.
Yep, like that. Min max.
Yeah. Okay,
We're gonna do 0 space 35, and then the same thing for data. You could just like copy paste this, or type it. Doesn't matter. But you're gonna do data 2 range, same thing. Data 3 range, same thing.
All right, and then punch it.
There we go. Loading files, and then so what this thing did is it created snapphilo dot and .json. We're going to use the snapphilo dot. So cat snapphilo dot. All right, now copy that thing into your buffer. So just highlight the whole thing and copy it. This is a little ghetto, but it is what it is.
We like ghetto around here.
It's long. You gotta.
Is it too long?
Oh, it may be too long.
It's too long.
You may need to run this in a different.
Let me just save it to a file, right?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Well, we're gonna have to be able to. You can open it in.
So I'm saying if we save this, right? Can we do a pipe thing? Show me what's the pipe.
It's in a file. It's in a file.
Oh, it's already in a text file.
Just
Okay,
open
yeah, got you.
Yeah, it just open that in Notepad++. It'll be fine.
Okay. Open with Notepad. All right. Let's just see. I was just playing around. I was hoping for the best. Let's see. Let's do this. This will be easy. You do. Oh, I think maybe we already have an Explorer here, right? Boom. Refresh. There it is. Which one? It's this one, right? And then let's open with. Choose another app. Notepad++ should just be. An option here.
Yeah, it'll be there.
What? Why you gotta be weird? All right.
You gotta be weird like that. Just open it in Notepad. It's fine.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. And then I'll just copy it. All right. Let's copy.
Now.
Hold on. That looks gross.
No. We don't need it here.
Oh, okay. We've got it. All right.
Just get a web browser.
Web browser. I know what those look like.
The way I do it, you just go ahead and search on the search bar.
Hang on one second. Somebody wants to die by calling me in the middle of a meeting. All right.
You're gonna search for GraphViz with a Z online, and then do GraphViz space online. We don't want this. Just GraphViz space online. There we go. Do that, and. Yeah, most of these will work. Yeah, fine. Let's try this one. Just drop it in there and hit render. See if this one works. I usually use a different one.
There was an error with your diagram.
What? Well, that's useless. So go back and add DreamPuff to the search. I don't know why it's not showing you the good one.
Wait, hang on. Let me just, out of curiosity, see something. I like to... compare with
this one will work.
Where did that one even come from? All right, cool, let's do it. All right, so do I just do this instead?
Nope, paste it here. Let's see what we got.
All right, and then how do I bang? Oh, it does it on its own?
Yeah. It should just
all right, now how do I gotta punch it. I gotta be like, hey, do the thing.
No, it should just do it. Do you have a closed? Yeah, you got everything. Oh, it may have special characters because you had it in Word. That was what I was a little worried about. So it may not like it. So open it. Yeah, don't open it in Word. Just don't even look at that. It's garbage. Just open it in anything else. Open it in something that's not going to put a million special characters in it. You're making life so hard for me. We should be there already. We should be. I didn't know. We should be there. We should have the milk and eggs should be in the car.
Oh my Lord!
We should be on the way home already.
And not even and to be honest with you, I feel this. I feel the pain. Like, oh Lord. All right, so let's just open. All right, so you choose another app.
Yeah, choose another app.
I don't know how it didn't even. I don't know.
No garbage. Just more apps. Go down.
Notepad.
Use Notepad. There we go.
Notepad. We trust thee.
Should be our friend. There.
All right. All copy.
Copy. Go
all right.
there.
Go to the thing. Boom the thing.
So much.
Go away.
So much suffering.
Still doesn't like.
Not playing this. This is garbage. Okay. This. I don't know what this Mad Jack garbage is.
Now, how many racist jokes do you have to tell before you're a racist?
What? What are you saying?
I'm just saying this program doesn't like me for some reason. Cliff.
No. This is just go up there. Put in Graph Viz online Dream Puff.
All right, Graph Viz online Dream Puff.
Yeah, do that.
All right.
Scroll down. What is this jank?
I think it might be Brave.
Oh my God.
Hang on a sec. Look at this. Let's try good old Chrome. All right. Graph is online Dream Puff.
That one right there. That first thing right there. That's the one. Just
I hate when Google's the right answer. All right, boom, there it is. I put it in there. Whoa. Ta-da. What the fuck did I just make? What is that? Did we do this? Is this what we did? Is this what we just did in our computer? Oh,
this is what we did.
Shit. All right. So go ahead.
So just on the top up there, just do download, and then that's gonna and then click on that thing and open on a web browser, and we can move around. So it's big. So zoom out if you can.
Holy! Oh, it's that big. Whoa! All right.
That big.
I don't even know. I can't.
So remember at the beginning when we were all Fitness 1?
Yeah. This is
that's drift. That's all drift. So you could just move the sliders on the bottom. That's the easiest way to know.
Oh, where are the sliders on the bottom?
Yeah, well, you could do that, but then there's a slider right below your mouse, that gray. Where are you going?
I don't see. You mean this slider?
Yeah. So go back up there to that mess.
I want to see the whole thing. That was at the beginning. Okay, but yeah, go ahead. I want to see the whole thing, like zoomed out. Can I open this in a different type of program or something?
Yeah.
All right, let's go to.
You can save it as PNG and then you can open it in image view.
That's what I really want to do. How do we do that?
Yeah. Go back to your Dream Puff tab up there.
Download.
On format, click on that where it says SVG. PNG image element. That, download. And then it's got to re-render it, and then do download, and then open it, and open it.
Do you think that even worked, or do you think that's just too early?
No, it's fine. You're fine.
Oh,
I didn't know it was going to be that big.
There it is. All right.
So that mess up there, that's just drift. That's nobody winning out, right? All they were doing was getting 1 point each.
So then there's all this random
And what we're looking at here, so we put in a delay of 40, I think. So what we're looking at is we only see individuals out of the population of 1,000. Every horizontal line of nodes is individuals from one generation. We only see individuals if they still have progeny after 40 generations.
Oh, so this is, what do we call this? Like a trimmed phylogeny or pruned or something?
Yeah, I call it pruned phylogeny or trimmed phylogeny, yeah. So if you looked at the whole phylogeny, it would just be a mess.
Right.
There would be 1,000 organisms in every population. So by looking at this pruned phylogeny, we're seeing
it's elitist, right? We're seeing winners. You had to have at least contributed to
You gotta
down the line.
But the beauty is we get to see the branches that didn't make it. That's the cool thing here. So normally when you look at
this is some
phylogeny,
Stephen Jay Gould shit, right? Literally, like you get to see what does the tree of life look like in terms of its shape. Is it broad?
yeah, we're seeing species,
or...
and you can see over on the right here. Now, if you zoom in on this purple color to the right, or zoom in on the bottom, just zoom in on the bottom.
And then
right, so something happened. You can see something happened. There was this
wait,
line.
hang on. You mean down here?
Well, before we get down there, let's look at the major transition.
Here. Okay, right here.
We got the major transition. You can see that there's this line of 3 or 4 where there's only one surviving. So like there was some very strong selection here, and this was probably where they went from 1 to 2.
Okay.
These sort of 4 up here.
Are you talking about? Then, wait, hang on. Where you at with the 4?
Just above.
Make sure I'm putting my mouse on it. Over here.
Go up a little bit. Just go up a little bit. So like everybody's doing fine. It's just a drifty world.
You mean the big thing right here, right?
Yeah, everybody's doing fine. And look how many lineages went extinct at the same time.
Oh, right, because these guys were like, fuck y'all, we're taking off.
Yeah, and they probably just figured out how to get to fitness 2.
And that was enough to just be like, sorry, you're gone.
So they took over the world. And then there was a period where there was kind of some well, they didn't figure out how to do it better, and they started to diversify. Now everybody looked like that. Yeah, and then somebody figured out how to do better. And then boom, we got a bottleneck again. Right?
Yeah. Because these are founder effects, right? Like there's sorry, we're the only guys that matter. If you project out,
these
right?
These 2 lines represent an absolute loss of diversity.
Yeah, it's crazy, actually.
It is crazy, right? Like the whole population passed through this one lineage.
Hey guys, and spoiler alert, a lot of people think this is almost what humanity almost happened to. Like we got to this point where it was like real dicey at one point in the past. Go ahead. Don't
confuse this with a collapse in population size.
All right, go ahead.
The population size is constant 1,000.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. We did go through the thing I'm talking about where it was a lack of population size. You're talking about this here. We're looking at strict diversity.
If you
there's still the same population size, but no very little genetic diversity within that population.
Think about an out of Africa or a crossing the Bering Straits scenario. Those individuals that left Africa and went into Europe.
Right.
And those individuals that crossed over from the Russian steppes over to Alaska, they probably were very genetically specific.
Right.
Then over time there was diversity. There were other migrations, but like if you look at the stock of North America, South America, there's a genetic bottleneck. I'm sure. I mean, I haven't studied it, but I'm sure that there's a genetic bottleneck when that crossing occurred.
Right.
So that's the sort of like loss of genetic diversity that we're seeing here, except here it's the entire population. It was a sweep of beneficial mutation. This is a classic genetic sweep. But now once we're in this sort of intermediate mode, they're actually doing a little bit of walking around, right? They're starting to eat different foods, they're experimenting. And then they quickly diversify into these red, blue, and green types. Right. But we see that if you scroll down a little bit, you could see that there's competition over who's going to win for green. There were 2 events that resulted in green consumers. One of those, the one that went off to the right, goes extinct. And there were 2 events very early on that resulted in blue eaters. And if you keep scrolling down, I think the blue eaters on the right go extinct.
This is weird. Now I can't scroll as well for some reason. I don't know what the hell is up with me.
If you do mouse wheel, does that move it?
Mouse wheel. Maybe I need to do a shift mouse wheel or right click or something. But then it just goes. I guess it sees that as the bottom, but I don't get the ability to zoom in on.
Might be middle click.
Yeah, middle click's got something going on for sure.
You just did something good.
Yeah, that's clicking on the wheel.
Yeah. That's probably it. So just middle click and drag up and get to the bottom.
I guess it's only going to let me see the bottom like this. Hang on. We still should have the...
Yeah. You can open the other one. Yeah.
Yeah. Where did that go? Here.
And then the lightness, the red, green, and blue, right? We assigned those colors when we made this plot.
You said we made those. We assigned.
Yeah,
those
you
colors?
gotta zoom down and scroll down.
Oh yeah,
Zoom
yeah.
out, scroll down. It's big.
Zoom out.
So we assigned red, green, and blue, and that so this is just food 1, food 2, food 3.
Oh, we need to make sure that when we do this, we get ours to manually map to the colors we want. Is what you're saying?
Well, no, it doesn't matter. It's just 3 foods. It doesn't matter which. We don't care which is which.
Yeah, but
in this case, red is food 1, green is food 2, blue is food 3. That's just the way it is. Because we said whatever you put in for the value 1, when you make this thing, that's going to be the red channel. Green's going to be the middle. It's going to be the 2 channel.
Okay.
And blue's going to be the 3rd channel.
Okay. So if I did 2, it's always going to be red and green.
Yep. Well, I mean, if you put in 2, right? But you could put it in the 3rd channel. It's just when you set it up, you say what's feature 1, what's feature 2, and what's feature 3. Feature 1's always, but you could map like genome size and gates. It wouldn't matter.
I see. Yeah, because we told it, right? Food 1 av, food 2 av, and it's making this based on what we plugged in, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
that's it.
Yeah.
So
but for me, this is fine.
Because
can I just give you an example real quick to make sure I'm doing this correctly? The way I like to do this is I like to make, if I'm going to do something where one of the standard setups is, for instance, I want there to be a poison and I want people who get red to show me that they're doing the poison, I would just make the poison food 1. If I ran the same code we did now.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And then if you're red, I know you're eating the fucking poison or displaying red.
Yeah. Whatever you put in food, whatever value. But you can put other things in there, right? It doesn't have to be food.
It could be preference or whatever the fuck. Yeah. This could be a preference phylogeny, for instance, right? Yeah. Okay.
Right. So now the problem is going to be, the stuff I wrote will not.
Oh, it won't do sex. It won't do sex. Yeah. That would be the thing.
We can make it so it'll plot phylogenies with sex, but it's a nightmare.
The pedigree, right? And we call them pedigrees, map to pedigree or whatever. Map to pedigree.
Right. We could do maternal. So we could do maternal or paternal, and
sure. Okay.
But then we have to try. Then we have to like sex them.
Yeah.
Right, which we're not going to do right now.
Yeah. No, I'm not even worried about it. Matter of fact, if we did anything like this, we would kind of just be doing maybe their food scores or their preference. Oh, it's still the same fucking problem because it's really tracking the parental. It's the lineage is the whole purpose of this. Got you. All right. So.
Right. And we can have it so that every node had 2 lines coming into it. The problem is that way more individual. Like if you count across on this thing, the widest lines here are like 100.
Mm-hmm.
Right. The thinnest are 1. But the widest are not more than 100. And that means of the 1,000 that we have in the population, no more than 100 are matter in the long term. Right? Matter at the resolution that we're looking at. If we make that cutoff more than 40, if we made that cutoff 200, that would prune this tree way down.
Right.
Well, I just guessed it 40, and it was a nice number because it showed us a lot of, But what's kind of cool here is you can see the maintenance of diversity, right? That's like one of the things that's so nice about this view is that if you're seeing just how, and you can see how strong selection is.
Cliff, I just gotta tell you, this is fucking spectacular. This is super cool, bro.
This prune phylogeny stuff I've been messing with for a while, but anyway, long story short, there is a weirdness here, which is the lighter colors indicate that they're eating more They're doing better.
They're brighter. So that's like almost like it's so it's like this guy's probably eating more than this guy or something, right? Because he's got that.
The question is why is there more? Like the food replacement should be even, and it's random, and basically there should be a fit when rare condition here. So if there are not a lot of greens in the world, they should get higher score. And I guess if we look at this, like if we look at the final generation, there are 6 green, there are 6 blue. Well, no, actually, sorry, I take that back. We don't know what the population concentrations were, right? We only know what the survivor concentrations were. And in terms of survivor concentrations.
And then also, is this, I'm assuming the last window then is 40 back from the final update?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. If I label these, this would be 640.
660 or something, right? But
660.
Yeah.
660.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
But it is weird to me that they're not bright green, bright blue, and bright red, that they got darker. And what I would attribute that to is that the populations may be fluctuating in their counts. Because if you're successful, like you see up here where the red is doing well near the top of the screen.
Yes.
And blue and green are not doing very well. This is probably because blue and green.
You mean in this area?
Yeah. Yep. Right. Blue and green are darker here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So that means green, the individual, there were probably more blue and green eaters in the population than there were red eaters.
Yes. It's almost like red's experiencing kind of a bottleneck, right? Where they're just like, hey, whatever red there is, there's not as much competition for it. So they're getting kind of a higher score.
But the only way that can happen is if there's less red eaters.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's less red eaters.
Reason, there are less red eaters. They're getting higher fitness, and then their population grows.
And there is less diversity almost, right? You can almost see, like, right?
There's less surviving diversity.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. We don't know at the moment, right? But we don't know what the actual population is. We'd have to look at that snapshot.
But it would make sense then that the reds grow, and when the reds grow, well, then there's a period where kind of blue and red are big, and green has like a renaissance. It does really well, and toward the bottom, they all seem to be evening out, and they're all kind of, averaging out, which would sort of be the steady state. So it's kind of interesting.
In it to win it. I fucking love this.
So anyway, if you go back to your window now where we were running,
our audience has to be feeling sciencey to motherfucker today, bro. All right, go ahead. I hope they got that science dopamine hit from this. But yeah, go ahead, Cliff.
Go back to your terminal.
All right, let's get back in VS Code,
and then just do type history. And hit enter. So if you copy the last 20 lines here, that's going to have everything we did.
Oh, I see. This is what you meant about.
And then you just have to prune out what. Yeah, and then you don't even need that much.
Yeah.
And then just prune out the stuff that you want.
Right.
And that way you'll have it.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so let me go into, we were actually going to use Notepad++, which I actually like because of the way it formats code, and it's safer to copy and paste code from it. Let's just say new. So let's leave that here for a second. Yep, new tab, boom, and save as.
So in terms of like showing people this right here, what we're looking at, this is I always get them confused. I'm going to look it up.
And then this code won't run anyway because it's got the line numbers in it, but.
All right, so this here is an example of sympatric speciation resulting from multiple niches. So if anyone ever gives you shit that speciation can happen, you tell them, I saw it firsthand.
Boom. Love it. This is sweet, man. I'm real stoked. All right, so I guess we just pick up from here on Wednesday.
Yeah, I mean the point of this was I just wanted to make sure that you were getting
I got the species. Yeah.
Yeah, because if we're not seeing this, then this division, right? Because now the follow-up question is when we now introduce shape mating, the idea is that they can detect colors consumed.
Right.
And if they're already speciating on colors consumed, then the shape mating can just diverge in the opposite directions. But if our settings aren't supporting this divergence, which at the high, it seems like at the high switch cost, it wasn't. They just weren't playing the game. I'm still somewhat surprised that they didn't use it. But now I expect that if you use the shape mating with these settings, so go back to your shape mating stuff, use these settings for do the 2 foods with the switch cost, leave it at 1.4.
3 foods, right?
Well, I mean, do 2 foods. If you do, you could try 3 foods. The thing is, they really are going to want to have 3 species, but they can only have 2 sexes. We don't have a way for them to have a 3rd sex.
So you do think it's maybe wiser to just start with 2 foods? I don't know. It's arbitrary to me. I don't know why. I don't even know where I got this out of my head. But.
Well, I mean, the thing with 3 foods that will be interesting is then the optimal speciation would be 2-way. But the optimal speciation, like the optimal division in terms of sex would be, with 3 foods, the optimal speciation is clearly 3-way.
Right.
But with sex, then the optimal division is 2-way.
2, yeah. So then there's this tension between there's 3 food niches, but only 2 shape.
Right.
At least,
right. And they could get higher fitness by having a 3rd type, but that 3rd type won't be attractive. Or, I mean, we could get, no, never mind. That wouldn't work. No. If you had 4 foods, then we could get like a red selects for green selects for orange selects for blue selects for red, right? And they basically use, as long as it's an even number, right? They can make a circle.
roulette.
So maybe why don't you do that? Why don't you give this a run? Where go back to your you got to go to your meeting.
No, I'm good. Mike's not a meeting. He's not here today.
Well, I was just gonna say, you could try. I would say, well, let me get back to work. I got to do writing.
All right. So
I've been looking for every excuse
to
write.
Let me think through this. My thing is, right. What can I run that's quick and local? Because we've got so we could do food type, switch cost, or
do the shape mating.
Yeah, let's just do that.
Power. Shape mating with low power with 2 foods, 3 foods, and 4 foods with this population size and this world size. Right, all of these world settings.
Okay.
Just try them with 2 foods, 3 foods, and 4 foods.
Okay, so instead of doing like whatever we were doing, changing the switch cost, changing the power, don't do any of that. Just change 2 foods, 3 foods, 4 foods. And then maybe I'll do like 10 replicates each, because I'm just going to do something benchtop, right? And then I'm going to run ACBC.
And 1 food. 1 food, 2 food, 3 food, 4 food. So in 1 food, it's just the shape mating, it's the control.
Okay. And then what do we do? Like, I don't know. Maybe I'll run 20 of each. I don't know. How many runs should I do?
Get it set up. Yeah, that would be good. Just run them and run them for 10,000 generations or something, and then we'll look at results on Wednesday.
All right.
I'm sorry we went on this whole rabbit trail of what the heck.
No. I've learned actually a great deal during this, and so we're good to go. I appreciate this, and this is the type of thing where we're at the phase of this project where we've got time to get me really, really in the weeds on it, and then as that calendar turns, as they say, we'll get going on the manuscript. So we're good.
This is a little bit of a loaded question, but in terms of education, how, assuming that we packaged it nicely, how badass would what we just did today be for a class?
Incredibly badass. I mean, what are you talking about?
Right? I mean, like, here's and the thing is, I didn't show you. I can show you the movie, where we look at the behavior of the agents as like the icing on the cake. And you can see that like a third of the agents are just eating the red.
Oh, yeah. All right. Well, look, if you're looking for a reason not to write, show our audience that real quick before you go.
Oh, you want to see one of those?
Yeah. So, come on. These are, come on. You're going to give them the sub-student treatment? We can't do that today.
I gotta find one. I got some here.
But no, Cliff. Seriously, I thank you, because I do think that it's seriously badass. And I hate to say this, but that's kind of my niche, right? Because listen, let's.
Well, that's what I'm saying. In terms of, I kind of wanted you to see it because this is a demo you can do. You can literally, you could like take a class, walk them through Berry World. Like, show them this thing, literally run the thing in front of them.
Yeah. Because it's all so simple.
Move it around, and then show them the phylogeny, and you're like, look, here is where the speciation event occurred. Yeah,
exactly. It's super cool. It's super cool.
And like, if we pick the right seed, sometimes we'll have like that. This one was really cool because there was that long period at the beginning where nothing was happening.
Yes, that was awesome too. And then, because that's drift, right? They don't often see that a lot.
Division where we get red and blue, but no green. And then a while later, like the blue will bifurcate, and then we'll have green, and then it's stable.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And you can do things like if the population size is really small, then it won't be able to stably maintain species, and they'll come in, they'll like be very transient.
Oh.
So like there's all kinds of cool stuff that you can show with this. And I think for me, intuition of like species and like what species are and how niches result in species, this is like, I don't know, this is like the way to see
it. There's a couple of things here. So one is like I was saying, the realistic prospects for my career are, my thing's not to be the person who publishes the most, right? I'm never going to be that person, right? And I'm also never going to be the fucking uber bio nerd that publishes the thing with the critters or whatever the fuck, right? But what we do is we take fucking really big questions, right? Like that's whole MySo thing. Like ask and find an area of this that's really important. And then my thing is I ask questions in a way that are actually incidentally useful for outreach and education, right? Like adaptation, chance, and history. You always talk about it. It's the 3 essential ingredients in evolution. So boom, you can now talk to 6th graders about your research, right? And, the stuff we do with sexual selection is obvious. The stuff we do, so this is another example of that. Even with Louise Mead, right? Her whole thing is about tree thinking, right? How do you get students thinking about phylogenies, what's going on under the hood, what they're saying about, diversity and all of that type of stuff. Even like what you said, the difference between a tree where you get drift early on and then 3 species versus something where you actually have 2 species for a long time, and then the green guys actually are subspecies of the blue species rather than their own thing, right? Like, that's that type of stuff is just really dope. And then again, you get the Stephen Jay Gould question, which is still really hot, right? Because he did the whole.
What's the Stephen Jay? What's that?
Is the Tree of Life really? Would it have been Bush-like if we could redo it? Or is it really we start from a couple of so his whole thing with replaying Life's tape was that the Tree of Life early on was probably really Bush-like. Like there was a lot of diversity, and then there was all these lineages that didn't make it. And then the Tree of Life as we know it is really sprung from a couple of lineages that managed to survive and then produce the rest of the tree. And what people are still trying to work through is what is the actual history of life in terms of its shape, right, throughout history, but also just how, because that's not really interesting to people like me and you. I mean, it is, but it's of limited value, right? What we're more interested in is how do all of these aspects of evolutionary theory potentially impact something like that? And it's incredibly hard to conceptualize, to visualize, and even think about. And the way you do it is really, really makes it visual and intuitive. Go ahead.
I was showing that figure last time with the with the free-for-all stuff. And I mean, this directly relates to this. And what that's saying is it's not one or the other, right? Well, actually, just look at the plot we just looked at, right? If you replay it, is it going to be Bushy or is it going to be?
No idea, right? That's the point. We don't even know. It can change.
And the point is,
absolutely,
it depends on what's going on. If you look at that plot at the beginning, it's a bush. It's just a giant bush, right? Everything is just doing its thing, and then we have this single trunk, right, and with like a little fork out there, and then and then we go to like 3 distinct branches, right? So we went through 3 very different modes of evolution. And that, so like there is no one, it depends on what's going on, right? And imagine now, in this case, we had a static environment. Yeah. Now imagine if the environment's changing, or if the other species in your environment are changing.
Cliff, can you see my screen?
I cannot. Can you see my screen?
Oh, wait, hang on. I'm not sharing my screen. I can see yours. Look at mine, then we'll look at yours. I promise you, okay. Just because I want to show you the thing about Stephen Jay Gould. All right, so this is what I'm talking about, right? So the idea is that our current understanding of the Tree of Life is like this, right? Like, oh, we all come from a common ancestor, right? So as you go back, the Tree of Life gets narrower. Like, he calls this literally cone. He goes like, this is the cone of increasing diversity is what he calls this, right? And this is our current thinking. If most of you in the audience think about how you think about evolution, it's this, right? We've got all these broad, different forms at the tip, and as we go back, that diversity gets narrower and narrower until we literally get to a single point of the last common ancestor, right? And this is what kind of Darwin's drawings in his notebooks look like, right? What he's saying is it's really all about decimation and diversification, right? You start with the potential for lots of diversity and lots of life forms. And the facts are, especially when you're looking at the unbelievable timescales you are in the history of life on Earth, over the length of it, most shit just doesn't make it. But most of these lineages that don't make it probably under different circumstances have just as much potential to make it. And just like, and there's no guarantee that it's like this, right? Because like you said, if you rerun it, maybe more of these lineages just happen to make it. And now you're dealing with a whole different ball of wax. Like Cliff is saying, the circumstances are different. So maybe a whole bunch of the lineages survive. And that changes the whole ball game. But yeah, this is kind of this type of question. Yeah.
We know that thing on the right there that you just had, where it had like the base.
Yeah.
That's the meteor impact that killed the dinosaurs.
That's exactly what he's saying, right? And that's
literally like that's what it would look like. A whole bunch of stuff, a whole bunch of diversification. What, 60 million years of dinosaur diversification?
Right.
And then they're almost all wiped out. And what do you get? You get like the line that gets you birds, and you get the line that gets you mammals, and everything else. And some reptiles make it through, but basically they went from the dominant clade to some birds.
And if you go back through, you couldn't necessarily when these events happen, and there are lots of these, right? So the one that he's talking about is the KT boundary, but there's a bunch of them.
The interesting thing for me though is to think about not about the environmental, the externally initiated events. Obviously, the thing that's interesting for me is that you can get the plot we just looked at looks like this thing on the right. Right, the one we just made looks like the thing on the right, and there is no external. There was no meteor impact.
Absolute. Oh, I see what you're saying, Cliff. Yes.
And isn't that interesting? We didn't need a meteor. We didn't need an external end. It was mutation within the species, and those mutations altered the behavior, and that altered the environment.
Cliff, in a sense, it's literally their natural history rather than you said, something external. It's just all internal, and they're in a bubble. They're in a bubble where nothing happens to them, right? And we still get this. And that's what I meant. He would love this shit, right? He would love it. He would be like, you guys are my heroes. I'm about to write about you in Nature magazine or whatever the fuck. Get ready for the big time. But instead, he's not around, and we're sitting here, with the Travis LNCA gang going, would you guys just fucking listen to us? Our research is the shit. Stop faking the funk.
No.
But no, they're getting it. I know. This is awesome.
The free-for-all paper
really
is exactly in line with these.
But Cliff, this is what we get to do, right? We get to do it in our digital experiments, and we wouldn't want it any other way other than to be the guys who get to fight for showing people that we now can do this. I love it. It's super cool. All right, so now that we've looked at that, right? So now let's see what's going on under the hood and how we might get something like that. Go ahead, Cliff.
Here's an evolved population. This population's not the population we ran, obviously.
Also, Cliff, do me a favor real quick. I want to see if it makes a difference. Go back to your screen share there and gather and hover over it and see if the optimize for video option is checked. So you have to actually keep sharing your screen. You don't have to unshare to do it, but just
I did it.
Oh, okay, yeah, great, cool. Go ahead.
This is how fast it's playing. I don't have that much.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. I know it's not a like smooth. It's not a 60 FPS or whatever. But so, go ahead.
But this slower is probably good because then you can actually
absolutely you can actually see the changes. But go ahead.
So what you can see on these is as it's running, I'm gonna restart it.
I was gonna ask you if you want to do that, but I'm
gonna restart it. What you can see while it's running is that the density of the color moves towards red. And in this particular run, there were only green and blue eaters. They didn't have the red branch wasn't there. And so you can see some of them, if you follow one of them, it'd be really hard on the screen. You can see that they either just eat green or they just eat blue.
Yeah, you can almost pick one. Cliff, do you want to pick one and mouse follow it real quick? We've kind of done this before. Just as
here's
an
example. Green. And then, let's see, he's like, oh, man, I'm
not eating. There's a green. So he's hunting. Look at it. Guys, literally watch him. He's hunting.
Oh, he doesn't.
Nope. You get away from me. Nope. Up. Got lucky. Got lucky. Ate it. Got lucky. Got it. Up. Got lucky again. Get it. Going.
No. Got it.
And he moved.
There was some render problem there. There was some weirdness there. Let's see. This guy, he's a blue eater. This guy right here.
All right, blue.
Go up here, he's got blue.
Another one.
He's gonna go up here, blue. Oh, he didn't eat it. He skipped it. I don't know what's wrong with him.
But he ain't eating. He's not eating anything else.
He ate that blue. Now he's here. He's getting stuck. They also get these. In this one, it was really dense, and you get these sort of depth clouds where these guys they don't want to move. Right, like this guy, these two guys probably want green, and this guy wants blue, and so he's trying to go here. And these
hang on, I lost your cursor.
They're stuck.
Hang on, I lost your cursor. I lost your cursor because these cursors are dumb enough to be arrows.
Oh, it's down to the left. I'm gonna pause so you can see it. It's down here.
Oh yeah. Okay, I see it now. Yeah.
You see that? And this whole like dead area here. These two guys, they want green. They're trying to go here. This guy, he wants blue. And so they're just like
blocking
stuck.
each other.
This guy wants blue. So they're all stuck, and this guy wants blue. And so like they're all just stuck. They won't move. And so this whole thing is now just dead. It's just frozen, and they're not going to get any
so
more
do they just end up low score more times than not when this happens, and then they get out competed by the people who keep moving or do whatever?
Somebody can figure out a way to say, well, if it's blocked, I'm not going to go there, right?
Yeah, just turn around and go out if you can. But like the more you are towards say the center of this cloud, you're just stuck because you're such a result of other people's choices, and then if the people say 1 degree from,
it doesn't matter what this guy wants.
Because if one step removed from you, they're stuck. Then you might be subject to what's going 3 or 4 grid spaces away.
This guy, if he would give up so much, if he could turn it, he could go over here and get out. It looks like he wants red, so he's just like, no, I'm not going to do it. And he's like, no, I'm not going to do it. So
it's like a standoff.
Yeah. So anyway, you asked. That's what the world looks like.
Yeah.
This is a different number of agents. This is probably 100 by 100, not 250, whatever. 50.
Whatever.
I think we did 50 by 50. This is probably 100 by 100. But
yeah. So thank you so much. And this, I think this gives people just a great visualization of Barry World. This is what it looks like. like I always say, there's a food in every spot. There are agents. They're moving about the world. They're trying to eat food. They get, and like I said, it's really interesting because, like, I think you hit the nail right on the head. And I have this experience a lot of times with streaming, which is, man, if I could have packaged that stream up, that would have been an unbelievable lesson. But believe it or not, I've come to realize, like, that's the point of streaming. So a perfect example is trying to get through Rob Pinnock's book, Tower of Babel. It's something I fit into streams, and it's been, sort of unorganized, piecemeal here or there type of deal, because for me, it's like about fitting it in through the semester, and I've got let's say a few students who are following along with my course. They're trying to read it. They're trying to do their Vita Ed exercises and play along. Now, I know for them it's like kind of unorganized. They're kind of in that guinea pig stage, but really it's super helpful because I'm learning a lot, like what works for me, what's challenging, what's good, how to do it. And then, like you said, the next go around's about packaging it better, improving it and turning it into a video. But here's some cool stuff that's come of it. James Apperson, who likes to read, has got an amazing voice in our community. He's actually offered, hey, if Rob's interested, I'd be happy to do like a formal audio book, preparation for his students, right? So that's the type of thing that comes up. And I'm like, if he did something like that, I might fuck around and make video to it one day. You see what I'm saying? So it just keeps going. Yeah. So yeah, it is kind of great to get it out there, and I'm thankful to the audience for following along with us. And thank you so much, Cliff. This has been really dope. And hang on a sec, before you go, let me just take a quick note about. Let me just put it in here, actually.
What's the KT event?
The KT boundary. It's that's the asteroid thing with the dinosaurs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the mass extinction event. It's just it's like one of the nicknames for it. Because I think.
Is there a citation for that?
Yeah, you can look up KT boundary in Wikipedia, whatever. I think it's because maybe it's the two periods that it's between, or.
Well, I mean, it certainly would be relevant. I would say it's at minimum it was relevant to the evolution of modern mammals in that it opened the door.
Yeah.
Right? If the dinosaurs were still around, it would have been a lot harder to make a living as a modern mammal.
The K is the German, right? It's K. So Cretaceous to us is C, right?
Oh, yeah.
But in German, I guess it's K. And then the tertiary period, right? But my point was just to say there's actually been a number of these mass extinction events, right? If you look throughout the history of life, maybe that's what these stars are. Yeah, mass extinctions, right? So there's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mass extinctions. And Stephen Jay Gould's point is who survived these mass extinctions had very little to do with, I hate to say it, sort of the simple Darwinian notion of fitness, right? It wasn't the better. Nobody has better fitness to get through a meteor shower or something like that.
Well,
right?
I mean,
so,
look, but the point was it wasn't.
So then it
becomes
unpredictable.
Well, no, but it wasn't that. It wasn't that you got hit by meteors, right? That killed you, right?
No, it was the change to the environment. No, it was the change to the environment.
Right? And so those individuals who happened to have genomes that were more well suited. But I think the other thing is,
I shouldn't have said it like it was actually getting hit by the meteors, but no, it's surviving the change to the environment caused by the impacts. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm kind of responding to the comments on the chat because one of the things that I think you have to keep in mind is even if let's say the change to the environment was minor. Let's say that the change to the environment was like 3 degrees, and for most, let's just say for most mammals, that 3-degree change didn't really affect them, right? It didn't change their evolution. But what it did was it knocked out the dinosaurs. So 2 things is suddenly the niches available to the mammals become much greater. Particularly the niches for larger mammals that would have been the subject of predation become much larger. But more importantly, there's a period where those mammals are going to be leveraging their new advantages. And during that period, there are evolutionary opportunities available at a higher rate than would have been previously. And that results in I mean, the free-for-all stuff I've been talking about, right?
Yeah.
This is exactly the sort of event that results in free-for-all. You have a reduction in selection pressure because they're not experiencing the predation from the dinosaurs. And so suddenly they're going to undergo both range expansions and genetic sweeps.
Now, hang on a second. In some sense, this could arguably, in some regard, be what's happening with people, right? Because we're in this weird... Go ahead. Yeah, you know what I'm trying to say. Go ahead.
Yes, it's what's happening with people, but in a way, I think almost the opposite's happening with people.
Because maybe we're too slow, too. I don't know. That could be part of it.
Well, I think, first let's look at the mass extinction of not people.
Sure. Right. There's that. Yep. Right. Yeah.
So that's resulting in massive, like any climate change, these die-offs of like snow crabs and possibly lobsters off of Maine, that's going to totally change the landscape for anyone who doesn't die off. Right. They're going to have a totally changed landscape. But for humans, we've effectively removed a lot of selection. And what we've done is, I think we've replaced it with social selection. So it's kind of like sexual selection.
Ah, I see. It might not lead to the same type of diversification effect because we're going through potentially the ultimate thing in humans is other humans, right? So if we're not actually reproductively selecting for new and different things, then effectively it's kind of the inverse. I guess maybe it's what you're going to with what we're seeing here, because what we're seeing here is a situation where, in our situation, since it's asexual, these sort of dynamics can play out based on just what's going on in the population, their ecology, for lack of a better way to put it, what's going on with the food types, blase and the flavonoids. But what we're trying to ask next with shape mating might even be more instructive, because now we're going to see, does this shit matter as much if you really just got to mate, right? How much does mating just put a whole different filter on this?
I mean, my expectation is that at the end of the day, we will have shapes associated with color, which is associated with a behavioral food preference.
Right.
That's my expectation.
Right.
But the question is it the food preference makes the shape mating more, easier to do, especially when we have those depressions in the middle.
Oh, so that's going to be when we modify the function, right?
Yeah, we make it harder. We say it's not so easy to get into shape mating. There's real costs involved.
Here's the other thing. I guess what I'm realizing now is it would be really interesting, and it might be round 3 or 4, I don't even know at this point, but it would be cool to look at your free-for-all stuff with sex in it.
Oh, dude,
have you been? You've probably not been able to reduce the temptation, but I don't know.
I haven't analyzed it, but look, I know in the Sexy Sun stuff that every time the females shifted preference, there was a massive shift in the male genomes, and if whenever that happens, there was the males underwent both a bottleneck potentially, but those individuals, those males at the vanguard who had the highest display trait of the new preference, were at a vanguard where the selection otherwise was massively reduced. If they could simply make it to the lek, they will be selected. So, as long as their mutations were not so bad that it kept them from the lek, that was all it needed, right?
Yeah. So that is the free-for-all effect.
Right?
So it's almost just a different way of mapping it. Like we might have to, right? It might be like what you map to show the free-for-all effect might be slightly different, but you're saying it's still going to be there. You're still going to have that leading edge reduction in selection, as long as what you do isn't detrimental enough to erase your advantage, you're going to keep pumping through that advantage.
Well, in sexual selection, it's just like natural selection. You can think of it as like an overlay on the same landscape. It's a perturbation of the landscape, right? You can't You can think of them as isolated things, and you can separate them to a degree.
Sure.
But realistically, there's just one fitness landscape. And it's going to be a combination of environment, gene interaction, epistasis.
Absolutely. It just is
individual interaction.
Yeah.
You know, your food web interactions.
It's a virtual real world.
Things.
So we're arbitrarily picking and choosing what to measure, but it's all in the soup. Like, yeah.
Right. They're reasonable divisions, but in terms of the execution of the algorithm, it doesn't know that they're
right. Yeah, absolutely. Oh man, this has been a lot of fun.
So yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting. And I think that one thing I would like to try is a rugged fitness landscape with sexy sons. So females can only select from these costly traits. And so we see trait shifting, and we see if those periods where trait shifting occurs results in more adaptivity on that rugged landscape.
All right,
right? So like you have a rugged landscape and you get stuck. You get stuck on peaks, and you're stuck there. But if the females shift to a different preference, then that relaxes selection pressure, and that may allow for navigation off of that peak. So
hang on one second, Cliff.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna do 20 reps with shape mating, 1, 2, 3, 4 food types. Now, I don't think I want to on my local machine because I'm not running this on the HPCC. I don't think I want to run these for 100,000 updates, right?
No, just 10,000 is fine. I mean, run 1 or 2 and see if you get something. But my guess is at 10,000 we'll see something.
I see. Yeah.
If you see something at 2,000, run them for 2,000. I don't care.
Okay. Yeah, we just want to have a bunch of data, right?
Yeah, and we're going to look at individual results. So if you can go through for those reps and do the Philo thing and then save a bunch of images, right? Like ideally, do this thing, make the graphs, make the Philo images, and then we just look at those, right? We don't have to.
Sure. Well, there's going to be like 80 of them. So, or should I make less of them?
No, the ones that look like they're interesting.
See if there's the interesting ones, and then if they're interesting.
Yeah, you can look at the last line of the last line of the pop file or the max file, and see if there's something interesting, right? If they're not eating food, if they're not differentiating, well, then we don't care. Just for the reps that are interesting, let's try to figure out what's going on.
Gotcha.
And pick like 5,
interesting ones.
Maybe a couple reps from each condition.
Yeah,
that we're actually going to analyze.
So the thing you can maybe help me with, if you've got a little bit of time to just mentally prepare, I'm sure it's not too much of a challenge, right? I want to start to be able to plot this out, all this stuff on one graph so we can look at it or start looking at what's the meaningful statistics for this, right? I guess it's maybe it's like average shape, average switches and stuff. You know what I mean? So just the next step as far as plotting the data, so we're not looking at
for this,
one at a time.
I think we want to see the correlation between color and shape. Between color preference,
yes,
food preference, and shape. Those are the 3 things that we want to see, right? So however to say, are these correlated? Does a color correlate with a shape, correlate with a color preference? Right,
absolutely.
And ideally, we see that all 3 of these are in line.
Facts. All right, I got it. I'm good.
And then what'll be interesting is temporally which happened first. Did a food preference come first, or did a color preference come first, or did shapes come first?
Right,
because that's going to tell us what's the driver.
Which
here,
one?
Right?
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
We know that we can get shapes without color, and we know we can get colors without shape.
Right. So now it's just what happens when we put them together. And I think my code should mostly be good, right? I've just got to match settings, right? I might even just transfer over the settings files.
Yep. There's another thing you could try also, which is...
actually, you know what? I should probably just copy the directory and then, like, the way we have it set up now, I think, and then transfer in my tournament selection code, recompile, and go.
Yeah.
Right? Because that's a way... So this way I won't break ours, right? This way if something goes wrong, we'll have this. And then the fastest thing to do is just swap out tournament selection.
Yep.
Don't break this.
I only have one thing to say to you, Jay.
What?
Don't fuck it up. There's another thing you could run that would be useful if you have time, some reps of, which is leave the sorry, it was on the tip of my tongue. It would actually be really useful. Set the shape mating to power to 0 or 1 or whatever the no effect is. Turn off shape mating basically. Okay. So they have preference and food color, because in theory it would be beneficial for red individuals to select blue and for blue to select red.
Oh, so go to something where all right, so what would that be? You said, so just give them sex in the same system, but skip the shape mating, right? So turn shape mating off, and then run the same deal. Yep. Okay. Yep.
That was the original experiment.
Yes. Okay. Gotcha.
So that would be the other sort of like control. Yeah. So that would result in sort of 8 experiments when we're all said and done.
Yeah. Okay. All
right, I should run because now it's after 2:30.
Yeah. No worries. Boom. Saved. Ready to go. And so thank you so much, Cliff, and we will see you same time on Wednesday. And then this is an off week for the Maria meetings.
Okay. And thanks again for the reference, because that's to you.
Stupid Heart Energy, dude. This is what I'm saying. Like literally always coming through with super dope and clutch videos, citations. Like honestly, kind of intimidates me a little bit because you don't know who's watching you. I've learned this about viewers, right? You never know who's watching you, right? So but some people are telltale, right? So if Dr. Josh Bowen or somebody comes through your chat, you know that like there's an academic out in the chat, and you're a little bit like, okay, this person could be serious, but that doesn't say anything about the audience in general, right? There's some brilliant people in the audience. You never know who's watching you. Some of these people could call us on our shit, Cliff, right? They could jump into our papers and be like, y'all better be coming correct or I'm going to call you on it. So you never know who's watching you. But no, Stupid Orange, we really appreciate it. She's a New Yorker. Appreciate you holding down the East Coast. Thanks again, Cliff. We'll see you on Wednesday.
All right, awesome.
All right, later on.
Just so you know, I'm still rocking the.
Oh yeah, he's got it tucked under. Yeah, ride or die. Hey man, it's scarf season, baby. Let's go. I gotta find mine. All right, man. I'll see you later. All right, we're gonna go back to the ranch here, get myself situated in the office. It's kind of interesting. I kind of actually want to just keep it going. It's kind of Monday. So, by virtue of the Mondayness of Mondays, I don't like doing stuff on Mondays. Fucking Monday. But I was gonna do some mixing or grocery shopping. I wasn't quite sure which one. I might say fuck it, go with the plan where I grocery shop tomorrow. And just work on this real quick until I have my meeting with Rob at 5. And then after my meeting with Rob, I'm just going to be in link up with the gang mode and gather here. All right, Myron Bot, bring your ass over here. Myron Bot, what the hell are you doing? Always resetting. What are you doing, my guy? All right. Also, Myron Bot, we gotta fix your gear. We gotta fix your look. Your look is not quite right. Okay, no accessories. You're a bot. You don't get to play a drum. You don't get to play a drum. Now, go back to your normal bot self. Bam. All right. Now bring your ass up in here. All right, guys, we're taking a little bit of an extended break because I just had, like, rather than a normal Pomodoro period, I just had like a hour and and let's call it an hour and 40-minute meeting, hour and a half, whatever. All right, now, Myronbot, sit your little ass up over here. That's what you're gonna do. And then check your little audio settings. And then what are you gonna do, Myronbot? You are going to share the screen. You do the screen share. I'm not doing the screen share. You're going to do the screen share so that if I go away, the screen share stays. All right. Which screen? Show me the right screen, Myronbot. I don't know. They look too similar. They look too similar. Can't tell which one is one. Which one it is. All right. There we go. Boom! All right, now here's the question for the rest of you. Where are y'all at? Y'all know it's Monday. Monday's my light day. That's because I work weekends. I do shows on Saturday and Sunday, and I gotta take a light day on Monday. Where are the rest of you at? Huh? Look at all these empty cubicles. You know, guys, listen. I love the fact that y'all are free thinkers and critical listeners and really, on point with your Bible nerdery and your liberalism and all of these things. But we cannot take over the internet, and we cannot fight the power. We cannot eat the rich, all right, without a little work ethic, gang. So some of y'all, they got the Monday blues hard. Some of y'all need to wake up. I don't know what your excuse is. You need to be left alone and concentrate. Bring your ass in here into a little focus area. Otherwise, get your ass in your cubicle, name it and claim it. You know, I got mine. Look at that. Jay's desk right there. Jay's desk. See? Boom. And a lot of y'all already got desks. Look at this. Carrie Ann's desk. But no Carrie Ann. Look at this one. Melody Joy's desk. But no Melody Joy. Big Thing Flying Wayne's desk. But no Wayne. Lena's desk. But no Lena. AR's desk. But no AR. Super Energy, you need to get in here and get a desk. Whose desk is this? All right, nobody's claimed this one, but this somebody's desk. Somebody been in here. See, they trying not to get called out. Nope. You're gonna have to claim your damn desk. I'm gonna figure out whose desk that is. Fuck around me. Cameron Bennett should be in here claiming a desk and then at the focus area when you gotta train a client. All right. So what? All right. Let's find something fun. Oh, I know what I wanted to show y'all. Michelle Obama. Rut-row. I need a Scooby-Doo rut-row in my soundboard. All right, now, y'all know me, I love a little waterfall, but y'all know as I get old, the older I get, I gotta be careful with the waterfall sounds because it'll make me feel like I gotta pee. But we are in the Enterprise. Oh, that's fucking sexy. Oh, that is a fucking sexy soundscape right there. Woo! I'm with that. I am with that. Little fireplace ambiance. Roaring fireplace. That fireplace is not fucking around. Little Tay piss. Why? Because I'm old school, keeping it hood. I keeps it hood. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, folks. I am the captain of this ship, and you can now see the ambiance of the fireplace. You can now hear the engine of the USS Myron floating. Actually, what do the spaceships get called? Y'all got it. What's the one for spaceships? Like say you're the Star Trek, the Star Trek ship. What's the name for those type of ships? Because our shit is being hurled through space as we take over the intergalactic interwebs. Yeah, you need a desk. Oh, you want me to give you one? All right. Well. Which one? Oh, this is James Apperson's desk. Somebody have this desk? All right. You can have this one. Let's see. We got to go into... Actually, it should let you claim them sometimes. I don't know why, but sometimes the claiming thingy don't be working. All right, let's go to the build tool, edit and map maker. It's this one. All right, let's see. There's a room. Nope. All right, how do I do this again? Oh, I know what to do. Tile effects, private area, 24. All right, so enable claiming and personalization, done. So if that gives you that option, you can go ahead and manually do it. And then in the meantime, we change the name to... Boom. All right. Done. Nice. Save it. Let's check it out. Stupid Whore Energy's desk. Done and done. Ooh, gang. I'm feeling extra nerdy right now. All right, let's get this Michelle Obama. I promise y'all Michelle Obama. Me, Michelle Obama. I will be right back.
Today, Joe Biden met with China's President Xi Jinping for the first time since taking office, and it was a chance for Biden to confront Xi on what he's done to us, the fentanyl flooding into our towns, the virus unleashed onto our shores. But those things don't really seem important to the president. Joe was there for one thing and one thing only, to talk about the climate.
The world expects, I believe, China and the United States to play key roles in addressing global challenges from climate changes to food insecurity.
Food insecurity? What happened to COVID and fentanyl? Biden campaigned on being tough on China, right?
I spent more time with Xi Jinping than any world leader had by the time we left office. This is a guy who doesn't have a democratic with a small d bone in his body. This is a guy who is a thug. We got to make it clear. They must play by the rules.
Thank you, Mr.
Period.
Pumping millions of dollars in fentanyl pills into the country isn't playing by the rules. Unleashing a virus and then covering it up isn't playing by the rules. Biden forgot his promise. He always does. But the press isn't even allowed to ask him about it. Dozens of reporters traveled with him halfway around the world, and only 4 were allowed to ask questions.
I'm told there are going to be 4 questioners, but I'm not going to do 10 questions from each questioner. All right, let's just make that clear at the outset here.
Biden was given a prepared list of approved questioners. Somehow, our very own stupid son of a bitch, Peter Doocy, didn't make the cut. But when it came time for Joe to read from the note card, he had a little trouble. I can't have trouble reading this. Reuters, Netanya Bose. The whole world was watching, and he can't read from a piece of paper. This is why we're nervous. This guy's supposed to be president for the next 2 years. And some Democrats want to see another 4. I mean, I don't see how that's possible, but I mean, even Joe's old friend Michelle Obama isn't ready to endorse Biden just yet.
Do you hope that President Biden will run again in 2024?
You know, I will have to see.
Monica Crowley's a former assistant Treasury Secretary and host of the Monica Crowley Politics. Have you ever seen Michelle that tongue-tied?
I've never seen her speechless like that before, Jesse. Look, I think after the midterm election results, there are a lot of Democrats who have come out publicly, like Mrs. Pelosi, and said, oh, sure, Joe's going to run again in 2024. We're all behind him. They're placating him, okay? The only person who thinks Joe Biden is going to run for re-election is Joe Biden, okay? Because he's not all there, right? He can't even read. Mrs. Obama, and you and I have talked about this before, you know, there might be some other Democratic challengers, Kamala Harris, Gavin Newsom, Mrs. Clinton, but the one, really the dog that hasn't barked is Mrs. Obama. She's got this new book out. She is like everywhere. There's a great new documentary out called Michelle Obama 2024 that lays all of this out. She is actually following the path of her husband, Bill Clinton, and
You're
Mrs. Clinton.
not serious.
I don't know. All I'm saying is nobody is really focused on her as a potential Democratic candidate. But I think, you know, she's sort of laying the groundwork with this book tour. She's targeting women and minorities.
Up trouble. I don't know about this.
She's got a voting rights group that she was running with Stacey Abrams. I'm telling you, she could be.
Could she confront Xi Jinping on fentanyl and COVID? Could she do that? Because Joe is just out to lunch.
Well, look, Joe Biden is really compromised by the CCP. He and his family, including Hunter and his brother and Joe Biden, have gotten tens of millions of dollars from the CCP and related enterprises. So the idea that the American commander-in-chief is going to be tough on China when the Chinese essentially own him, literally own him, forget it. So
even though you have over a million Americans dead from COVID, hundreds of thousands dead from fentanyl, and you remember how seriously he took COVID. Every death, I mean, he mourned every death. He carried the piece of paper. Remember the little piece of paper he used to come out and read how many deaths there were at the time? You're saying that thing came from China and he doesn't care anymore because he's gotten money from Beijing?
He doesn't raise it with them, and the question.
All right, gang, what's super interesting about this to me is really a couple things. So let's just talk firstly about her not declaring her run here. So this is kind of interesting. I shouldn't even say her not declaring her run. Listen to me. Sounding like a fucking Fox Newser over here. Hang on a sec, y'all. Let me get this set up. Boop. I want to see the fireplace. There we go. Bang. All right, now, so fireside chat with J-Time. All right. Now, what's interesting about this is a few things. Number one, we just love me some Michelle Obama. You know, Michelle Obama looking especially radiant these days. But there's a couple things that's interesting. I just haven't really had much opportunity to talk about Michelle Obama, but I do fucks with Michelle Obama. And there's very interesting things going on here. And it makes me think of Pinochle, because I always got Pinochle on the brain. Y'all know how it goes. But there's this rule in Pinochle called must-head trick. You know, you gotta give all the tricks head, y'all. What must-head trick means, if you have a card in your hand that can beat whatever the winning card is at that moment, you have to play it. Now, that doesn't mean you always have to play the ultimate card. So let's say, the order is ace, 10, king, queen, jack. If somebody plays the jack and you have a higher card than a jack in that suit, you have to play it. You got to play a queen, a king, a 10, or an ace. You got to play something higher. Now, where's all this going? Sometimes in Pinochle, you strategically are holding on to your ace because you want to use it to take control of the board later, or you want to use it to cut a trick, or you want to use it just later in the game where it might be worth more points. And what you want to do strategically is, if you know that your opponent sitting next to you has aces, you might strategically play a card to force their ace. So if the person to my right, my opponent's teammate, plays a queen, and let's say in my hand I've got a king, a 10, an ace in that suit, I can play my ace, and that'll guarantee that I'm going to win this particular trick. But if I do that, the person next to me, then they won't be able to head the trick anymore, right? They won't be able to beat my ace. So now all of a sudden they can play off. They can play a non-point card like a queen or a jack. Instead, I might say I'm going to sacrifice a point to the other team for a very strategic reason. It's to force the other team to play their ace. So instead of playing the ace in that suit, I might play the king or the 10. Why? That's now very likely to force my opponent to have to play their ace. Where's all this going? Trump's a fucking moron. Boom. You already knew that. Trump made a huge mistake that, if you think about it, is a sign of political weakness. You do not announce this early. It reminds me of when I was in college and I was like, y'all, Penn State is America's largest university system. So think about it, guys. Right? This is when you're 19 years old and you're smoking weed, talking to your friends, planning to take over campus. Y'all know me. I didn't just fucking wake up one day and decide to take over the fucking internet. I have a long personal history of shutting shit down and taking shit over. And even back when I was in college, I had to take over the whole fucking campus. And Penn State's a pretty big fucking campus to have to take over. So I did the same thing we do right now. I got all my mastermind super team together. We planned that shit and executed that shit to a T. Matter of fact, truth be told, history will speak for itself. We did this shit so good, it blew up in our faces in like a viral explosion of love bomb, and your boy Pocket went viral before viral was even a fucking thing. All right, now, I got the Fox News story and was named College Humor Man of the Century to prove it. Go fuck yourself. I don't tell stories. I don't tell bullshit stories. Anyway, now, what's the point here, folks? When I was a young buck, a little bit naive, I thought, hey guys, if I get elected president of Penn State student body, that puts me right on the path to being elected president of the United States one day, because I'm already on path. What bigger thing could you do at this stage of your career than be elected president of the largest university system? So we might as well just keep that thing rolling for like 20 more years, right? So where is this going? I was literally like, yo, let's do this shit, let's make history, and then let's announce to the whole world that I'm running for president of the United States. And everybody will be like, well, Jay, you're not even old enough to run for president, right? Like, what is the minimum age to run for president? I used to know this shit. I don't anymore. All right. Minimum age to run for U.S. president. Boom. You got to be like 35 years of age. Resident for 14 years, 35 years of age or older, right? So now, what's the math? If you're literally fucking 19, you're not going to be old enough to run for president for like another 16 years, right? Damn near 20 years away, right? So what I literally had done was like, I don't know, I probably picked like, whatever, 2020 or some shit. You pick something that's way out, right? Or 20, whatever it was. I don't remember what it was back then. It was like whatever the fucking election would have been. Yeah, the first election I was 35 was literally probably 2024, right? Because 2020, I would have been 34 or whatever, right? So whatever. So it would have been literally 2024, right? So this is the math we did as 19-year-olds, right? So then that was the plan, y'all. I was gonna run for basically 20 years, right? Look, we went viral under President Penn State. Let's strike while the iron's hot. Everybody knows I'm now the voice of my generation, basically. Why wait? Look, let's announce right now and get the support we need. Get Cory Booker on board, and boom, we're off to the races. Now, what's the problem with this story? I was a fucking teenager. Where am I going with this? Donald Trump's a grown-ass man and a fucking loser. So what does his grown-ass man who's a fucking loser self do? He announces that he's running for president. Literally, what is this, 2 years early? Like the fucking day or two after the midterm elections? Like some sort of fucking jobber? Like some kind of fucking joke? What a piece of shit. What a loser. You don't do that. And so now, here's back to the pinochle tie. These fuckfaces over at Fox News and Trump himself want to provoke what? They want the Democrats now to play their cards. They want to force the Democrats now to play their aces early. Oh, Michelle Obama, tell us who you're going to vote for, you're going to endorse for president. It's way too early to tell. It's 2 years before the election, so we'll have to wait and see. Why on earth would I decide right now who I'm going to endorse for president 2 years from now? Let's see what happens over the next 2 years. Duh. And they think that's a fucking controversy to write I mean, again, all you're doing is giving Michelle Obama some more press time, so it's all good, Fox News. If you want to just put that pretty-ass Michelle Obama up there sounding crafty, intelligent, and just like well-reasoned and like a normal-ass person, Michelle Obama, go ahead and do it. You ain't really help. You ain't hurt nobody with it. Again, all I said was like, "Ooh, Michelle Obama's pretty ass was on my YouTube. Let's talk about it." Why? Just so I can talk about Michelle Obama. So what's up? Anyway, so she ain't really do nothing, y'all. All she did was like, "No, I'm not gonna fall for this trick." If this is the pinochle example, if I play a king, you know, and she's like, "Oh, look, I'm not gonna play my ace. I'm gonna just play a 10. My 10 tops your king. Keep it moving." That's all she did. She was like, "Yeah, you're not going to force me to play my ace early. I'm not going to tell you who I'm endorsing, and I'm not going to tell you if I'm running." Why would she do any of those things 2 years early? Why? Now let's talk about the positives. Now the positives is straight up this. I mean, it was Michelle Obama, so it really wasn't anything negative about it. But the big takeaways of this, Michelle is expressing reservation and endorsing Biden, which is something we should all be doing. Because the truth is, we don't know what political shape he's going to be in 2024. We don't know what type of physical and what his health is going to look like. And on top of all that, I actually think the Democratic Party is stepping in the right direction towards becoming more young, hip, diverse, and progressive. And I think they recognize that with moves like Nancy Pelosi stepping down, making way for newer, better leadership. I think the Democratic presidential field is going to look very, it's going to look very interesting in 2024. And so, it was smart for her to reserve that. And I really actually, I don't want to say I'm optimistic or believing in what the fuck the Democrats are selling all of a sudden, but I will say this: their sales pitch is improving marginally in ways that I will admit are pleasantly surprising. And so I think the Democratic leadership could very well be recognizing that what this party has been up until now is not going to get it done. And if the Democrats are smart, even with these marginal sort of situation where things worked out, not as bad as they anticipated in these midterms, they still got to be alarmed. They still got to recognize, we got to step up because, see, we already lost control of the House. So, for me, it's like, you know, it's all good in that regard. And here's the thing that I want to throw in as the motherfucking kicker. The motherfucking cherry on top of what those fools were not even thinking about. Here's the truth, y'all. The last I heard, Michelle Obama, what's up, James, was actually polling higher than Biden. There's some people who really think Michelle Obama might really be the best candidate the Democrats have for president in 2024. Now, if she is geared up, potentially thinking about ready to run, and she's probably doing her thing, just laying low, chilling right now before the shit gets crazy, which would be smart. She may not want to run. Now, what's interesting is, like, Hillary did want to get up in there and sort of run and become president. I guess they could have been the first couple to both be president, and she could have been the first female president. You know, that seems a little bit different because people that really know the backstory of the Clintons know Hillary was always the more ambitious one. Hillary was always sort of the mastermind, the brains behind the Clintons. You know, Bill was like the front man, so to speak, the lead singer, if you will. But it was Hillary on drums. Everybody knew that. And so, you know, that made sense. I don't know with Michelle because she's always been portrayed as the one who's just kind of normal, like, you know, just kind of want to chill at home and do the family thing. But Michelle Obama is a badass professional and all of that in her own right. She did unprecedented things, quite frankly, as the first lady. And she is, as far as I know, one of, but perhaps importantly, maybe the most electable Democrat in the country. Michelle Obama might just be, if we can convince her to run, fuck if Michelle Obama is planning to run. The question is, can we convince this bitch to run? Can we be like, Michelle, America fucking needs you. Suck it up. I don't give a shit if you want to chill at home and raise your children and spend time with this handsome Barack Obama in his retirement. I don't give a fuck. Democracy is in peril. You see the motherfucking fucking fireplace on your screen? The motherfucking Republicans are trying to toss the whole Constitution straight up into that bitch. You ever heard of a theocracy? Does it sound like somewhere you want to live? No? Then your black ass needs to run for president. But yeah, don't threaten me with a good time, y'all. Fox News stupid as shit. Dog, we all love us some Michelle Obama. And did you pay attention to the midterm elections, nigga? Even them red places getting purple like a motherfucker. Moderate, reasonable Republicans is abandoning the Republican Party in record numbers. Do not give them motherfuckers the opportunity to consider Michelle Obama versus some Trumpleton fucktard. Because the first woman president ever might be the next blackest president ever. She even cooler, calmer, collector, hipper than her fucking husband, Michelle Obama. I'm telling y'all right now, Michelle Obama, I might commit vote fraud, y'all. Michelle Obama becomes Democratic nominee for president in 2024. I might commit voter fraud and be in prison because I will try to vote for her 5 times in 5 different counties. What? Nigga, the day she announced I'm getting 3, 4, 5 fake IDs. It's going to be very tempting, and niggas going to have to convince me. Niggas going to have to bring that shit up. Jay, we know you excited about Michelle Obama running for president, but look, Jay, we need you to vote once, where you live, with your legal name, with your government name, Jay, the one your mama gave you in the county where you reside. But y'all, please, I want to vote for Michelle Obama 5 times, please. Please, can I use, I got fake passports and everything. Please, I want to vote for Michelle Obama more than one. Fox News, shut the fuck up, please. Like we're really sitting over here scared that the Democrats might make Michelle Obama their candidate. Are y'all stupid? Yes, you're stupid. I already knew the answer. But seriously, oh, that Michelle Obama for president is a smash. Where's my fucking Stephen Jay Gould? Oh my goodness. Lecture. Award. None of these is the right one. Found it, bitches.
Well, not without a struggle. There have been plenty of deterministic theories of history from Spengler.
All right, guys. Now, look, what are we going to talk about? We're going to talk now about a little bit of what Cliff and I were talking about. This is just a Stephen Jay Gould lecture. It's really inspiring to me. It's part of my dissertation and a lot of my work, but it's a good time to kind of get into it, show y'all this. This is, I think this is really great. I don't know, what's just gonna get this canceled or whatever for showing this. So blah, 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 they introduce Dr. Stephen Jay Gould, they give him a fancy book. This is a festschrift. It's basically when you throw like a conference and like a whole shindig for somebody. This was done in the year 2000 before Stephen Jay Gould. It's to celebrate the fact that he had committed 300 articles to like Natural History magazine or some shit like that. He was presented the Distinguished Science Lecture Series. It was part of this Distinguished Science Lecture Series. He was introduced by Michael Shermer, who was part of the Skeptic Society. That's who was introducing him.
But
here we go.
Hey, you're in Southern California. You don't care about San Francisco, do you? Am I on? You're on. Okay.
All right, let's see. I think everything's in one thing now, so let's turn this down. Let's get him into his presentation. He gets his books ready.
It was very important to him in 1850. Darwin's life. Oh, this really is amazing. I must say, you know that one of the most interesting aspects of Darwin's life and the most revealing is that he developed theory of natural
Michelle
selection.
Obama, Wakanda Forever.
Complete form. He didn't have his explanation of divergence. It was very important to him in 1838, and he didn't publish till 1859. And that's one of the long-standing puzzles in Darwinian scholarship. Why does he delay 21 years? The old heroic explanation that he was just collecting his facts, he didn't want to jump the gun. That simply can't be right because he was doing other things, and the primary proof of that it must have been fear and not just mere collection. I don't think fear.
Sorry, if you guys missed this, what he's saying is, you got to remember, Darwin delayed his publication, right? And all right, let's hear him say it again. But this is a really important thing. He's basically laying out this argument that Darwin, there was some reason Darwin was afraid
Southern
to publish
California,
his stuff.
I don't care about San Francisco. Am I on? You're on. Okay. I need my... Just give me a minute. I'm going to need this stuff before Darwin's life. No, this really is amazing. I must say, you know that one of the most interesting aspects of Darwin's life and the most revealing is that he developed theory of natural selection in pretty much its complete form, though he didn't have his explanation of divergence, which was very important to him in 1838, and he didn't publish till 1859, and that's one of the long-standing puzzles
21 years.
in Darwinian scholarship. Why does he delay 21 years? The old heroic explanation that he was just collecting his facts, he didn't want to jump the gun. That simply can't be right because he was doing other things, and the primary proof of that it must have been fear and not just mere collection. I don't think fear of exposing evolution, which was not that heretical a view, but of exposing the radical content of his own take on evolution. The best evidence that indeed his motivation could not simply have been a slow and steady work of collecting his information is that his major activity during those 20 years was to write what remains to this day the classic work on the taxonomy of barnacles, which is in 4 volumes, 2 on the living barnacles, 2 on the fossil barnacles, and it is a great honor. These are not easy to get, to own one of these, so I really thank you all from the bottom of my heart. I am not a sentimental person, as those who know me know perfectly well, but indeed, junior high school friendships are thicker than blood. I like most of my relatives, but as they say, you don't choose them, and you do choose your friends, and Richard was known as Dino, I was known as Fossil Face, and we were The two nerds of junior high school 74. I'll tell you one story about that. I'm just warming up. It was the Nathaniel Hawthorne Junior High School. It's still there. I actually drove by it the other day. One of the worst faux pas I ever heard made was when our principal stood up and announced that we were going to start school elections, because you have to have mock democracy in high school elections that are absolutely for nothing. And he said that since the name of the school was the Nathaniel Hawthorne Junior High School, the name of the two political parties would be the Nats and the Whores. At which point, even in junior high school, we broke out into unutterable laughter, and he quickly recovered and announced that maybe that wasn't right, that it would be the two colors of the school, and this was even worse, because this is the mid-1950s, that the two parties would be the whites and the reds. Oh, well. Let me begin this with, that's true, I'm not making that up, by the way. Let me begin this with a couple slides which make a point I want to emphasize. These are two artworks in the city of Florence. Some of you will have seen me use them before. I guess, do I turn it on? Let me press this and see what happens. You never know. Nothing happens. That's not what you're supposed to do. Let me try it again. Okay, good.
First take only, motherfuckers.
This is a painting that hangs in the great cathedral, Santa Maria dei Fiori. And the only important thing is its painter, Michelino, is not well known.
I was just so happy I found this. I literally found this in the middle of writing about this type of work for my dissertation. And those of you that are, watching this along with me and read or are with me when we dive into the first chapter of my dissertation will then immediately recall this, because you'll see how heavily it influences it.
But the important thing is it's a 15th century painting. It's pre-Copernican. That's the only point.
Why does that matter? Because I'm a science and multimedia guy, and then one of the primary sources for my dissertation was actually not a manuscript, but actually a video that I needed to transcribe off of the internet. But this thing really slammed home some points for me.
And it's called Dante e il suo poema, Dante and his poem, The Divine Comedy. And what I love about this painting is that it depicts the entire universe of the pre-Copernican world. Here we have Dante standing at the center. To his left is the great dome of Brunelleschi's cathedral. It wasn't built until 150 years after Dante's death or so, but we'll let that pass. Dante was exiled from Florence and died in Ravenna, but everything else is here. Florence stands at the center of the world, but everything else is here. To Dante's right, going down, are the ones who didn't lead so exemplary a life. And above him to the right, slowly mounting the spire of purgatory, are those who are eventually going to be all right. And so here we have everything. Now, what I love most about this, and unfortunately this slide, the only one I could get, doesn't show the complete story, but there are 7 in the original painting, 7 semicircles above.
It's low res and the video quality is dog shit.
And they are the 7 planets of the Ptolemaic system. Let's see, what are they? They're Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. That's only 5. What else you can't see? Uranus, Neptune, etc. But of course the answer is the sun and the moon. You have to get yourself back into that system. And then again, if it were complete, you would see that up in the corners are the fixed stars. So there's the entire 15th century universe. Now you take a 10-minute walk in the city of Florence to the Church of Santa Croce, and you find the tomb of Galileo. And everything has changed. Galileo looks out into the heavens, holding in his right hand the telescope with which he had first seen so many wondrous things. His left hand now rests on this insignificant little sphere of the earth, which was the entire world of the previous Dantean cosmology. And I think that really does capture the paradox of the glory and the fear of scientific knowledge. There's a quote from Freud that I often use, because I think it is so insightful, though he's not, I agree with Frank here, one of my intellectual heroes by any means. But Freud said that one of the most ironic points about the history of the progress of human knowledge, and particularly of scientific revolutions, is that each of the few truly great scientific revolutions had 2 key properties. First, they reformed our view of the nature of physical reality. Well, of course they do that. You wouldn't call it a revolution if it didn't. And secondly, and this is the paradox, not only did they reform our view of the nature of physical reality, but each of these truly great revolutions, of which there are very few, knock human arrogance off one pedestal after another of our previous beliefs in our own self-importance. Because the way we had constructed physical reality in the beginning was to maximize our sense of our own importance in the universe. So here you have this great paradox that every grand increase of knowledge, which is itself so liberating through science, also has this side effect of enormous fear and demotion for many people. And in Freud's statement, the two greatest revolutions were first the one we associate with Copernicus and Galileo and Newton, and secondly, of course, was Charles Darwin's, the one that's our primary focus today. Now, we know the effects of that first revolution. Here's the most famous story that comes out of the history of science, though I think badly mistold in most cases. This is the famous frontispiece of Galileo's Dialogo, for which he was brought before the Inquisition, and in 1633 made to forswear his belief in the heretical nature of heliocentrism. Now, I don't have time to go into revisionist history, and I don't want to revise things too much. Galileo remains an intellectual hero, and Maffeo Barberini, Pope Urban VIII, made a really bad move by the proper judgment of later history. But it's really not so simple, and I think to get through this silly paradigm of science versus religion, and there is no versus, we need to understand that even this story was more complex. Of course, Galileo is a martyr. Yes, he did live the rest of his life under the equivalent of house arrest, and it shouldn't have happened. But the point is, he was a horrible hothead. He never should have been in trouble. It was 90% his fault, given the realities of the time. He was allowed to teach this stuff as long as he taught it as a hypothesis and not as a physical reality. All right, it's a little compromise for the time. All he had to do was to write an honest dialogue. The Copernicans still would have come out way ahead because the arguments are so much better. That's all he had to do. He had an imprimatur to print this book. Instead, he writes this dialogue in which the arguments for the Ptolemaion are put in the mouth of a character named Simplicios, whose arguments are as good as his name. And Maffeo Barberini, reading this, got the sneaking suspicion, he may well have been right, that Simplicio was meant to be him, having been Galileo's one-time good buddy. And in any event, let's leave it at that. But I don't mean in any sense to degrade the kind of tension that this and all of these great Freudian scientific revolutions produce. However, this wasn't the big one. You know, the Pope may not have officially exonerated Galileo until recently, but I guarantee you, I think most of us have the false impression that the reason why we accept this one is that, oh, well, it happened so long ago, there was probably as much controversy over Darwin. That's not true. I guarantee you that within 50 years, this was not an issue in Catholic scientific circles. They all knew that the Copernican model was true. They may have been slightly and diplomatically supporting this intermediary tychonic view in which the planets go around the sun, but the sun still goes around the earth. But it was not an issue very quickly. Whereas, and I guess for two reasons. First of all, well, the earth does go around the sun, and it would be difficult to base a theology on the alternate premise, which is so factually false. And secondly, I think the Church has always recognized that doctrinal issues are not dependent on the factual state of the world anyway, which is why there never has been a literalist tradition in Catholic thought. But again, we leave that. It was a dead issue in 50 years. Now, on the other hand, the Darwinian revolution, that's the really big one, isn't it? It may not be so much a theme in other Western nations, but here we are 150 years virtually after the origin of species, and we still live in a nation in which half the people or so claim they don't believe it, though many of them are not.
I just want to touch on how that was an essential tension to my life, right? The fact that I was in a family and in a church, so a Pentecostal family on one side, but, you know, in our house, you know, with my mom, my stepdad, mostly growing up, we went to a non-denominational church. So, you know, not as dogmatic and conservative as Pentecostals or extreme with all of the stuff, but still evangelical and, you know, that whole deal. But then in school, I was educated by Jesuits, essentially, you know, Jesuit schools. And so the, you know, like you said, there's never been a literalist tradition in the Catholic Church. So it's kind of interesting because there was always that tension to where I was really studying the Bible from this perspective that, quite frankly, I still share now as an atheist, right? Very much my perspective on the Bible as an atheist is the same as it was and informed by the education I got in Catholic schools, which is that, you know, there's allegory and blase and flavonoids. But that was always in, you know, contrast to how it was treated in my family and then the wider evangelical community.
Not activists against it in any sense. Now, why should that be so? Why this big difference? Why is Darwin so much harder? I don't mean this totally facetiously.
Science and reality versus religious foolishness, exactly.
The Darwinian revolution is much bigger. This one's about real estate.
Sorry, I cut this off. This was the major point here. I quoted this in my dissertation. Let me pull it back.
Difference. Why is Darwin so much harder? I don't mean this totally facetiously or only for laugh, but I think it's right. The Darwinian revolution is much bigger. This one's about real estate. I mean, it really is. I don't mean it doesn't discombobulate, but in terms of what it does to your insides, that second character, the pedestal-smashing character, this one's about real estate. The Darwinian revolution is about essence. It's about who we are. It's about what we're made of. It's about, insofar as science can answer these questions at all, what are we related to? Why are we here? Science only deals with part of that kind of inquiry. When did we get here? What is our status with respect to the earth? The Darwinian one is the big one, and it remains troublesome. As I want to talk about mostly tonight, why it's troublesome and what I think scientists and people who write about science, the general public, can do about that. Let me illustrate that by showing a bunch of slides. Some of these you've seen before. This is the classic portrait of Darwin, the sage of Down. Darwin's dates are easy to remember. He was born on Lincoln's birthday, or vice versa. I don't mean just the same date, the same day, February 12, 1809. Died in 1882. Long, reasonably healthy life, despite his illnesses. Now, there is this mythology that great ideas only come to younger people. I must say, as I enter closer to this status than an earlier one, I come to resent that mythology even more. Nonetheless, I think it is right. You're not going to get the sense, given that urban legend, you're not going to get the sense of Darwin's revolutionary character if this is the picture you have in mind, and it is the picture that most of us have in mind. Here's a better one. I think Frank showed this one earlier. Genial, but at least of the right age for more revolutionary thinking. Here's my favorite, though. This was done by a colleague of mine, Phil Darlington, who wrote how Charles Darwin might have looked as a modern graduate student just back from 5 years of field work. This picture is intended to fix in readers' mind that Darwin was most innovative at this age. This is an important point. Darwin comes back from the Beagle in 1836. He's 26 or 27 years old. By September of 1838, he has effectively all of the theory of natural selection. There's much to be filled in, particularly the explanation of divergence. He's still not 30 years old. This is the revolutionary Darwin. This is the man who made the greatest of the Freudian revolutions. This is the man whose work we're still struggling to comprehend in all its implications. Darwin's life is fascinating, as you all know. He had this great coming-of-age adventure, traveling around the world, but for all the good it did him, and I think Frank brilliantly outlined that today, he was tottering. He'd seen many things that raised questions in his mind, but he was not yet a committed evolutionist when he docked in London in 1836. The real intellectual revolutionary work of Darwin, the real adventure of Darwin, all happens here. Well, in London, where he lived for a while, and in Downhouse, where he lived. You know, Darwin never crossed the English Channel after coming back from the Beagle voyage. He never.
Yes, that's, yeah. So, and that's the essential tension that even Cliff and I were talking about, right? It's that balance between selection and evolutionary mechanisms that are non-selective, like drift. And you guys saw in the early history of that, phylogeny that we were looking at, it was dominated by drift. There were lots of lineages that existed for 40 or went for 40 or more, generations, mostly dictated by random choices. And then out of that, rat's nest or whatever, bird's nest maybe, comes, the winning lineages. And then there, there's so much historical contingency, is the word Gould would use, based on the fact that you get those bottlenecks. The fact that, the lineages that make it, and then even though you see they diversify a lot later, yeah, but it's through those bottlenecks. And I bet you if you go back and you rerun it, like Cliff said, if you use a different seed or something else, or even if you reran that same seed, but let's say we cut it off and shuffled it again and used the secondary seed or something like that, literally, you'd always, well, I'm just going to be honest, and maybe you'd always get the same thing with the same seed. But hypothetically, if we had a non-seed based system like that, and you reran that thing where you got to that cloud based on mutation, there's no reason it couldn't have been a different lineage. And then that could have been a whole different story.
Went anywhere again. He took
And that's the
various
effect
trips
of history,
to various waters to
which is what
try
my
to achieve
dissertation was
various
about.
cures for his illnesses, but he did it in his home with voluminous correspondence, carrying out all sorts of experiments on all. I don't mean he did it. No, he did it as an active member of the scientific community, but he did it here. The great adventure of Darwin's life was here at Down. I don't think it was around the world on the Beagle. They're part of the same. The most egregious misquotation ever done of any of my works was an article I did on Down House for an antiques magazine. And this is the armchair in which...
Guys, so don't lose the point here. I often think this about this room that we're in and how important this room that we're in right now might be. Maybe somewhat this chair. I started in the studio on a different chair, actually. This chair is a major upgrade. We'll see how long it goes. But nevertheless, you guys get the vibes. What he's really arguing here is, yes, Darwin did this revolutionary shit all around the world on the Beagle or whatever that he's known for. But remember that was the young part of his career. And then once he comes back and he docks and he goes back home to this Downing house where he lived, okay, it's like he never left the continent again. Yeah, he did travel around a lot and do scientific presentations and whatever. I don't even know if he traveled a lot, but he definitely did some, right? We know that because he did presentations of the origin of species and his different works and all that. So we have some stuff, documented or whatever. But his point is that he spent the majority of his work was done sitting at home in a chair, writing and doing the damn thing.
Darwin changed the world. This is where he wrote. He sat in this chair, just as you got to lie on Freud's couch. I actually got to sit in that chair once. It was a great thrill. And that was the writing board he used, and he wrote his books against that board. I wrote this piece. I wanted to call it Revolutionary Armchair, because that's what it was. Because they didn't understand that. I never got to see the proofs, and it came out as Armchair Revolutionary. Which is exactly the opposite.
Yeah.
The last thing
That's an insult. That's an insult. Armchair Revolutionary is the idea that there were some people who did not do field work in the history of science, and then there'd be these sort of rich guys who would basically, sit at home and, try to, dictate and really influence the field, and they were considered, armchair guys, right? Because they weren't actually in the field, they weren't actually doing the work, and the current term for these guys is keyboard warriors.
Revolutionary? No, that's the revolutionary armchair. No, there is no other revolution like Darwin.
That's the difference between us and them. They're keyboard revolutionaries. Some of us have revolutionary keyboards.
It's about essence. It's not about real estate. Many of you have seen this. I just can't come to California and not show this famous slide. I'm sure 90% of the people in the room know the story, but I'll tell it again for the 10% who don't. This is the campus of Stanford University after the 1906 earthquake. It's not a made-up scene. It's the statue of Louis Agassiz, which tumbled during that quake and ended upside down in the pavement there. The reason why this is so wonderfully symbolic is that Louis Agassiz, who opened the Museum of Comparative Zoology at Harvard, where my office resides, opened it in 1859, the same year that Darwin wrote The Origin of Species. Agassiz was the last legitimate scientific creationist. He died in 1874. Still committed.
Also so happy to see you all, Wayne, James, Cameron, Stupid Heart Energy.
Philosophically legitimate way to these beliefs.
Really excited to have you guys with us
Now here's
today.
the funny story, which deserves. Do you realize that almost all
There's a wild
classical
YouTube punk, Melody Joy's in the house.
The thing I love about the Huxley story, which one of Richard's wonderful songs is based on, is that apparently that one's true.
My man
Huxley
AR
really did
always,
say how extremely
always.
stupid not doing
My right hand man.
When he read the proofs of Darwin's Origin of Species, at least he records that. This story we know is not true because the man about whom it's told actually refuted it in his own autobiography. It had grown to such proportions. But here's the story for what it's worth. The point is this indicating symbolically the revolutionary character of Darwin's work as ancient thought is upended and askew in the pavement of Stanford University. The story is as follows. The president of Stanford University at the time was David Starr Jordan, one of America's great educators, who in his earlier life had been the first great Darwinian ichthyologist in America. That is, he's a student of fishes and an early supporter of Darwin. He had an odd relationship with Agassiz, because Agassiz was also an ichthyologist, and Jordan had great respect for Agassiz's technical work in fishes, but rather little respect for Agassiz's stubbornness on the larger scale issues of biology. So the story goes that when Jordan surveyed the damage the next morning on the campus of Stanford, he took one look at this scene and said, "Oh well, I always thought better of Agassiz in the concrete than in the abstract." He didn't say it. He should have, but he didn't. In an autobiography he wrote late in his life called The Life of a Man, he does actually have a whole section refuting that anecdote, which had already become. He should have said it. There is no revolution like Darwin's for the public notice and controversy. I'm going to show you a series of slides. Some may have seen them before. These are all, I didn't make any of these up. These are all headlines that appeared in the Boston Globe during one calendar year about Darwin. Darwin's theory, yeah, definitely. Darwin, evolution, that's his theory, right? Yeah. Darwin irked by antics. See, poor guy, still people opposing, still getting trouble all the time. Hasn't been fit enough, see? Yeah. Survival of the fittest, but hadn't been fit enough is a theory. Pressure's on Darwin. Oh, those creationists are knocking at the door, aren't they? Darwin's injury appears serious. Oh my God, maybe these intelligent design people have something. Darwin hurt most by poor support. Now you see, you skeptics, you got to get out there and rally behind your heroes. Darwin had some deep problems. Oh boy, that's bad. Birds hang tough loss on Darwin. Yeah, well, you know, that's always been a big problem. It's the old issue of the intermediary stages of useful structures. You know, a bird's wing, it's pretty clear what it's good for, but since 5% of a wing can't possibly aid you in flying, the evolution of the bird's wing has always been a great difficulty ever since Mivart wrote his book Against Darwin in 1871, which elicited the only chapter that Darwin ever added to later editions of The Origin of Species. So, yeah, the birds can indeed hang a tough loss on Darwin. You can't explain that. Bad break doesn't Darwin. It's terrible. But then, that's the nadir, yeah. But then, you know, thrown out. Just terrible. Darwin's theory thrown out. Well, it's a random world. You know, maybe things will come back. It's a shell game. Who knows? Okay, things are getting better. Hey, we have hope. Darwin on the upswing. Darwin takes healthy approach. That's good. Darwin's all-purpose this time. Well, that's what the theory of natural selection is about, right? It's about how you get good design in organisms there. Darwin wins in his return. That's good. Things coming back. That's terrific. Darwin tough again. That's great. Darwin helps fill in another blank. That's what they always say. The fossil record is going to do him in. There are all these gaps in the record, but, you know, we get them once in a while. Darwin a winner after film review. Okay, popular science marches on. Very good. That's a tough one. You'd subdue Chicago, I guess that's pretty good. It's a tough city. Darwin's alive and well, spotted with Elvis in Las Vegas. Well, I mean, you'll have figured out by now. It's obviously not Charles they're referring to. This is the year that Danny Darwin was a pitcher for the Red Sox. But look, folks, I didn't waste 4 minutes of your time just to get some cheap laughs. What really intrigued me is why I collected these. Oh, I didn't mind the cheap laughs, but no, there's a serious point here. I think you see to what extent Darwinian lingo is. These are sports pages headlines. All right, the Globe's a fairly intellectual newspaper, but still, these are sports pages headlines. Almost every one I showed you had a sly little reference to evolutionary theory, a reference to survival of the fittest, a reference to adaptation. That just shows you how pervasive through our language all this is, and how much, although so many Americans don't want to accept it or don't accept it, that the Darwinian lingo, the Darwinian challenge is so profound that when you get an oddity, a modern picture that happens to bear his name, you're going to get all this. Oh, by the way, can we turn that off for a minute? It has nothing to do with this talk. I'm the only guy who doesn't have a time limit, right?
All right, that's a good section for me. Moment for me to pause real quick. So, what I love about this is some of y'all know I found this on my quest. Like I said, a lot of this I got into looking for footage of people I was really into where there were sort of these archives of their really wonderful talks or presentations that I thought would be wonderful to preserve, but had audio problems that I could then make tutorials about fixing. This was one of the things I found that was so amazing, because the footage is like old, and it's in a dark room, and there's no sort of supplemental film lighting or anything like that. So, it's not visually the best. But at this stage in my career, when I was, when I found this as a grad student, I was just so happy to find this. And one of the things I really loved about it was, of course, I had this great new source of Stephen Jay Gould discussing in a very sort of conversational way topics that were essential to my dissertation. So it was like fucking goldmine as far as quotes and perspective, and all in the proper context, right? It's literally, my dissertation is about this type of stuff, and it's about his expanding on sort of doing this research around his thought experiment of replaying life's tape. So he's seriously, obviously Rich Lenski is my advisor, but Stephen Jay Gould is literally probably the central character of my dissertation. Him, Lenski, and my current research advisor, Travisano. Anyway, what I also loved about this was the amount of his personality, Stephen Jay Gould's, that I got to experience, because Rich Lenski, my graduate research advisor, actually met him, and I never got to. As much as he's been important to my work over the years, this was a really unique opportunity just to hear his voice. Like, I love the audio on this. Is actually isn't really many problems with the audio, but his voice, just hearing his voice, and then this, seeing and getting these sort of personal tics, just like his pace of speech, right? He normally speaks very fast, although it's very varied. And then his personal ways, like his sort of sense of humor and the jokes he tells. And this is something you guys are getting to see, which is something he's kind of known for, actually, which is his love of baseball. He's really a big baseball fan. And so this is great, where there's this little overlap between Darwinian evolution and baseball. And that is he really does use it well in this presentation. But a lot of people, like even Rob and other people I've talked to about, like when I did, I'll tell you how serious this is. When I did my dissertation presentation, like when I defended my dissertation, my defense, the most nervous day of my life ever. The first person to ask me a question who spoke up was actually Rob. Literally, we didn't have any idea that we'd work together later, that he'd be my teaching mentor, but he was, he's very interested in my research because it's right up his alley. And so the first person to ask me a question after I did my presentation was Rob. And he actually asked me a question that I was definitely not ready for. He asked me, how did I feel about Stephen Jay Gould's use of this whole metaphor of replaying life's tape for his analogy, for his whole, laying out his thought experiment to really make his argument. And was there anything else that he could have done? And I just had to sort of on the fly come up with something. And I think I riffed off the Simpsons clip that I had played, kind of riffing on that, about he could have talked about, something like the movie A Wonderful Life, which also sort of touched on that, which a person relives life and, as part of different replays or something like that. And what Rob said is, it's interesting that I think he could have gone with something like his favorite topic. He could have used something like baseball. And I was like, yeah. And then on the fly, I riffed on what a replay of life analogy with baseball is like, you have a certain batter and a certain hitter, and they face each other many times under different circumstances, and sometimes the influence is random, sometimes it's systematic, whatever. He could have used a number of different baseball analogies, but that's how well known his fondness for baseball is.
Good. Okay. Doesn't have anything to do with anything, except I wanted to tell you the Casey Stengel story that Lou referred to. Because Casey was such a smart. Could we turn that off?
Why do I want to say he's a Mets fan? I have no
nice
idea.
Guy, but I just don't need him right now. I want to tell you the Casey Stengel story.
idea.
Stengel was such a smart guy. And the comment that I was writing about, because the issue was a question of category mistakes, that is to make an argument about life on this planet, does that allow you to make an inference about the category of all planets or the category of the universe? And we always make errors of that kind. But Stengel, if you listen to him, he was such a brilliant point maker amidst this patter that was known as Stengelese. He was the first manager of the Mets.
I'm sure you can follow it.
Won today. Maybe
that's why I think
team,
the
but
Mets
you may
talks
remember
about
the initial Mets and the hapless first days of expansion. The worst team in history. I think they were 50 and 102 in their first 50 and 104.
Who's playing this right now?
154 game seasons. And Stengel had to pick people in the expansion draft, but there were no good players available. And he chose, as his first or second pick in the expansion draft, a particularly inept catcher named Hobie Landreth. And when he was criticized by the press, why did he pick such a miserable player in the expansion draft? Hobie Landreth, the catcher. Stengel's comment was just precious. He just looked up at the report. He said, he said, you got to have a catcher. Because if you don't have a catcher, you're likely to have a lot of passed balls. I mean, it's just brilliant. He put aside the whole question, which was a criticism for choosing this nincompoop, by answering it in terms of the category of catchers. I mean, it's a deeply philosophical comment.
Yeah, this is what fucking theists do on the internet all day, every day.
Mistakes. Respect Alfred Russel Wallace's views on life elsewhere.
What do you mean by good? Well, you need good so that things aren't bad.
Illogical. To talk about what is tyrannical in this greatest of all scientific revolutions, the one that's about essence and not real estate, Darwin says in The Descent of Man, but we now know it is called... What's it called?
All right, gang. Let us try to do some machine swapping here, where I set up a different scene. Yep. All right. And then, because there isn't really anybody here with me in the Gather. I don't like streaming into Gather from the secondary machine. It sometimes is annoying, but actually it'll be fine because I could put the audio in. All right. If somebody joins me in Gather. Oh, I can't wait till I get my new machines, y'all. We're going to be off the hook. Y'all going to see it's going to be immediate upgrades. All right, I'm going to let them rock while I figure this out.
Origine dell'uomo è la scelta in rapporto col sesso. The origin of man and sex choice and respect to sexual selection.
Hey, man!
Darwin says in The Descent
That's
of
all
Man
I'm trying to say is this makes sense, man.
But most emphatically there, that he tried to do two quite different things in his life as a scientist with respect to evolution, which is the foundation of his work. First, he tried, he says, to convince people simply that evolution had occurred, that it was a factually correct statement about the interrelationships of organisms on this planet.
Here we go.
The basic fact of evolution is fundamentally two propositions. That there is a single tree of life which connects all things genealogically, and that change occurs by descent with modification, to use Darwin's phrase. But, as he said, he had also tried to develop an explanation for the mechanism whereby evolution works, the theory of natural selection. And I think that's a very important distinction. It represents the two fundamental things that science does. On the one side, the attempt to ascertain fact. They're not unrelated, of course. All observation has to be... The thing I like best about that statement, all observation must be for against some view if it is to be of any service. I don't know of any other great quotation that has 6 words of 2 letters each in a row. If it is to be of any service, and yet it works. But that's a minor point.
Nerd.
So I don't mean that fact and theory are totally separable entities, but there are these fundamental activities in science. You need to try and determine the factual state of the universe, how it's set up, and then you have to determine why it's made that way rather than some other conceivable way or theory. You need to establish factuality, you need to propose explanations for why it works that way, and that's the distinction Darwin's making. And the reason he's making it is that he doesn't have that much support for natural selection, but already 12 years after the origin, he has convinced the thinking world about the factuality of evolution, so there's some in a sense, almost diplomatic or political reason to say that, but it remains an important distinction. And the reason I want to focus on, I don't want to talk much about the factuality of evolution tonight, though I have one comment and one slide. I want to talk about why Darwin's revolution is so difficult because of the nature of his particular theory. Now, what he says after making that distinction is that of those two, merely ascertaining the factuality is the most important one because such a train of consequences follows that. Merely to acknowledge that we are not created in God's image as an incarnation of his intentions for the highest form of living things on this particular world, merely to see our genealogical connections has so much flowing from it. Fair enough, but I still think that there are many ways we could make our peace with that, and we wouldn't have troubles with it today if Darwin's own take were not so wonderfully radical and so completely, courageously, undauntingly radical, that's what I'm to say. But and I will focus mostly on that. But on the issue of factuality, let me just show you one slide. It's a very poignant story. I'll use this as a surrogate, because I'm not going to talk about the mere factuality of evolution, for why it's so important to know the factuality of evolution, what terrible mistakes one can make in the most practical way if you don't. This is my favorite of all stories on this, and it's fairly local. So let's have that back. This is the tomb of Baby Faye. You will probably remember the case. His own take were not so wonderfully radical and so. Baby Faye, you will probably remember the case, she of the orangutan heart, this young baby who had a heart that would not have sustained her and she would have died within days, and Dr. Bailey.
All right, he's telling the story of Baby K, which is a child that was given an orangutan heart back in the Dizay. All right, a couple years before I was born. I'm going to go ahead and punch in some of the MABE stuff Cliff and I were talking about, so that's what I'll be working on, but we're going to listen to Stephen Jay Gould while I work on that. Appreciate everybody. Just wanted to explain what you're going to be seeing on screen.
Tried to sustain her by using the heart of a baboon, which was rejected immunologically, and Baby Faye died. I just find it so touching that the grave should have the double heart. But here's the story, and I don't want to exaggerate. Dr. Bailey, I'm sure, is a most humane man and a wonderful doctor, and I doubt this child could have been saved in any possible way, and he surely tried his best. But a question does come up. It's really an interesting one, and did come up. It's not a conjectural issue. If you're going to do it at all, and I accept there are grave ethical questions about whether it should be done at all. I'm not going to address those. They need to be addressed. Should you sacrifice a primate at all for something that's probably isn't going to work? Anyway, but putting that aside, once you've made the decision that you're going to try it, why did he use a baboon and not a chimp? It's indefensible. Immunological rejection is an issue of phylogenetic distance. The phyletic distance between Homo sapiens and baboon is, I don't know, it's 30 to 40 million years. Don, do you know what it is? Yeah, it's really long. The phylogenetic distance between chimp and human is 6 to 8 million years. We're not talking about a small difference. We're talking about a major difference of immense meaning with respect to what he's trying to do. Now, again, I don't think the chimp heart would have worked either. Now, you can say, as Bailey did, that, well, the baboon heart fits. It's the right size. But the baby chimp heart does too. The adult one wasn't. So he was asked that question. And why did you use the baboon heart and not the chimp? And his first answer was functional. It was purely functional. He said, I think he knew he had to use a primate. It had to be close, okay, in some sense of relationship. But he said, I used a baboon because it was the right size. It was functionally, and it was more available than a chimpanzee. And then, bless her, the reporter pushed him and said, but Dr. Bailey, the issue is immunological rejection. There's this enormous difference between the chimp and baboon. I accept what you say functionally about the baboon heart being perhaps a better size, but so would a baby chimp heart be. Why did you not give this child its best chance? Because by evolutionary arguments, clearly the chimp is, half an order of magnitude closer. It's not even a close call. And Bailey gave this very embarrassed response. He looked up and he said, well, you see, I don't believe in evolution. He's a Seventh-day Adventist doctor from Loma Linda Hospital, and there are reasons of life and death where sometimes the factuality of evolution is very important to understand, and I will leave it at that. And let's turn that off because we certainly don't need to stare at the tomb of poor baby Faye as I go on. So I just say that en passant on the issue of the factuality of evolution. Let me get to the other.
And I hate to say this, but this is where a creationist, and it's damned if they do and damned if they don't, because the right thing, of course, to do in this weird hypothetical is to use the most closely related thing possible, which would be a chimp. And so that type of commitment puts you in a situation where if you were to use the chimp, you'd have to be acknowledging to yourself that, you know, you do so for evolutionary reasons. It's why this particular culture war is so toxic.
Level of, and could have some.
By the way, I just wanted to throw in their response to COVID, right? If you have a proper understanding of evolution, when you understand that it's not us with dominion over the earth, but rather the microbes and viruses with dominion over us, you know, you understand the need to take a proper, you know, response to the situation, and we see that ignorance play out in the scale of, you know, just the lethalness of it. It's crazy.
More lights. I love to see my audience, and I'm not going to have another slide for the next 15 minutes or so, or at least 10. So thank you. Let's get on to the second characteristic of Darwin's great revolution, the theory. Why is it? What's he afraid of? To go back to that issue. Develops theory in 1838, writes out sketches 1842 and 1844. Wouldn't have published it until the mid-1860s if the Wallace incident hadn't come along. Why the delay? If he was just collecting his facts, sure, but when you spend 8 years to write four volumes on the taxonomy of barnacles, I think that's displacement activity, folks. He was afraid of something. Now, what was he afraid of? You might think, well, he was afraid to expose his belief in evolution, but that can't be right. Darwin didn't invent evolution. When I used to start lecturing on this topic 30 years ago, my line used to be evolution was the most common heresy of mid-19th century biology, but that's not right either. Evolution was the most common mild unorthodoxy, maybe a little more than mild. You didn't get in trouble. He was not fearful of exposing beliefs in evolution. For example, in the year 1800, Center of Natural History Studies, Paris, the Muséum d'Histoire Naturelle, there are three great professors, there are many, but the three greatest professors there, Lamarck, Cuvier, and Etienne Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire. Two of them are evolutionists. In the first decade of the 19th century, Geoffroy and Lamarck, only Cuvier is adamantly not. You know, when two of the three greatest professors at the world's leading institution are pro-evolution, this is not an unspeakable kind of heresy. Clearly, to make a long argument very short, Darwin was afraid of exposing something, and it was not, clearly, his simple approbation of a hypothesis of descent with modification. It's a longer argument, but I think the evidence is pretty clear that Darwin was well aware of the philosophically radical characteristics of his particular take on evolution, and that's what he was afraid of exposing to the world. You know, there are many user-friendly versions of evolutionary theory. They're not at all like Darwin's. Many people held they were more popular in the 19th century before the modern synthesis of this century made the Darwinian mechanism canonical for the first time, and that wasn't until the 1930s or 40s of the last century. But there are many user-friendly views. You can believe that evolution is God's way, that there's a direct Godward path that is ordained by the hand of the Creator, or you can believe that God established laws like natural selection so that the preordained result of inherent progress leading inevitably to humans would unroll in its appointed fashion, and that was a very common belief among 19th century evolutionists. So it's not as though evolution itself, it's going to be disturbing in its mere factuality, as Darwin notes, but there are takes on... Quick programming note. All right, so all I've really done is I've taken what Cliff and I did earlier, copied it into a fresh directory by backing up theirs. I've made sure I use different names so that the branch that we're always working with is MABE updates random. I always know that this is the development thing that we downloaded. If we always need to start from the beginning, we unzip this and run from there. Then we've got the test, which I know usually is my sort of code word that I use to know that something is safe, it works, but don't work out of it because
if you break something, you want to go back to this. And then this is the one we'll work out of. And then now what I need to do is I need to kind of, I think, bring in my tournament selection code from my where is it at this point? I'm gonna have to go find it's in another branch, I think. And so I'll have to make sure all my stuff works real quick. I'll do a quick little test run. And then I'll bring over my tournament selection code. It's just the tournament optimizer code. It's just one file once I test it. And then I will just set it up from there. I'll update you from there.
Theoretical constructions that could lead to much greater acceptability in 19th century, and to that extent, current context as well.
Facts.
And
exactly.
Darwin does not do that. The beauty of Darwin's theory, and why we're still fighting with it today, and this is the heart of what I want to talk about, is that the theory of natural selection is just so radical with respect to the standard traditions of
I actually don't even want to
thinking in Western.
Let me think. I don't even want to overwrite any of this. How do I want to do this? Oh yeah, I'm gonna go and pop over into my other branch.
Philosophy of our psychological hopes, of our sociological comforts, and Darwin, this Whig in politics, this social conservative in lifestyle, not in belief, but this philosophical radical at the core of his being, loved all this at the same time as it distressed other parts of his being. That's too simple, of course, to say that there's an external Darwin, the upper-class social conservative, there's the political Darwin, the Whig liberal, and there's the internal Darwin, the philosophical revolutionary, because it leads to a silly myth that somehow the real Darwin is the internal philosophical radical and the rest is just for show. That's nonsense. What you show to the world is as much you as what's lurking on the inside of you. Darwin's just a complex man with many things tugging at him, some of which are contradictory, that never resolves in his life. I don't think because he's philosophically radical at some internal core that's more deeply and intrinsically him than the social conservative who's holding court it down. They're just all part of this wonderful man. I don't know what else you can say, but it is to the internal philosophical radical that I wish to appeal to and make 3 points. Issues that are still so difficult for people to accept today. Such a radical theory breaks through all the comforts of Western thinking. You know, I wasn't going to tell this story, but it's quick. Why do we even call it evolution? Darwin never used that word. The word evolution doesn't appear in the first edition of The Origin of Species because, in short, evolution means progress. It was a vernacular English word at the time, not a particularly common one, mostly poetic, but it comes from the Latin evolutio, which means unfolding. And evolution in vernacular English meant inherently progressive unfolding of some preordained sequence. Darwin never would have called his process that because he developed this incredibly radical theory of a naturalistic mechanism that he called natural selection, which yielded only local adaptation. The parasite that becomes so morphologically simplified that it's nothing more than a bag of reproductive tissues in the interior of its host is no less well adapted than complex us are to our exteriors, and we probably each have a reasonably equal chance of extended geological persistence. That's what the theory is about. Now, again, Darwin's complexities. He's an eminent Victorian. Lytton Strachey didn't happen to write about him, but he could have in that great book. He manages to smuggle progress back in through an ecological argument about how full the world is and the nature of
I'm not going to change code because I think it works. Let's go.
But he understands perfectly well that the bare bones mechanics of natural selection is not about progress. It's only about local adaptation. The most you can say if you want to imply a vernacular term like progress is that when it gets cold, the elephant that through natural selection develops a coat of hair and becomes a woolly mammoth, yeah, it's improved in its local environment, but it's not a better elephant in some cosmic sense. That's all Darwinism's about. So he's not going to call it evolution. Why would he take a vernacular English word that meant progress for this other kind of, he calls it descent with modification. Eventually he gave up. The world around him called it evolution. Largely, it's, again, not a simple issue, but largely because Herbert Spencer, the great Victorian pundit of nearly everything, who thought, as did most people in the time, that progress was an inherent, well, not so much inherent, it's a necessary outcome of the way in which structures interact with environments. But Spencer, who had written a famous essay in 1850 called Universal Progress, Its Law and Cause, and who saw all natural processes as almost necessarily, or at least predictably, progressive, he called them all evolution. He used the vernacular English word. That was the viewpoint that most of Darwin's contemporaries embraced, because it was the only way they could take it into their hearts on the notion of essence. They could only take it in as a progressive accounting, which validated belated human presence as at least broadly predictable, if not directly ordained. And so they called it evolution, as did Spencer. Darwin wasn't going to fight that one because it was just linguistic usage. And by the 6th edition of the Origin and in The Descent of Man, he eventually uses the word evolution. But it's an interesting story.
All right, guys, where is he going with this? When you get into what these sort of other people talk about when they talk about evolution, they talk about this thing as though it's inherently progressive. And that leads to something basically Stupid Her Energy even touched on, which is selectionist thinking for, something towards some sort of optimum, like things make progress towards some sort of goal or, more or whatever. And there just isn't that, and his theory is undermining that in a real way, to the point where he wouldn't have called it evolution, and in fact, early on didn't. But once it became basically part of the accepted vernacular of the way his work was talked about, by the time you get to say something like the 6th edition of The Origin of Species, which is what most people read at this point, they see the word evolve in there at the end. And so he's just kind of giving you a backstory on that little tidbit.
Understands it perfectly well. Now, I'm going to talk about three things. First, the radical character of Darwin's theory. Secondly, what I say about variation. And thirdly, the issue of historicity, which to me are the three great radical implications of Darwinian theory, not merely the factuality of evolution. There's always more friendly ways to spin the pure factuality. This is what you can't escape from the heart of Darwinian theory. With respect to its radical character, if I were asked to characterize, and if I had more time, I'd tell you a long story about Darwin Fitzroy, which is the hat I like to hang this particular tale on, but I don't. I would simply say this: the standard view of the relationship of nature to God, as Darwin is a young man, as reflected in volumes going back to the heart of the scientific revolution, volumes by John Ray and Boyle in Newton's Generation, through Paley's Natural Theology, through the Bridgewater Treatises, which Darwin's buddies called the Bilgewater Treatises, not that everybody liked them, is the central argument of natural theology, which, again, in a too simplified a view, states that God's existence, and not only his existence, but also his attributes of goodness and benevolence and omnipotence, all can be seen from the nature of nature. And two things in particular: the good design of organisms and the harmony of ecosystems. That's the meaning of Paley's famous metaphor. You know how Paley's natural theology begins. Paley says, if I'm walking along on a heath and I kick my foot against a stone and I pick it up, I can't infer anything about the manufacture of the stone from its characteristics because it's too messy. He didn't know about crystal structure. But if I kick my foot against a watch and I pick it up, and I'd never seen one before, if I made a right analysis even of this Casio, $15, when it breaks, throw it out and get a new one. McCready wouldn't like that, but that is what I do. But Paley's argument is that... sorry, Paul. But Paley's argument is two things about this watch. First of all, I would see that it was enormously complex, made of hundreds of, not this one, made of hundreds of interacting parts, but not just complex, but all interacting for one purpose, to tell time. I would therefore know there has to have been a watchmaker. That kind of complexity can't arise by random processes. That kind of complexity can't arise by any physical processes without inherent purpose placed there, and therefore the existence of the watch implies a watchmaker. Now, organisms are much more complex. And equally well designed is watches. So if the watch implies a watchmaker, then organisms imply a maker of an even grander sort, and you can infer God's existence and his attributes of goodness, perfection, and benevolence. Now, suppose just as an abstract argument, I'm not going to go into it all, the psychology of why Darwin wants to do it. Just suppose you want to overthrow that argument in the most radical possible way. Mind you, you can have a user-friendly evolutionary theory that's still going to incarnate Paley's precepts. You can have God working through natural selection, do the same things. Becoming an evolutionist is a radical step. It doesn't force you to abandon all this stuff. But suppose you just want to make the most radical transition. Well, I can imagine two arguments. One argument would simply be to deny the phenomenology. Hey, you say organisms are well designed and ecosystems are harmonious, but they're often very badly designed. And horrible things go on out there, if you interpret them as you shouldn't, by the way, from a human moral point of view. So the ichneumoniid wasp lays its egg in the paralyzed body of a caterpillar. The larva emerges, eats the caterpillar, still alive, though paralyzed from inside, but carefully, saving the heart and nervous system for last so it doesn't kill its prey. Now, how are you going to read that, though it may be a good adaptation for the wasp in human moral terms? Now, that's a pretty, in other words, the reason why that's a radical argument is, hey, if God made that kind of world, maybe you ought to rethink it. Is that the kind of God you want? The God of love and care for you. Now, that's a pretty radical argument, but that's not the argument that Darwin used. Darwin did critique it to some extent. There isn't perfection out there, but for the most part, Darwin accepted the Palean observations. Organisms are well-designed, ecosystems are harmonious. I'll give you a more radical argument, he says. This is a reconstruction. I'm not saying he thought of it quite this way. I'll give you a more radical argument. The phenomenology is right. You were always right to say that organisms are well-designed, ecosystems are harmonious, but guess what? You thought that was the proof of the existence of an overarching, benevolent God who just made it all from his wisdom and goodness. Guess what? It's a correct observation about the outcomes, but it arises from something that couldn't be more mordantly different in its causal basis. In fact, it doesn't arise from any direct cause at all. The only thing that's actually happening out there in nature, in terms of causal theory, is that organisms are struggling for their personal benefits, expressed as reproductive success. That's all. There's no higher order harmony. There's no intrinsic good. There's just every organism out there struggling for itself. And good design and ecosystem harmony arises as a side consequence of that. Now, that's a really radical argument. The phenomenology is right, but it doesn't even have a direct cause. It's only a side consequence of something that, if you were to interpret it in human moral terms, which you should not, I repeat, would be precisely opposite to the Palean presupposition. All that's out there is organisms struggling for themselves and nothing else. Now, where does Darwin get an incredibly radical idea like that? Now, several years ago, because you can analyze Darwin's notebooks so carefully, and Frank did some of this work, Sylvan Schwaber and others, it's pretty clear that one of the main things Darwin was struggling with in the months before he had the Malthusian insight of September 1838 was the philosophical work of the Scottish economists centered on Adam Smith and their theory of how individual action shapes polities. And I would put it to you, again, it's a little oversimplified, that if you really wanted to characterize the most radical feature of Darwinian theory in a line or two, what you need to say, and it's also in part how Darwin actually got to it, though how he got to it is much more complex, you could say that Darwin basically transfers Adam Smith's economic argument into nature where it works. That's the beauty of it. I mean, what's the paradox of Adam Smith's argument? You want the maximal economy that will return the greatest good to the greatest number of people. How do you get it? Well, I would think, if somebody asked me that in my naivete, I would say, hey, that's easy. Get the people in the world who are smartest about this stuff, put them in a room and give them power. They know how to do it. Just let them do it directly. Let them legislate it. That's the equivalent. It's the closest human equivalent you can get to Paley's God, right? Let the people who are smartest about it just do it directly. And Adam Smith says, no, paradoxically, nothing could be more paradoxical. You want to do what looks like exactly the opposite. You want to let each individual struggle to maximize his personal profit without any trammeling, laissez-faire. Just leave them alone. Let them do it. And paradoxical though that sounds, if you let individuals struggle freely for their own profits and nothing else, the ones who do it well beat the other ones, so you end up with good designs. And then they balance each other out, so you end up with harmony.
By the way, laissez-faire capitalism has failed, so let's not take this out of context. He's just saying this type of thinking ends up being useful for Adam Smith in coming up with that type of thinking. But it's certainly a mistake, because sometimes what people do is they use like a laissez-faire attitude towards capitalism as an idea towards arguing that will produce sort of this Darwinian survival of the fittest that will be good socially, and that's not the case. Actually, socially, you need to think more about group selection and realize that cooperative groups outcompete uncooperative groups, because the level of selection is not at the individual at that scale. So it's more effective to create environments that reinforce and reward cooperation.
Harmonious ecosystems as side consequences of this paradoxical, almost cruelly sounding device of letting every individual struggle for himself and try to push anyone else to the wall.
Yeah, there we go, exactly. They were like, they took off.
That's where talking about great images in the English language. That's where Adam Smith introduces in a famous passage of The Wealth of Nations the great image of the invisible hand. You may think there's a law out there operating for good design and harmony of economic systems, but no, it is through the action of an invisible hand. There's no law regulating that. They're just organisms struggling for themselves, and that's what precipitates out. Now, here's the irony, as I always like to put it. You see, Adam Smith's economics doesn't work in economics. The most rigorously, viciously capitalistic economy in history has never allowed Adam Smith's economics to work, if only because they at least let churches give food to people who are starving. And they at least allow alms, even if they don't have government programs, because humans are moral agents. We don't allow Adam Smith's system to operate in human life, even in our cruelest economies. Of course we wouldn't, at least have some moral restraint to a fellow person starving in the street sometimes. But, of course, nature is amoral, as Darwin realized. Nature is amoral. In nature, a very inefficient process like natural selection can actually shape evolutionary change, because there's a lot.
I pressed it too fucking early. What is wrong
Darwin
with
has
me?
this famous letter, which
premature
exactly,
termination.
Paraphrase that he wrote to Hooker, I think in 1855. Many of you know it.
Premature
says, what a
termination. I had my hand on the button and I just I accidentally hit it too early.
Inefficient ways of nature.
I did it.
Exactly right, but that is the point. I mean, natural selection is a horrible system in human moral terms. You want to get from here to here, well, get there. Just figure out some way to move there directly. In Darwin's system, you get random variation in all directions around where you're starting. You kill off most of them differentially, and then you, by a process of selecting the few that happen fortuitously to vary in the right direction, reconstitute and inch your way along the way you want to go. It's a terrible system. If Lamarckism worked, Darwinian forces, which are so weak, would have no strength in this world. The reason why Darwinian forces are irrelevant to human evolution is that human cultural change is Lamarckian, and therefore it overwhelms Darwinian. Darwinism is a weak force. It only operates because you don't have inherent directions.
I probably have it saved, but I just want to see.
It's a weak force that in human moral terms is horrendous, but nature's amoral. It's not a guide to morality. Now, that's a really radical theory. The Adam Smith analogy through natural selection, we have an entirely naturalistic theory with no moral messages, that has no inherent progress, and is benchtop materialism in its application. That is, Darwin's not going to make any. He may himself have been a free thinker. He may himself have had atheistic leanings towards the end. We don't really know. He was not challenging anyone's
but they're
personal
doing a lot
God,
of switching.
But the notion of a God who sits on the clouds as a male human being and puts his finger in the operation of nature every generation, that's not going to go. You're going to at least have benchtop materialism in the actual workings of science. So those are the radical features of Darwinian theory. Now, last point on that, before I get to the other two, which will be shorter than that first one. Darwin has often been called a moral dolt because of this, someone who wrecked the previous notion of harmony and made nature this horrible place that instantiated Tennyson's famous line about red in tooth and claw. The true context of Tennyson's line is in one of those 300 essays. But and really it's just such an unfair charge. And I think we need to say that. I don't want to be unduly hagiographical towards Darwin. I don't think I generally am. But there is a greatness in Darwin's view. What he is telling us, I think, is that there cannot be, in the logic of the case, moral messages out there in nature in any case. That is not the source of moral truth and insight or lessons about the deeper meaning of life. There are aspects of meaning that science can comprehend. And therefore, if I must teach you this if I must apply to your previous beliefs of nature's niceness the cold bath of my theory of natural selection, that's a cold bath worth taking. Because as long as you thought all things bright and beautiful, as one of Darwin's great metaphors in chapter 3 of The Origin is where he says, we behold the face of nature bright with gladness. And then he tells us to look behind and see what's happening. I mean, he really has to tear this down. He says, take the cold bath. Because as long as you thought it was all bright and beautiful, it's too easy to make the mistake that moral messages are there. Moral messages aren't there anyway. So if you constitute nature more properly as a system that was around for billions of years before we got here, didn't seem to know we were coming, doesn't particularly seem to give a damn about us. Anyway, we have a better chance of finding the proper source of morality in philosophy, theology, or wherever one chooses to do so. I'll just read you a few lines from Darwin on that, because I really think he's been... this is from my book, Rocks of Ages. But there's this wonderful correspondence with Asa Gray, the great Harvard botanist, who, although very happy with Darwin's arguments about natural selection, was very dubious. As a believing Christian, wrote to Darwin and said, you got a good argument there, Charles, but I just find it so hard to accept what seem to me to be the implications that there's no deeper meaning in life and that there's no purpose to it all. And Darwin writes back basically saying, I'm not addressing that deeper question. I don't know how to. I don't think science can. He writes, I feel most deeply that the whole subject is too profound for the human intellect. A dog might as well speculate on the mind of Newton. Famous comment. But then more directly in the correspondence with Gray, he writes back to Asa Gray after Gray has said, look, I'm willing to accept natural selection, but it just seems so contrary to how I think the Christian world has to go. And Darwin writes, with respect to the theological view of this question, this is always painful to me. I am bewildered. I had no intention to write atheistically, but I own that I cannot see as plainly as others do and as I should wish to do evidence of design and beneficence on all sides of us. Now, how's he going to deal with that? And he has this brilliant line, which I've actually written about a lot. He says, I am inclined, continue this letter, to look at everything as resulting from designed laws. So fine, that's okay. I mean, science can't deal with that in some broad sense anyway. With the details, whether good or bad, left to the working out of what we may call chance. So fine. Gray, I'll give you that. I don't know about the overarching principles. They're so far in the distance of what science can do anyway. But the details, whether good or bad, left to the workings of what we may call chance, by which he means contingency in history. Now, it's very interesting because you could go on from that, and if the realm of details is tiny, then it doesn't matter. But Darwin then goes on in the letter to try and convince Gray that the realm of details is effectively everything. It is anything that happens to an individual. It is the death of a species. It is the origin of the species. And since humans are species, it is the origin of humans also. It's just a brilliant letter. I'll just read you one last passage. He writes, this is actually a different letter, but also to Gray. One more word on designed laws and undesigned results. I see a bird, which I want for food. I take my gun and kill it. I do this designedly. An innocent and good man stands under a tree and is killed by a flash of lightning. Do you believe? And I really should like to hear that God designedly killed this man. See, that's a detail left to the workings out of what we may call chance. If you believe so, now he's going on, do you believe that when a swallow snaps up a gnat, that God designed that particular swallow should snap up that particular gnat at that particular instant? No.
Woo! This is Darwin going in on the biblical people.
I believe that the man and the gnat are in the same predicament. If the death of neither man nor gnat are designed, I see no good reason to believe that their first birth or production should be necessarily designed. That is the origin of the species itself, which is all of evolution. So he's taking everything for that realm of detail. This is a hard issue, folks. I will simply read to you, as I often do, my favorite poem on this subject, which is Robert Frost's wonderful sonnet, and it's a true sonnet, called Design. Frost was, by the way, clearly very interested in Darwin. He didn't explain in detail much of what but many of his poems must be definite comments on particular Darwinian paradoxes, and I think this one actually is a comment on the correspondence with Gray, which he certainly knew and read. But it's the paradox of design, and I think it is the answer. It's Darwin's answer, and I think it's right. Frost tells the following story. He's walking along one morning, and he sees this incredible scene. There are three white things together, and they seem so beautifully designed that how could you not see this as intended? So he says, I found a dimpled spider, fat and white, on a white heel-all, a flower that's usually blue, that's the important point, holding up a moth like a white piece of rigid satin cloth, assorted characters of death and blight, mixed ready to begin the morning right, like the ingredients of a witch's broth, a snowdrop spider, a flower like a froth, and dead wings carried like a paper kite. Isn't that a wonderful image? Three white objects of different geometries. The two-dimensional wings, the ball of the spider, the froth of the flower, all white. How could that be accidental? He goes on. What had that flower to do with being white? Because heel-holes are usually blue. Sometimes they're white. What had that flower to do with being white? The wayside blue and innocent heel-all. What brought the kindred spider to that height? Then steered the white moth thither in the night. And then, as Frost so often does, the answer is given in just the last two lines, very quickly. What but design of darkness, darkness to appall, if design govern in a thing so small? And of course, that's the answer. Design doesn't govern in a thing so small. That's one of those details left to the workings out of what we call chance. But as Darwin told us, that realm of detail is effectively the realm of all phenomenology. And that is a radical argument. So that's point number one, the main point. Point number two, and Ernst Mayr has always argued, I think quite correctly, that if you really, yes, of course, the discovery of evolution is Darwin's radical contribution, and yes, the radical character of the theory, but in terms of the reform of Western philosophy, in a sense, the biggest message of Darwinian evolution, as opposed to other kinds of progressive inherencies as evolutionary theory, is that Darwin's evolutionary theory is about variation. One way that professionals often use to characterize Darwin's theory in a sentence is to say that Darwinian theory is about the conversion of variation within a population into the differences between species. That's actually quite profound, because it may be a commonplace to us at the beginning of the 21st century, but that's a hard concept for a 19th century thinker, that the variation within a population somehow get transformed into the differences between separate species. That's really hard. But if you think about it, the whole theme of variation in Western Platonic traditions, and in Platonic traditions, variation is accident, which literally means falling away from the mean or the essence of the thing. Variation is traditionally treated as a set of odd accidents of individual imperfect incarnations of an inherent essence that can never be perfectly expressed in material reality, and therefore the essence is sent.
Whoa. Does Darwinian theory mean there is no perfect, there is no prototype, there is no mold? That the essence of a species is, in fact, its variation? Diversity is the fucking nature of the beast?
And the variation is mere accident. Darwin completely inverts that. In Darwinian thought, the variation is the essence. What is the essence of a species but the spectrum of its variation, which is available for conversion into evolutionary change? The essence, the old essence, becomes the abstraction. The mean value is just something you might calculate as a convenience. That's a profound change in perception. And it's, again, of great practical importance. And now I show the next slide. This goes right back to David Baltimore's talk.
Bullshit. You guys suck.
Let's see.
Y'all are trash.
Yeah, this is a very troubling slide, one of my favorites. This is a French satirical commentary published in 1811 on the display in London, but
you guys want to not be dog shit today?
Woman who was known as the Hottentot Venus, testimony to both racism and sexism. She was not just the Hottentot person, she was the Hottentot Venus, because it was her sexuality that misperceived.
Oh, it's because they got to do the Lek mating.
But I won't go into
we know the
Lek's wording.
The Lek slows them down like
very
a
interesting.
motherfucker.
But it shows our unfortunate. See, what Baltimore was saying is so right. One of the most profoundly interesting and ultimately liberating discoveries of the last 20 years is the recognition that there is effectively no meaningful average genetic differences among our racial groups, largely because Homo sapiens is such a variable species. You take any one even restricted population, you're already picking up most of the genetic variation. Our races, though we spread out all over the world and we look superficially
but also
different
we've got
as a result
dog
of
shit
some
settings, so let's just make sure
differentiation. You're talking
shit's
about
working.
100,000 years for all non-African racial diversity, which is effectively nothing in evolutionary terms, and they're just the variation. Homo sapiens is the variation among 6 billion of us, and it's not partitioned out into discrete racial entities. That is a profoundly liberating notion that flows from the contingencies of how this particular story worked out in a Darwinian worldview, and is not available under the old essentialist notion that if you see variation, you have to rank it linearly, when then given our prejudices expressed in racism, sexism, and 100 other isms, lead to this sort of stuff. What I love about this is, you see, this is les curieux en extase, or they call it dans le soulier, the curious in ecstasy, or the shoelaces. The woman is bending down. It's a complicated story, which is claiming to tie her shoelaces. She's really trying to get a look at the so-called Hottentot veil, the mysterious flap of skin that hangs down from the Khoisan women. That's not the point I wanted to make here. The main point is, I think the satirist is telling us that despite these differences in our clothing and demeanor, we're all pretty much the same. She's bending down really to look at Saki Barthman's Sinus Padoris, but at the same time, you know the old stories about what Scotsmen do and don't wear under their kilt. She's looking at this gentleman whose sword is hanging in an interesting position. While at the same time, this dog, I believe, is trying to remind us that underneath whatever we're wearing, we're all pretty much the same, aren't we?
Are we not using the right optimizer? No, we're not using the right optimizer.
Yeah, I can. So there is a truly radical second feature of the Darwinian worldview, which we yet have come to terms with. The third one, which has to do with historicity and contingency, and I am running out of time, so I'm not going to say
good. Now we're back to normal.
About this. But
we got tournament.
You see, under most what I'm calling more user-friendly notions of evolution, you may still think, even though you have to acknowledge it's a naturalistic process, and there's one Chaim, there's one tree of life out there, still you can construe it as a predictable sequence. Maybe every little detail isn't predictable. There's a broad kind of progress that is inherent in most, to this day,
that's because I
most
rock
people
with some
who exclaim a belief in evolution, who even consider themselves Darwinian, still see it that way.
Why is it looking for food 3 again?
The vernacular understanding of evolution is it's a process that means increasing complexity. If you can't exactly be sure that Homo sapiens would have emerged, at least something like it is very likely, because that's what evolution means. But Darwinian evolution isn't that. One of the fascinating things that flows from it, because it is only about local adaptation, and local adaptation is to immediate environments that are changing essentially on random vectors through geological time, so that even if you have the determinism of local adaptation for any moment, since it's a determinism of local adaptation to fluctuating environments that are essentially stochastic through time, it's going to give you a stochastic pattern for the history of life, and therefore you're stuck in a true Darwinian worldview. That Darwin himself kind of nuanced.
We need variable food score lengths. So all right, but first, for right now, let's go with 3.
You're going to be stuck with a view of unpredictable history. History as following a stochastically varying vector of environmental circumstances through time. That's a scary notion, that actual history is unpredictably contingent. Now, what's interesting about it is we accept that.
Food types.
For human history, we even think that it's interesting. Well, that not without a struggle. There have been plenty of deterministic theories of history from Spengler and Toynbee and others, and there's still issues on this. But by and large, I think we have become comfortable with contingent views of human history. We understand there isn't that kind of predictability. We understand that, in fact, it's one of the fascinations that allows us to believe that an apparently insignificant individual life, like Jimmy Stewart in that film, can actually make a difference, because little tiny things that seem totally meaningless at the time can cause history to cascade down a totally different pattern. That's why it is a wonderful life. You just read the 2 prefaces to Tolstoy's War and Peace. You get the high culture version. Look at the Back to the Future trilogy. You get the pop culture version. Look at Groundhog Day, by the way, and you get the one serious non-contingency film that was ever made. That's a film about Spinozistic determinism. Freedom's the recognition of necessity. It's the only serious film that's ever been made on the opposite position. For the most part, pop culture loves contingency because it empowers as individuals and their apparently insignificant lives. This is one of the most famous spots in American history. This is the angle at Gettysburg. That's a very clump of trees 100 years later, towards which Robert E. Lee directed his men in Pickett's Charge. There's the cycloramic painting of Pickett's Charge, which I like to say because the original was built to hang in the Cyclorama building, which is 3 blocks from where I live in the south end of Boston. I like to show that one. It's by Philippe Poteau. It still sits at the battlefield of Gettysburg. We're comfortable with contingency here. You could say some people had in the deterministic vein that the North was so much bigger and more economically powerful, it had to win. But as you read modern historians, McPherson and others, they point out that the Civil War never was a war of conquest. Had it been a war of total conquest, of course, the South could not have conquered the North, but it wasn't. The South's war aims, as with any small group that defeats larger groups, and that happens all the time in Vietnam and elsewhere, the South's war aims were to keep going until they until they induce sufficient war weariness to get the North to recognize their boundaries. And McPherson makes a strong case, at least up until the re-election of Lincoln in 1864. That was eminently doable. It's July 4th, 1863, folks. I know Vicksburg fell to Grant on the same day. Not everything was terrible for the North, but this is southern Pennsylvania. This is not exactly the Deep South. Whatever you might say about the general strength, the forces were balanced at Gettysburg. Now, here's the point. We know why the North prevailed at Gettysburg, but it has nothing to do with predictability under nature's laws. It doesn't even have anything to do with something so crude as predictability under Voltaire's dictum that God's always with the bigger battalions. Sides were evenly matched at Gettysburg. We know why the North won. I don't think there's a whole lot of historical debate about that, but every one of the 10 or 20 crucial events are odd contingencies of the moment. They are historical moments, any one of which could have gone in another direction.
We're going to move over
the new second in command under Lee after the death of Stonewall Jackson was too intrepid, was too cowardly to try and take the high ground as Stonewall Jackson would have done and could have. And if you know the battlefield side, the North's possession of the high ground was crucial. It's because Mr. Chamberlain of whatever Maine battalion it was made the last successful bayonet charge because he was out of ammunition in modern warfare and prevented the flanking of the Union line, which could easily have been flanked on the second day of the battle. It's because Lee made a terrible error, which he acknowledged immediately after seeing Pickett's charge go up to such disaster. The Northern Battery had gone silent. He thought they were out of or low on ammunition. They weren't. They had gone silent with plenty of ammunition, hoping to draw Lee into exactly this blunder. I think we know why it happened, but they are moments of contingent history, any one of which could have gone the other way. Now, you can say to yourself, so it's a great story. It tugs at our heartstrings, but what's the difference? The North would have won anyway, and even if the South won, hey, slavery would have ended, the country would have reamalgamated. What's the difference except it tugs at our heartstrings, and we all had to memorize 7 years ago our forefathers set forth on this continent and new nation conceived and lived. I'm the last generation that had to memorize that. But I'm not so sure that's right, folks. You know, when I was younger, I used to think that all of Lincoln's very bombastic words about the cost of preserving the Union, it's worth all these debts, could never justify Antietam. I'm not so sure in my midlife that that's so because, to put it not overly romantically, but I do believe this is my patriotic, my little patriotic side of me. But look, this is the greatest experiment in democracy that's ever been tried in human history. No nation has tried ever to make, with all its faults, a democratic system across such an enormous expanse of geography, of climate, of cultural traditions, of professions. If we had let it crumble and break into two here, why do you assume it would have reamalgamated? Yes, slavery would have formally ended. Why would it not just have split up more and balkanized as much as Europe? With very different consequences for U.S. history and for the history of the world. I don't think that's being overly dramatic. A lot may have been at stake in human history here at the field of Gettysburg, and I don't want to exaggerate. We're comfortable with that for human history. We're not comfortable with that for the Darwinian history of life, which is contingent in exactly the same way. Why are we here? Even to enjoy the proceedings, I hope you did today. Boy, I'm running. You don't mind if I go another 15 minutes? Huh? Yeah, okay. Why are we even here? Is it part of the predictable unfolding of natural law? No, it isn't. It's the contingency of history. It's thoroughly permissible under the Darwinian models of Natural selection is 100,000 events, any one of which could have let history cascade down different channels. The asteroid 65 million years ago that triggers the extinction of dinosaurs. Run the tape again, and that's only one of 10,000 cases, and it doesn't hit this time. It doesn't hit at such a crucial moment. And, you know, mammals had lived for the entire reign of the dinosaurs. Dinosaurs and mammals arose at the same time, virtually, in the late Triassic. 130 million years of dinosaurian domination of the environments. I don't know why I'm pointing, because that's another slide, but I'm getting to the environments of large-bodied terrestrial creatures. The dinosaurs' world, mammals are little creatures in the interstices thereof. You know, there's only been 65 million since, absent some ultimately random bolt from the blue that happened to do in the dinosaurs and allow mammals to survive and then flourish in an emptied-out world. I see no reason to think that the dinosaurs wouldn't still be lording it over mammals. And despite some of our progressivistic hopes, I don't think dinosaurs were on any path that was leading to an alternate form of self-consciousness. I think absent that great contingent event, dinosaurs would still be lording it over mammals, and there wouldn't be any conscious creatures to record the glories of this alternate view of life, and that would be that. Be just as interesting a world, but no record keeper.
And that's his point about history, right? Run the tape of life over again, and that asteroid miss, or things go differently. Dinosaurs are still roaming the earth. Mammals never get to become the megafauna. Who talked about that today? Cliff. Way to go, paying attention, gang. And there you have it. And that's what my theory is about, right? Is we actually do that, as you guys are remembering the manuscript, right? It's all about exactly that. Hey, Stephen Jay Gould, check me out over here, bro. If only you were still around, I could show you, hey, that replaying the tape of life thing. You can do it in the LNCA lab. Takes fucking forever, but they've discovered a lot of cool shit. He knew about that, obviously. That's how he met Rich Lenski. He came to visit the LTE at Michigan State. But you know, also, what was I going to say? You know, that's what we can do with our digital systems. So, yeah. And, you know, mine was all about what happens. You do those replays, and then you actually, you know, see what happens with the descendants of all of those different replay lineages. But you sample the lineages at different times, basically creating new histories of life from the previous fossil record at different times. That way you can actually test the effect of the depth of history. In other words, you're treating history itself as the primary variable.
Now, why did you can say, oh, well, but, you know, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. They didn't do it for 120 million years, but then it was a really tough time. Mammals show their superiority over dinosaurs. That doesn't wash very well, given the length of time. But think about it another way. We don't know why mammals made it and dinosaurs died, but small creatures do generally tend to do better than large ones in catastrophic events, in part because their population sizes tend to be larger. It's the more ants than elephants principle, if you will. You can't argue under any notion of causality that we would recognize that mammals held a conclave 75 million years ago and said, hey, this asteroid's coming in 10 million years, let's stay small because we'll have a better chance to get through. You know, if that's an important part of the explanation, the contingent explanation, it's a real explanation. See, contingency is not about inexplicability. That's the mistake people make. Because unfortunately, one of the vernacular meanings of random is exactly that. That's not the technical meaning of random, as you well know. I don't have to give that little mini lecture here. Contingency is about an alternate mode of explanation based on the actual occurrence of unpredictable but ascertainable events. It gives you as much power, explanatory power, as any other scientific model. It happens to be appropriate to certain kinds of sequences. So suppose mammals do get through because they're small, and that gives them a fortuitous advantage at this great moment. Why were they small? I mean, they were small not because they were biding their time. They were small because they never had success competing against dinosaurs. It's negative reasons, if that story goes, that allow us to be here at all, and that's how history is made. The reason I just love this example, because if you think that everything that happened, and I think Jared Diamond's book on gun germs is a brilliant book, but he goes too far because after making a brilliant and I think undoubtedly correct analysis of, since people are all much of a muchness, if there are regularities like mid-latitude people inventing agriculture and being able to move on to technologies, it's got to be the nature of the places and not of the people, because people are much the same. But then he makes the mistake of wanting to get all the details as well, why it's us and not China. You'd have been a fool in 1420 not to bet on China. I mean, when Zheng He was sailing ships 8 times longer than Columbus's biggest caravel 70 years before to the southern tip of Africa, would you have voted on Europe? Now, Jared says, oh, but China had to fail because it was so centralized a system that as soon as the Yongle Emperor died, that they were able to call that back, and Europe prevailed because of its balkanization. But suppose China had prevailed, wouldn't you then be arguing, though you've written it in Mandarin, that of course China had to win because its centralized system made it able to carry this stuff on, and balkanized Europe never could have done it. No, the reason why I show you this slide is that every once in a while, the problem with contingent history is that you can't have a science of unique events. You don't have repeatability. That's the classic problem of historical analysis. But every once in a while, you get, albeit imperfectly, you get
what do you do in our systems, guys? Replicates, right? Replicates. We run lots of replicates. That's what me and Cliff talked about. We're going to run a bunch of replicates. You replay the tape of life. See, he's thinking you can't replay the tape of life, right? But in our case, like he said, when you replay, you get a different result. So what do? Well, replicates allow you to do a bunch of replays, and then you get the statistical effects, right? Then you can just do traditional statistics. But, of course, that only happens if you do enough replication that you actually get some sort of meaningful statistical power. So that's just kind of what it's really, why am I talking about this? Because this is really the aspects that make digital evolution unique. This is what we mean about our system being able to solve problems in evolutionary biology that you just can't solve with natural systems. You can't do this shit with organisms. You can do it with microbes, but it's really, really hard. Still takes forever and requires a lot of manpower. But, our work you can, do with yourself or on a small development team.
Natural experiment. Here's a beautiful natural experiment. It's imperfect, as all natural experiments must be, but there was a crux in the Eocene period when, under certain interpretations, I have to talk with Don about this, what the latest is on this issue, but at least there was a time when there were not overpowering mammalian carnivores, and there were groups of carnivorous ground birds. And for a while it wasn't clear that the carnivorous faunas of the tertiary world were going to be ruled by mammalian carnivores and not by the carnivorous ground birds. Now, we know that the ground birds lost on the northern continents, and so we say, well, it had to be. Everybody knows 4 legs good, 2 legs bad, right? In other words, we think it had to be because it happened. But you see, nature did an experiment for us in this time. There's a second experiment. South America, you may not know this, was an isolated island continent until the Isthmus of Panama arose, which evolved a unique and independent fauna more outstandingly different than that of Australia. It's just that we lost most of them because after the rise of the Isthmus there was this interchange. Now on South America, there was an imperfect replay of this experiment, and although there were some carnivores, they were marsupial carnivores, by the way, the birds won, or at least held a major stake. The major carnivores, native carnivores of South America, this forest raked ground birds, shown here in a famous Charles R. Knight illustration of a forest raked lording it over a mammal it's just killed. Here, round 2 to the birds. It's not clear. Now, the reason I bring this up, replay the tape on the northern continents, let the birds win there too. Are you so confident that 50 million years later, a small lineage in Africa would have lived on the savannas and become upright among the primates and turned into, I don't know. The whole fauna would have been different if it had been birds and not felines. I don't know if you ever got to that point. I don't know how you could say that. 100,000 incidents of contingent history, and that flows from the Darwinian view. It's very hard. Now, if I had had time, which I do not, I was going to spend, Michael urged me. You may not believe this, I'm a talkative, arrogant soul, I certainly admit that. But in fact, it is hard for me to talk about myself personally. I do so very rarely. I mean, the only thing I ever wrote about a 2-year battle with cancer was an article about statistics, and that's all I ever wanted to do. And Michael did ask me to say some things about what I do and how I do it, and we can turn that off. And now, because I've talked so long on the other stuff, I can sink about half of that, but I do need to say something. I was going to, and I will not, talk about what I've tried to do. In other words, the reason why I set it up is here we are faced with the Great Revolution. Turn off Forrest Rakers. I love it, but you don't need to stare at it. Yeah. Faced with this greatest revolution, the one about essences and not real estate, I mean, how do we deal with it, especially in both technical and popular terms? I was going to say something about what I've tried to do in the technical world of professional evolutionary theory. I wanted to make the argument that despite this radical part of Darwinism, there are ways in which more traditional views have hung on, particularly adaptationism, the more specific claim that even if it's a contingent, odd world out there, at least things work.
All right,
at least things are out there, their purposes are locally adapted.
All right, let's go back into Word.
And then I was going to talk about the extrapolationist
I think we want to do kind of what we did before, which is
it's tough to understand this, but at least it's the small little things, the Grand Canyon erosion. We heard about this evidence drop grain by grain. That makes history. We can see history. It's nice and
that uses our files, but then we say dash S, and that gives us new saved settings files with our new shit.
That are breaking down. I think those last pillars of comfort. I did talk about mass extinction theory and what it means for the affirmation of contingent history. That's my dinosaur example. I want to talk about punctuated equilibrium as a break upon that is breaking, not a car brake, but a fracturing of the extrapolationist premise, because you now have to explain trends, which is still the primary phenomenon of macroevolution, as the differential survival of certain kinds of species and not as the energetic transformation of lineages. I want to talk about the critique of adaptation.
In case you guys don't know, so when we were in here before with Cliff, we had default settings, and so we didn't have this. We didn't have the settings and stuff for shape matings, but we wanted to run a command that would not overwrite the settings that Cliff and I made. So an example would be. We had changed the evaluation time, I think, the world size, the food types, etc. And so now we still have that. We have our settings here, population size 1,000, over 100,000, right? Where normally this would be 100, and this would be, this would be 100, this would be 100. All right, there's our default seed 101. Now we have, in addition though, we have that new shape mating stuff that we talked about bringing in to test this. So now we actually have our shape mating stuff. And so now we have the settings of, debug and force and function power and shape mating, importantly. So we're going to turn shape mating on, tournament size 5, unique lec, lec size 8 are kind of default things that we do here, and then we can go ahead and run /MABE. Sorry, so we go ahead, save these, already saved, I don't know I'm doing that, not changing anything, but yeah, we made sure they work, that's fine, that's what we want, /MABE, F, settings, star, now this is saying run MABE with the current files. Settings star says all of anything that starts with settings, right? So that'll be settings organism, settings underbar world, and settings. All right, here we go. And I'm gonna run to the little boy's room. And in the meantime, let me get you guys set up here, which would be that off the screen. No, actually, how do I want to do this? Yes, this is how I want to do this. Okay, good. Like that. Pop that up. Why am I not seeing this? Oh, because that was small, not full. Okay, give me 1 sec, gang. All right. Properties. I gotta select this device over here. Wait, all right. I never know which one to go with. I think I'm gonna go automatic there, fine, whatever. That should be perfectly good. You're good to go for me, in my opinion. Let's take actually, I don't mind being on camera when I do this so people know that I'm actually here. Pop that on 3. All right, gang. So I really appreciate you guys. I'm going to run to the little boys' room real quick. And after I come back, I'm going to mute out for a little bit because at 5, I have to meet with Rob for a few minutes. I'm going to try to make that short since we got this going. But yeah, because I want to keep working on this. We'll see. I'm going to just let the one I've got going run. It looks okay. They're not eating or doing anything interesting, although I just saw a 4 and a 3 pop up, so I'll give them a second here, see what they do. All right, gang. So thank y'all all so much. I really appreciate all y'all rocking with me today. And I'm going to I wasn't planning on it, but I'm going to meet with Rob, and then I'm just going to come back and keep going since I'm kind of rocking and rolling already. But thank y'all so much. Just want to let you know I'm taking a little break, but I'm going to let you guys listen to Stephen J. Gould in full screen while I meet with Rob. So thank y'all, and please do enjoy this.
The reconstruction of evolutionary theory. It's very important to Darwin that natural selection, because remember, he's trying to overthrow the Palean perspective. It's very important to Darwin that natural selection work on organisms and not on higher entities, and not on a hierarchy of entities simultaneously, but on organisms, with the rarest of exceptions. That's one of the brilliances of his theory, but we're having this very interesting modern reconstruction in which you retain a Darwinian core, but you have gene level and organism level and deme level and species level selection all operating simultaneously. It's a much more interesting theory, and I've been trying to work some of that out, and I do have a long technical book, which will be called The Structure of Evolutionary Theory, that will be published by Harvard Press. I told them that I just handed it in. I told them it's my conceit, but it has to be a millennial book. 2002 may be palindromic, but it's uninteresting. You can put it out December 31st, 2001, but you can even put it out in February 2002 as long as you backdate it and put 2001 on it. So you should see it in 2001. And then I was going to, and I will, just for a few minutes, talk about my so-called popular work. But I do deeply believe, by the way, there is no difference. I have never seen my so-called popular writing as any different, maybe different in the language one chooses to use, any different in content or intent from my technical publications. And I will confess to you, I feel great frustration because I think I've actually made some discoveries, some of which are reasonably interesting, that I chose to put in the essays rather than in technical publications, and just simply aren't cited by professional colleagues because they don't read it or because they don't think that citation of natural history is acceptable in professional publications, and that is frustrating to me. I don't think there is a difference. I want to talk about integration, and the first theme is the integration of technical and so-called popular writing. Just a couple things really quickly. I don't like the phrase science writer. I hate it applied to myself, but I don't like it in general. I'm not a science writer. Yeah, I'm writing about science. I'm a scientist who's trying to explain what I'm doing, or what this view of life to which I've committed myself means, or what I think it means for us and for me. I was having a conversation with my editor the other day because we were talking about a book I don't want to do, and she'd like me to substitute something else. So she said, well, what interests you in evolutionary theory? Why don't you just go out and find something that interests you in evolutionary theory? Write a book. I said, Pat, you just don't understand. I'm not a journalist. I don't write about things that interest me. There are 100 things that interest me. If I'm going to write a book, it's got to be about something that's from my heart. That's my conceit. It has to be something I work on, something I think I have some expertise or I have some perspective on. I'm not a reporter. No, and the other thing is, which sounds arrogant as hell, but I think you'll understand it in the spirit in which it's intended, which is partly of arrogance. Namely, that although it has been enormously important, and I say this in total sincerity, that people have read the essays, have written me wonderful letters, have solved every problem. I mean, I started early in the essays when I didn't know the answer to something. That was peripheral. I didn't know the answer to something central. I didn't write the essay. To just simply ask my readers, well, how did the term segue get from the classical term in music to mean in pop culture a transition? I have never asked a question of readers that wasn't answered definitively. In that particular, I got some wonderful letters from old-time radio men of the 1920s who said they had been trained in classical music. They started using the term as disc jockeys, and in writing radio plays, they read it into there. And I've never had a question, no matter how technical, that went unanswered. And I love this dialogue I have with readers. But you know what? I wrote those essays for myself, if the truth be told. I wrote them because I had to and because I needed to learn things, which is why I didn't write about punctuated equilibrium. I hope I know that stuff. I don't write essays about it. The only defense for that is that I think if you didn't do it because you had to, or because you did it for yourself, they wouldn't be good after a while. After a while, when you realize people liked them and they paid you pretty well for them, if you didn't do it because you had to, where would the source come from? I don't know. Maybe it does for some people. Wouldn't for me. Anyway, on the last issue of, two last issues of cross-disciplinarity, history and science and other things I try and bring in, I don't try and bring in lots of other peripheral subjects because I think it's good and humanistic and all that, although I certainly do, but because these things really go together. I mean, the division between art and science and all sorts of evolutionary disciplinary divisions that we have for contingent reasons of academic and other history really do us more harm than good. My wife, Rhonda, who's here, runs a lab in our house called the Art Science Research Laboratory, dedicated to breaking down that barrier and just discovering wonderful science implicit in the works of Duchamp and other artists. And it is interesting and important stuff. Let me just give you two examples of the issue of art and science. This is my last set of slides, so let's turn that on one last time. The meaningless, I mean, look, I don't say there's a distinction of subject matter. Art has to answer aesthetic issues that science can't directly deal with. Science deals with factual questions. It's not the subject matter of art, but I think the mental processes that go into creativity in both realms in their similarity outweigh the intrinsic differences in subject matter. Just two, these are both classical examples. Here I do need lights off because this is pretty. I'm going to give you just two examples to stand for many things. They are classic examples of how art and science might be related. And they're opposite. One is the case of where, what's the difference? How can you call, it's the taxonomic boundary issue. Is this art or science and does it matter? And the second is where the existing boundaries have kept things apart and have delayed the solution to certain particular questions. And I'll tell you what, this is Ernst Haeckel, who was spoken of and sung of by Richard. Now, he wrote a great book. This isn't one of them. This is from some of his technical publications. That's another one. Haeckel himself was quite a good artist. He wrote a book in 1904 called Kunstformen der Natur, Art Forms in Nature. And what is it? Is it an art treatise in the reigning Jugendstil, what Art Nouveau is called in Germany? Or is it a treatise in natural history? Well, folks, it doesn't matter. I mean, he arranged organisms on the pages of the... First of all, it's called Kunstformen der Natur, art forms in nature, but what does it matter? Deeply, they are both. In some cases, he distorted the organisms. That we know. They're clearly arranged in this. You won't see a jagged line of the later, a jagged angle of the later Art Deco style. You see nothing but the swirls and whirls of the Art Nouveau, of Jugendstil. So what is it? Is it art or is it science? And what's the difference, folks? It's obviously both and neither. I'll just quickly run through these. Here's a slide of them. Now, do Medusae in nature have tentacles that ever take this form, or are these the swirls of the Jugendstil? And does it matter? Likewise for cephalopods, likewise for spiders and mites. Look at those jellyfish. Oh, these are siphonophores. No, they're Medusae. Why pick these particular blastoids in a group of extinct echinoderms? Again, more Medusae. Yeah, these are all clams. They're real clams. These ones are actually even fairly accurately drawn, but why choose them? Why mount them on their edges? Why show them with these forms? Or these brachiopods with internal skeletons that do exist, but are certainly in the favored forms of Hector Guimard and others. Why these arthropods? And then I did that one before, sorry. And then you get these mass scenes of lizards, of frogs, of turtles, of hummingbirds, and of orchids, finally. It deeply doesn't matter, folks. Now, one other story. This is one of those little discoveries I made. I confess some pride in. I think it's been pretty much not seen because it's in a popular essay. But I pose you a problem. What is the only work of Edgar Allan Poe that was reprinted in his lifetime? And it's not the Raven, which was nevermore, just like... No, the work of Poe, the only one reprinted in his lifetime, is the following. It's the conchologist's first book. He really wrote it. There it is. See, there's his name. Now, this book, I didn't discover this book. The point is, this book is an embarrassment to Poe scholars. They know this. They know the story of its reprinting. But they're embarrassed because it's a largely plagiarized book, and I'm not saying it isn't. The plates at the end of it were simply lifted from a European publication. There were no effective copyright laws at the time, but Poe did write the text. And that itself is a mystery, because first of all, it's a mystery because he has no recorded interest in natural history, none whatsoever, despite the ape and the murders in the Rue. Oh, I gave it away, but I assume most of you read the story and the murders of the Rue Morgue and others. There's no evidence. I mean, you look for scraps. People say, well, before he was cashiered as a soldier, he served on an island in South Carolina where a naturalist named Ravenel lived, and maybe he met Ravenel, but there's no evidence that he did. That's as close as you can get. Why? That's the first thing. Why did Poe write this? And the other reason historians are embarrassed is that it looks like hackwork. The plates are plagiarized, and the text seems so uninspired. Poe always claimed that he had done something original, without ever making it clear. And you know what? He did. But here's a wonderful case where the answer is really simple, folks. And the only reason I happen to be the first to recognize it is that no one had come to this problem with a technical knowledge of the history of malacology and malacological classification, because the answer is so simple once you know that. Any professional malacologist would have known it, but professional malacologists didn't know this because it's art, and artists who were interested in the mysteries of this work of Poe didn't know the issue in malacology. It's simple. This is what it is. When Linnaeus classified mollusks, he said that it would be better to have a classification based on soft parts. But he was going to base his classification only on shells because collectors only kept the shells and they threw away the soft parts. So he was going to allow himself this unnatural classification. Lamarck did the same thing. He greatly increased the number of Linnaeus's genera of mollusks, but he also did his classification only on soft parts, only on hard parts. There had never been a classification of mollusks that tried to combine the artificial information on hard parts with the more important anatomical information on soft parts. France, as I said before, you can turn this off now, was the leading nation in natural history at the time. The only works that had ever been done that tried to include soft part description with shells, there was no formal classification, were done by French zoologists. There was no work in English at that time. Now, Poe knew nothing about natural history, but he was commissioned to do this by a man named Wyatt, who wanted a cheap version of a book he had written which used only the shell classifications that he could sell at his Chautauqua-type lectures. And it's simple. Poe didn't know beans about natural history, but he sure was fluent in French. And he was the only member, he's the only friend in Wyatt's circle who was fluent in French. And that's why he got the job. He was paid to do this. But he did something that was interesting and original. It's the first malacological work in English that attempts to put the soft part and hard part descriptions together, even if they're just translated from French sources. And that was just totally missed. No one had ever seen it. And it's so simple. But you have to know the relevant information from both fields. Let me have the lights. Finally, but in terms of interdisciplinarity, I made a personal decision, and that was you just can't do that many things. I didn't want to, as a crazy, obsessive kind of writer, give up everything else in my life. I decided consciously at some point that I would at least keep, in a non-amateurish and serious way, two very different other things in my life. Oh, I do have two more slides. So leave it up. It's okay. First is choral music. In which I have written some about, but the reasons for that is it fulfills something emotional more than anything else. It's also the one thing that you can do at a quite competent professional level with the minimal in music, with a minimal amount of time that people like myself might have to put into it, and it's given me some wonderful experiences I never could have had in science. I'll never forget, for example, singing Berlioz's Requiem and understanding the emotional power of sheer sound. It had nothing to do with musical beauty. But I knew the piece. I'd known it for years. But the first time at the dress rehearsal that I heard the four brass choirs come in together and the 10 timpani bang in unison before the basses alone, my section has to sing out the great Tuba mirum spagens sonum, the final trumpet shall sound. I couldn't sing. I was in tears. The sound of the four brass choirs, it was like being a fish with a lateral line system to perceive sound through motion. I mean, you could feel the banging of the timpani rising up through the wooden risers. I mean, you understand something then. But just some experiences I've had to sing Haydn's Creation on January 1st, 2000. You can't. What do they say that MasterCard ad? Some things are priceless. 2 weeks from now, I'm going to sing Elijah, Mendelssohn's Elijah in Symphony Hall on the 100th anniversary to the day, because this is the 100th anniversary of the opening of Symphony Hall, when the Boston Symphony Orchestra and the Handel and Haydn Society sang Mendelssohn's Elijah. There are only 2 choruses in Boston still existent that were there 100 years ago. Mine, the Boston Cecilia, which opened Symphony Hall on October 15, 1900 with the American premiere of Beethoven's Missa Solemnis, and the Handel and Haydn Society. We're putting the 2 choruses together that still exist to do Elijah on the 100th anniversary. You know, that doesn't necessarily mean, those things are meaningful to me. That's the only way I could have it. And the other one is baseball. I don't know what the score is right now, but I'll show you 2 last slides. But if they don't win today, they'll win tomorrow. Oh, I'm sorry, this is mine. What I love about baseball, it's excellence that I love. And the wonderful thing about excellence in baseball is it can be personified in the very rare individuals who have it at the core of their being, the greatest American of the 20th century with me and my kid, or in the pitching of a Pedro Martinez or the home run hitting of Mark McGwire, both of which I got to see at the All-Star game and the home run derby before in Boston last year. But there's also the great democratic point that even a journeyman can have one great day in the sun. Any fan knows that moment, right? That's the last pitch of Don Larsen's perfect game in the 1956 World Series. And those are species of excellence. One hopes one strives for in one's life. One is the Jimmy Stewart hope of contingency, that even a journeyman can have a grand moment. Okay, that's it for the slides. And now the lights. Final point. The greatness of evolution, I guess is why I am proud of 300 essays, never a month missed, 304 months for the 2-part essays. But there's this famous statement, which I have to confess is one of the ugly sexist comments of our literature. But Dr. Johnson famously remarked that on women preachers, that they were like a dog standing on its hind leg. You see the amazing thing, you know this line, you may not know he said it with respect to women preachers, which he did, that the amazing thing is not that it's done well, but that it's done at all. And I guess that's the way I feel about evolution. The grand theme of evolution is continuity. It's continuity. Do you realize, if you want to talk about miracles, this is how I started my last essay, which will appear in a couple months. When I was a kid, I used to think about eternity and infinity, and I couldn't comprehend them. How could there be a beginning? If God made a beginning, who began God? You can't get out of eternity, whether you invest it in material things or a divine creator. What about infinities? If you go out, how can the universe end? If there's a brick wall, what's beyond the brick wall? The bricks can't go on forever. I mean, that was a childish way of thinking about it, but I don't think I've gotten one iota further to this day. Now, as I like to say, I accept the Dorothean dictum. There's no place like home. I'm going to look for miracles here. The great miracle, metaphorically speaking, is the continuity of life. 3.5 billion years since the first bacterium of the fossil record, not one day off. The Earth never freezes through all its ice ages, not for a minute. DNA never has an hour off to celebrate its existence. Life goes through mass extinction cycles, never descends below the zero line. What physical process goes along for 3.5 billion years and never once touches the zero line? It's running along under it the whole time. You're throwing those dice billions of times. The probability is maybe incalculably low, but think of how many times you've thrown the dice. You've got to cross the zero line. Most natural processes do it. You know, one year a healthy Mark McGwire would hit 0 home runs, but so what? It would just be a temporary embarrassment. The next year he'd be back. But life is different. If it ever even touches the zero line, it's gone forever. And it never did. And if there isn't something just wonderfully miraculous about sheer continuity. Now, I do believe in the principle of microcosms. I do have a story about my grandfather and his landing in America 100 years ago, but instead I'm going to tell you 2 microcosms and end, finally. This is the other story I tell in this last essay. This is a book. I have no idea why I'm fortunate enough to own this. I think when it was described in the auction catalog, people just didn't read the description, or it would have been way outside any conceivable price range of any academic. But this is one of 5 volumes. The book itself is of no great importance. It's the most famous of all Italian Renaissance poems, Gerusalemme Liberata of Torquato Tasso, very politically incorrect poem about Godfrey the Bouillon and the capture of Jerusalem from the Saracens in 1099 and all that. But that's not the point. Here's the most wonderful of inscriptions on this page, which anyone may take a look at afterwards. Let me tell you the story. T.H. Huxley went to Australia on the Rattlesnake, following in Darwin's footsteps, if you will, 15 years later. He's had wonderful experiences on his circumnavigation, but he had one benefit that Darwin didn't have, though Darwin got it in other ways. Huxley met his future wife in Australia. Huxley also wanted to learn Italian. In fact, he read Dante's Inferno in the original Terza Rima on one of his jaunts during this voyage. He meets Nettie Heathorn, as he calls her. He meets his Nettie in Sydney in 1849. As he's about to leave, Nettie Heathorn, her half-sister Oriana, and her brother-in-law, Oriana's husband, William Fanning, present these 5 volumes of Torquato Tasso to Huxley, about to go back to England. She follows him 5 years later. They marry, have a wonderful family and life by standards of the time. And she writes on this, T.H. Huxley, a birthday and parting gift in remembrance of 3 dear friends, May 4th, 1849. That's what she writes. It's right there. Now, that's not the story. 60 years later, Huxley dies, 1895. They lose only one of their children, Huxley's favorite son, Noel, good by Victorian standards. But she is blessed with 2 brilliant grandchildren, and others, as you know, Aldous Huxley, the writer, and Julian Huxley. She gives these books to Julian Huxley. It's now 1911, 28th of July, 1911. And she writes as Grand Moo, which is what Huxley called her. The same woman, 63 years later, after as a young fiancé, she gives the books to dashing Hal. Hal has died 15 years before. She writes below the original inscription, her name, Nettie Heathorn, the name of our half-sister and brother-in-law, and she writes Sydney, New South Wales, so that Julian will know where it comes from. And then above she writes, and the contrast in the handwriting is wonderful, because this is an old woman in her 80s, 63 years after she has given the book to her dashing fiancé. She writes, Julian Sorrel Huxley, from his grandmother, Henrietta Ann Huxley, née Heathorn, Grand Moo. And then she writes the same words she wrote to T.H. 63 years ago, in remembrance, 28th July, 1911. Hardesley, Eastbourne. Now, if that doesn't say it without another word from me, I don't know what does. That's one. Second and last, on a broader sense, this is the oldest book I have, sort of the beauty of continuity, if you will. There's a wonderful story about it. This is the De Mineralibus of Albertus Magnus. It's one of the few 15th century books I own. It's incunabule, as people call them in the book business. Those books published before 1500. But it's Albertus Magnus was the teacher of Thomas Aquinas. Obviously, this isn't from his time, but it is a pre-1500 printing. It was written in the 13th century, of course. What's interesting about De Mineralibus is you have to get yourself back into a scholastic mode of thought. Is a problem. Aristotle's, and St. Thomas, the greatest student of Albertus, writes the analysis of Aristotle's books on nature, and he says there are 8 books in the logic of the development. There's this wonderful, I was going to go into it, don't have time, but there's this wonderful dichotomous tree of the 8 books, but there's a real problem, which is really niggling to scholastic philosophy, wouldn't bother us one whit. Something's missing. There is no book on mineralogy transmitted from Greek thought, because Aristotle never published it, or it didn't come down to us. Theophrastus has a few fragments on mineralogy, Aristotle's great student, but there is no book on mineralogy. Now here's a problem. You've got everything else from Aristotle. So what does that do to the logic of the books of nature? There is no book on mineralogy. So is the next book, De Anima, is it book 6, which is its logical position, or is it book 5, because there's no mineralogy? That's a real problem, because, I don't have time. I have St. Thomas's commentary on that, but what he says is fascinating. He says the whole system of how we look at the world depends upon this, because if we classify by accidents, that is by the actual occurrences, then we don't have the mineralogy. So De Anima is book 5, because we have it, it's an entity. But if we classify by intrinsic logic, De Anima is book 6. And then there's a whole. Here's the solution. There is no classical work on mineralogy, but Albertus, his great teacher, although in Latin, puts together enough so that this will pass. This will serve as continuity, because at least it's pre-Thomas. It's just, again, a wonderful example of how we value continuity and how we struggle with it. And the last point I was going to make is this particular copy that I have is bound in a leaf of a medieval music manuscript. And the text is wonderful. I presume it refers to Solomon, but again, it's a statement about continuity. It stirs our soul. That's why evolution is so deep within us, and our family microcosms, like Huxley's, are this larger family microcosm of the history of intellectual life. It says, David ei Dominus Deus sedem David patris eus. The Lord God, Dominus Deus David ei, gave to him the seed of David and of his fathers. So it must refer to Solomon, and it goes on. Et regnabit in domo Jacob in aeternum, and he shall reign in the house of Jacob forever. And there it is, continuity surrounding Albertus's mineralogy, which is the solution to the problem of continuity in Thomistic logic. I thought that's great. And I'll end right there. Thank you very much.
There are microphones on the stands in the aisles for Q&A. Come on up. And
won't be offended by anybody who leaves. That was a longer talk than I planned on
No, it was just fine. That was just fine. So go ahead.
We'll
We can
take
go ahead
a
and
limited number of questions.
We'll take a handful, and we'll try to get the Yankee score.
Well,
go ahead, sir.
There's another
Professor
game tomorrow.
Gould.
Worst comes to worst.
A couple of thoughts and questions from a non-scientist, poorly educated non-scientist. First, humanity is apparently the first animal species for which the earth is round. And freeze frame and humanity is one species. Artists, poets, preachers insist humanity is one, a unity,
Hey, they're right.
a brotherhood, a family. I once heard Dobzhansky urge that we keep the total human gene pool together, all of which must suggest the ultimate conservatism. It seems relevant also.
Got a question?
I wonder, common chimps in different parts of a jungle begin to develop different cultures, as do North and South Pacific humpbacks and others. Until recently, at least even if one married a Japanese, he or she
I need a question. I'm sorry. I gave too long a speech, but unfortunately that's the undemocratic rules of this game. I get to give the speeches.
All right, I'll skip. Finally, I ask, should we not be skeptical of scientists and others who, whatever the impracticalities, fail to emphasize a total scenario, that is, with the unity, there's a role of peripheral isolation towards natural or perhaps now contrived attempts at speciation, who fail, unlike LA
I'm being
State.
much more polite than I usually am, but I really have to.
Okay, I was afraid of
But
that.
he's got only 3 more lines. Okay, I'm going to let.
Is the possibility, contrary to our myopia, that we or some among us may be an intermediate species? I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, well, you see, I mean, no, you raised that's a very, very intriguing and interesting point. I confess, and I'm going to give you an answer that really doesn't reflect the depth of that question, because they're very important philosophical issues that you raised. But just speaking scientifically, I mean, to me, as a Darwinian biologist, a species has a certain definition. A species is an interacting group of organisms that are reproducible each with each other. They may not be doing so for distance or whatever reason, and are, more importantly, are a discrete entity on the tree of life that is not broken up into subgroups. Now, the human species is clearly that. It's more clearly that than we ever knew it was, and I think that's the main significance of all these. Look, I mean, as I like to say, even a person of very good will would have been excused 20 years ago for thinking that racial genetic differences might be substantial, or they have no meaning in terms of how we treat people, because people look different. That turns out not to be true. Now, the point you raise is there are, of course, incipient differentiations, but the interesting thing is they're less now than they ever were. I mean, in the past, we were much more potentially differentiatable because we lived in very distant places, and isolated populations could, but never did, in part because they didn't have time, develop as separate species. Now I can't even imagine a scenario, since we move all over the world. We have this terrible habit of interbreeding wherever we go, and I don't think we're ever going to stop that. How are you ever going to isolate a human population to become a new biological species that we differentiate culturally is another issue. I think you have to go to science fiction scenarios like space colonies of humans that are separate for 10 or 20 generations. Then you could talk about it. But if anything, I think that we are more united than ever, and we have also learned that we're also biologically more similar to each other than we ever thought. So I think it's less likely.
Your comments on the idea that part of the difficulty with the theory of evolution is in fact the term theory. The scientists mean one thing and the lay population means something entirely different when they use the term.
See, that's a deep issue in science in general, because you really have a problem if you're trying to communicate to the general public. Do you gain precision and always invent a new term, a scientific term, or do you try to use a vernacular term that's close enough? And you can't always invent a new term. You just can't, or else you'd be swamped and people wouldn't get it. So we do use vernacular language. But whenever you use vernacular language, these problems arise that vernacular meanings are never going to be precisely right, or they're going to be broader. Sometimes you get into terrible problems, like significance in statistics, which has a totally different meaning from ordinary vernacular significance. Random is another one. But I'm afraid that one of those words is theory. I mean, we're either going to have to, a theory to a scientist is a set of ideas that coordinates and explains a group of facts, and maybe right or maybe wrong. Science is never healthier than when it's having wonderful debates about theories, when it's pretty secure about the facts to which they relate. As I once stated somewhat facetiously, but I meant it seriously, there was a great debate about Newtonian versus Einsteinian issues of gravitation early in the 20th century, but apples didn't hang in midair pending the outcome. In fact and theory are different things, but I think we're stuck. We're going to call it with the vernacular word theory, and then you have the problem that in vernacular English, one meaning of theory is pretty close to what scientists mean in a more technical sense, but theory also in vernacular English means less well ascertained than a fact, unfortunately. And creationists use that, and they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing perfectly well. They say, well, evolution is only a theory, and what kind of bill of goods are you trying to sell us? It's a theory, and you don't even know what the right theory is. You see, they're using the vernacular meaning that there's this hierarchy that goes from fact to theory to hypothesis to guess. So if it's only a theory, it's worse than a fact, and we can't even figure out what the right theory is. How can you deny creationists their day, and not in court, but in the classroom? That's just a conscious and cynical distortion. I mean, what we mean in science by theory, of course, is not something less than a fact, but a structure of explanation. But I don't know what general solution there is to that except good education, because you can't not use the vernacular language, and you're going to run into those problems. Yeah.
Earlier today, Dr. Friedman mentioned this book, Rare Earth, Why Intelligent Life in the Universe May Be Rare. I wonder if you've read that book, and if so, have you got any comments on it?
It's as I think Luke sort of quoted in my, again, somewhat facetious but deeply meant line, that the issue of intelligent life on other worlds is the most interesting unanswerable question. It's not in principle unanswerable. We might get the answer from CD tomorrow, but it's the most interesting question that we can ask, on which we have no idea how to get data right now. So in some sense, it's not even a scientific question, though we have to ask it because it's so fascinating. It really isn't. And let me tell you why. I have a different take on that. The Drake equation and other such ways of thinking, but they're not real equations. They're ways of organizing thought. The problem is, and this is the best way I can put it, and this is why it's not a scientific question really, that the existence of intelligent life on Earth is absolutely and fully consistent. This is close to your aphorism of DeBridge and others. It is absolutely consistent with either extreme alternative, that the existence of life on Earth means either that intelligent life almost has to be, because after all, if it evolved on the one world we know, how could its probability not be overwhelmingly high? It's consistent with that position, but it's also equally, totally consistent with the absolute opposite position, only here and nowhere else. This is a point William James made, and it's basic to probability theory, and he was absolutely right. If you make the prediction before something happens, then the existence of something surpassingly rare is very good evidence that you were wrong about its probabilities and it was somehow meant to be, or at least you might want to think. But you can't make the statement about rarity after it happens, because something has to happen. Because once you had life on Earth, it was going to be some outcome. Probably any outcome was equally rare. You can't look back after you have the outcome of intelligence and say because that particular outcome is so rare, it had to be because a rare event happened. That just isn't fair. And so, you see, the point is, if intelligent life only arose here and nowhere else, we would still be here talking about it and wondering, because we'd be the only world that would be capable of talking about it, so we'd be talking about it here. And so therefore you have no information at all from the only source of evidence we have, which is the existence of intelligent life on our planet. Beyond that, you're into a realm of conjecture. At least I know how to pose the question. That's the one thing I'd say. Evolutionary theory helps us to pose the question. The trouble is we can't answer it. That is, what you want to ask is whether intelligence is convergible. Is intelligence like the wing of a bat, a bird, and a pterosaur that's just bound to happen because there are just so many things that can happen, and once you reach a certain level, because I'll grant you bacterial life as a predictability, we just can't answer that question because we only have the one experiment. I mean, until we can know, I'm pretty confident that there isn't going to be any other planet that has creatures with 5 of these and 2 of these that works just like us, but that's not the range of intelligence. We don't know how many thousand other potential ways, from pulsating silica sheets to Lord knows what, could yield intelligence. Until we know that, we can't even answer the issue of convergibility. So we're stuck. It's the most interesting question you can ask, and there's virtually nothing of scientific import that you can say about it, but we can't stop talking about it because it's too interesting.
Okay.
With our increasing understanding of the human genome, there arises the possibility of the human species actually controlling perhaps our own evolution. Do you have any insights into this possibility?
Well, clearly it could happen. I don't feel I have any great insight. When Paul challenged us earlier today to say something about futures, what I wanted to say to him is I think he's half right. That is, we must take on the moral challenge of outlining the kind of world we want. But I think it's nothing but foolishness to make actual projections about what it'll be like in 20 or 50 years, because if the world shows us anything, it's the arrogance of thinking you can predict that gets you into trouble. Those curves are not extrapolatable. They're determined by social and political factors that even people who have devoted their lives to social and political studies can't begin to answer. This poor paleontologist isn't going to come close to any expertise on that. So I don't know what to say to that, except that, and I'll tell you why. See, the thing is, certainly we're going to have that technical capacity. It's a feedback of Lamarckian cultural evolution, which has led to our understanding of genomics, of Lamarckian cultural change upon biological knowledge, because we can now input this incredibly rapid Lamarckian system. That is, well, I'm saying that metaphorically, and I'm getting too far. Let me unwind that, because that's too mixed a metaphor. The point is, our Lamarckian cultural scientific progress has taught us to do these kind of things, which now can input to alter genomic evolution in a way that could never happen naturally. So yes, we will be able to do such things, but what we're going to do, and a lot of it is morally very dubious, is largely a question of social and political histories more than it is of genomics, and I have no way of predicting what those are going to be, except that I hope we will remain very vigilant about potential misuses. Any technological power like that has uses on both sides. That's pap, but I don't know what else to say. I'll take these 4 more, and that's all. So the folks, no, stay there. No, the folks who are there. No, you're good. Come back. Come back. The folks who are there, I'll take. Yeah. Okay.
First of all, I wanted to congratulate you on completion of your 300 essays.
Thank you.
To thank you because I've really enjoyed reading them. My question is about contingency and your experience in trying to defend your statements about contingency. I was trained as a physicist, and one of the most successful theories in physics, of course, is quantum mechanics, and someone of the stature of Einstein rejected it on the basis of it's not contingency built into the theory, saying that God does not play dice. You didn't mention the controversy surrounding your book, Wonderful Life, and contingency surrounding that. I wonder if you wanted to...
Do you want a longer talk?
Well, yes, now that you mention it.
Repeat your own question. I don't believe in repeating questions. In a shorter version.
The question is, is contingency so fundamentally against what we are as humans that people are always going to have a difficult time accepting that things are not deterministic or predictable in advance?
Well, I hope not. I mean, on the issue of No, I hope we can encompass that. We've encompassed bigger philosophical shifts just in Western history. No, with respect to the Burgess Shale issue, when Simon Conway Morris wrote this book, Crucible of Creation, which argues against my contingent interpretation of the Burgess Shale, I don't know what to say except that I disagree with him. Certainly some of those creatures that, when I wrote the book, were simply unexplained in terms of their taxonomic placement. I mean, Simon's own hallucigenia turns out to be a member of the Philomonocophora because he'd interpreted it in an inverted fashion, and that's fine, that's terrific. But just as many strange ones remain unexamined and uncontended. It's interesting in terms of the technical debate about that. Even our strongest opponents trying to quantify the disparity of arthropods at the time of the Burgess Shale come out with a figure that allows that already, by the time the Burgess Shale was 10 million years after the Cambrian explosion, that arthropod disparity, that is anatomical range, had already reached the full range of modern arthropod disparity. In other words, even they admit that in 500 million years, 530 million years, there's been no increase of the anatomical range of arthropods. Now, we happen to think that it was further out in the Burgess Shale and has come in some. So that's something really strange happened in the Cambrian explosion. I think it's pretty clear anyway you want to look at it, and that there were other choices not taken, I think is also pretty clear. But, yeah.
This is a question that's inspired by reading Rocks of Ages in me. I'm thinking how there's a significant number of people in society that do deeply care about the fullness of life on our planet and don't fear that we are deeply connected with the other species on our planet.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And yet they may not be very scientifically based. They may be rather distrustful of an activity they see as commercialism or militarism and don't see the kind of folks we see here today, who I don't tend to think of that way at all. I'm wondering if you've seen examples, or we can think of ones in the world where we're seeing those barriers breaking down. People like gathered today, staying in touch, and collectively going and breaking down the barriers and linking up with people who have similar values but perhaps aren't skeptical or scientifical minded as much. I know that's a tough one.
Oh, yeah. Again, I mean, I'm an ecumenical and irenic fellow at heart. My main personal interests, however, are not in that kind of, I think, what the vernacular political language calls bridge building. But I think it is awfully important. There are many people in the religious community, for example, who, for different reasons grounded in ethical beliefs, or even in their view about what superior humans as stewards of this planet should do, which I think is a position that's almost offensive to me in terms of what I think the meaning of human life represents. On the other hand, it's entirely well-meaning and leads to some similar conclusions, and I would happy to be a bedfellow of folks if we can work on similar environmental issues together. So, no, I appreciate that suggestion. I think there are groups that try, and there are many groups now in every major religion that are trying to explore, particularly on environmental and ecological questions, issues of common ground, of which there are many. Yeah, two more.
Okay, first I have a brief comment and then a question. The comment is your remark about the apples not hanging suspended in the sky while we wait for the theory of gravity. I mentioned that one time to a student of mine. She said, but that's different. That's the law of gravity.
Oh, no. I mean,
no.
That's a sort of vernacular language. It's kind of funny. I mean, we tend to use the word law when something's quantifiable and sounds more exact. I mean, is natural selection a law? It's not quantifiable in the same sense, but I don't see why not. Yeah.
Exactly, and I was sharing that as a joke. I do get it. But the other one is, and I think I'm remembering this allusion correctly, when you mentioned Duchamp, I had this thought, gee, there may be some sort of interesting connections between your wife Rhonda's work on Duchamp, if I'm remembering correctly what it was, and your own work. I'm thinking particularly intelligent design, and I'm just wondering if...
What?
Am I remembering?
I didn't get the last point about intelligent design.
Oh, okay, well, am I remembering correctly, Rhonda, about your work about Duchamp's urinal? Was that you?
Yeah, but what's the...
Okay, well, I guess I'll try and do a quick summary of what I remember. You discovered, if I remember correctly, that what people thought was a ready-made urinal of Duchamp's, he'd actually built it himself.
All right, but give me the connection.
Okay, and so what appeared to be just a urinal that was out there in the world was actually created through the intelligent design of Duchamp. And I was wondering if either of you had made those connections or had any thoughts on it, for what it's worth.
I don't know what to make of that. That's necessarily true because humans are conscious agents who do things for purposes, and no one's ever denied old-fashioned teleology, at least because humans have intentions, some of which are unconscious to be sure. The issue with respect to what I've been discussing tonight is not that, which of course we accept if the ready-mades were not taken off store shelves but are actually cleverly modified to varying degrees by Duchamp, then he did it for a reason, which may be fairly arcane, which we're struggling to understand. But I can't transfer any of that into the catchphrase intelligent design as it's used by some of our creationist friends trying to get a little more respectable, because the problem is, it's always been the problem since Darwin. I mean, the heart of Darwin's revolution is that there doesn't seem to be out there. There may be spiritual powers that science can't understand, but there doesn't seem to be an anthropocentric agent who has purpose that he's imposed upon the earth in recognizable human terms. And the fact that you tell me that humans do it, which I always knew, isn't going to transfer at all into any implications for what's
Let me
out
clarify. This one was really sort of a joke, too, and I wanted to just show off that I knew about that.
Thank you. Yeah.
Good evening. This one may be easier, may not. Assuming we take you at your word that this December issue in Natural History will be your last of the monthly article.
Oh, yes, it is.
But also,
I don't want to be like the aging operatic diva making a sixth farewell tour. No way. I don't know how many. Marian Anderson was a great woman, but she made a lot of farewell tours.
But then also citing your confession today that it's a selfish act to write. Can you contain that selfishness in periodic books, or will we see it?
Oh, I didn't say I stopped writing. I'm just not going to write monthly essays for natural history. No, I can't stop writing. It'd be like stopping breathing. I didn't mean for you to take. I mean, that's when I'll stop writing. You know, and the angel of death makes his most unwelcome but inevitable intrusion. But or if senility happens to intervene first, but which I trust it won't. No, of course I won't stop.
No, the question was, would you just limit yourself to the book, or could we expect to maybe find your work between the pages of Natural History or other magazines?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'm just not going to write monthly essays for Natural History. You may even see me in Natural History once in a while. It just won't be every month.
Very good.
But thank you for asking. Yeah.
Mythvision. Welcome back to Mythvision Podcast. How's everybody doing in the chat? I hope you're doing well. Let me know you can hear me. I hope everything's coming through clear. I have Dr. Richard Carrier here joining me in person. I'm not a docetist when it comes to Richard Carrier. I think he is, he's solid.
Definitely exists. Yeah.
Yeah, you're not too hard. You're not corporeal. Like I can actually physically.
Yeah. No cast with a ghost here.
Yeah. So today we're going to have an interesting discussion. I don't think we've ever done this on Mythvision.
Really?
This particular, you've brought it up.
Oh, you mean with me specifically?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sure. No, you and I have never talked about
We've
this.
never done this.
I've talked about this many times, but not on this show before.
Right. And one of the things I wanted to do for those who are caught up in the recent stuff that's going on with mythicists and historicists is to give Dr. Carrier a chance to just give us a historical model that works.
Yeah.
Because I want to paint the picture. I think a lot of people who read your work, right, they see you as this guy who's like, I'm a dogmatic atheist dogmatic mythicist who just can't even picture a historical Jesus being on the scene.
Which is weird because that's not what's positioned in the book. But anyway.
And I wonder if it's because of the debates that go on. There's always a dick measuring contest online. So what happens is there's overcompensation on both sides from historicist or mythicist.
Yeah, I think it's just people just have a hard time actually paying attention to what someone says. So if you advocate a theory, they add all of these other assumptions on top of what you said, right? So just because you didn't bring up the plausibility of Jesus, they'll assume that you don't think it's plausible.
Okay.
That is a false assumption. It's doesn't follow from anything what someone is saying, but people will leap to that conclusion because they have these preconceived ideas of what mythicists are about. And that's largely because of the internet, right? You have all of these amateur mythicist groups, like Arcaria S's fan base, for example, is religiously fanatic. At Joseph Atwill, it's the same thing, right? These are
oh, by the way, he's
fanatical.
not a mythicist anymore.
Is he not?
No,
I haven't heard this.
Yeah, this is new stuff, and it hasn't come out, so I can't say anything yet.
Oh, okay. But Atwill has changed his position?
I think he's changed his mind on Jesus possibly being a mundane Jewish guy who got killed.
Wow,
and that would change his entire book, of course.
It would change his whole marketing plan. I don't know. I mean, I'm curious. I
figure I'd give you a teaser. But today, we have a historicist joining us. So a priori, we're going to assume, because, I mean, look, I'm a historicist. I think there was probably a guy.
Yeah, and even I give it top odds of 1 in 3, right?
Okay.
So well within the realm of plausibility, right?
We're going to pretend
we're going to just assume, well, if he did exist, then what?
Yeah,
that's the thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm painting. You're going to see a historicist Carrier today. How does that sound?
All right. That's what I do as a historian. So you have to model hypotheses and be able to. You have to be able to take them seriously and contemplate them, and work out how much do they fit the evidence, how much do they predict the evidence. There's no way to actually defend mythicism without actually being able to do this with historicism, and vice versa. By the way, you can't criticize mythicism if you can't actually get in the head of mythicism and actually use it as a model and say, well, how well does it perform in predicting the evidence?
Right.
You have to take the opposite theory seriously in order to defend the theory that you want, right?
Well,
so taking historicism seriously is what I do. Yeah, exactly.
You'll be able to flex your knowledge of approaching a historical Jesus model today.
And I think we might start with the ridiculous models.
Yeah, or models that seem less.
We'll put it that way.
Let's not be so.
People who read my book know the example of Bruce Chilton, right? And I have Bruce Chilton's he says he has this whole long list of just beliefs he has about Jesus that he thinks you can. He says you must believe given the sources, and it's it's absurd, right? So it's a huge list that almost no mainstream scholar believes is true, right? Some of the things they do, but not the whole list, right? And so the more you stack up all these hyper specific statements and beliefs about Jesus, that he was actually an illegitimate child and had problems as a kid in Nazareth, there was no reason to believe that.
So over the top. So
that kind of stuff I think is look, you're going way beyond the evidence, right? So, but anyway, we're going to look at that. I think we brought up Wikipedia and it had a list of kind of the standard ones, really, right? So there's many competing ones that are taken seriously in the field, and I think
those are the ones we're going to bring
right.
up.
And I think actually, did the list even include the sorcerer Jesus? Because I think it's not even on.
It mentions the charismatic healer, but not the sorcerer. But we'll get into that.
No, but I think I think we should do that now. Morton Smith's Jesus the Magician, right? It's another one of these that's
somewhere back here. Yeah,
that's one that is very fringe. It's doesn't have a lot of adherence in Jesus studies today. and with good reason. Like the book is valuable. Like there's a ton of research on ancient magic and sorcerers and stuff, and it does situate Jesus in the world he would have been moving in, right? So like you can see like, well, who are Jesus's competition, right? And so like seeing the way people write about him, like the Gospels and things, you can understand it more if you understand the context of the magic and stuff. But the evidence that Jesus himself was positioning himself as a sorcerer is weak tea, right? So like you really can't.
Wouldn't sorcerer too, as I've been looking into this, magician, there's like this in-group, out-group language going on here. And like if you say someone's a magician, like you're actually saying that they're, a curse
crank,
word.
A crank or a quack. Yes,
they're
absolutely.
More, if you say they're a prophet or you say that they're doing something and it's within your confines of your religion, then it's kosher, it's orthodox, it's good. But if they're not your friend or they're your opponent, then they're a magician or a sorcerer or something like that.
Absolutely. It's used as a pejorative, but also like just as it's a regular word, right? So it isn't always a pejorative. It's like psychic, like saying, she goes to that psychic. Whereas psychics call themselves psychics, but we also use it as a pejorative, like psychics. We roll our eyes.
You're a palm reader. Yeah.
It's like, but that's literally what they claim to do, right? So, so anyway, the Jesus as sorcerer model isn't plausible. The only actual ancient attestation we have of something like that is in the Talmud, right? Like, because in the Talmud, it places Jesus 100 years earlier. Mm-hmm. He's stoned to death in Joppa by the Sanhedrin. And this is Jesus of Nazareth, or Jesus the Nazarene in any case, with a mother named Mary, etc. So we know they're talking about the same Jesus. And they have him stoned to death by the Sanhedrin in Joppa for sorcery, right? And so they have all these like weird beliefs that he like, I think something like he tattooed spells on him or something. Like there's a lot of like weird claims. But that comes so late.
All right. What up? I'm back.
That doesn't come from the Christian teaching they're attacking. They're just laying that on it, right? So that doesn't really, you can't really reconstruct.
All right, y'all. Now look.
And if that were.
Look, actually, I'm gonna let some of this rock and roll because I'm such a huge fan of both of these people. Obviously, we won't get through all of this, but I'm gonna get back to doing a little bit of work. I'm gonna take myself a quick little potty break. And get back to what we're doing. Thank y'all so much for bearing with me. I know I had a little bit of a dead air moment there where I was wrapped up in my conversation with Rob and didn't notice that the Gould video had ended. I am so in love with that Stephen Jay Gould lecture. I gave you guys plenty of my stuff in the as I was going before I took the meeting. But I hope you guys enjoyed it. And you will hear so much of that come up, not only in the manuscript I'm working on, like it's flavored in that. It's like a very strong flavor in the manuscript we're working on. But it is, oh my God, sealed in, punch you in the face, all this heat. You will see it in that first chapter of my dissertation, which is actually a history and philosophy of science chapter, all about replaying life's tape. What's it all about? Why is it so important in evolutionary theory? What are the historical underpinnings of it? How does this whole experimental evolution thing emerge that can actually make it like a thing you guys really do experimentally? And then, how do I tie it to the questions that I address in my dissertation and so much of my work going forward? Because it's a dope-ass question. And like my advisor always tells me, he always says, I will retire, and these questions that we're asking and our approach to taking them will still be new to the world and to our field. And so that's also true of me, right? I will spend the rest of my life asking some of these questions, shit that you see me and Cliff talking about. And when I retire, people will still be looking people like me and Cliff in the face like, we're speaking a different language to them, because we are. Experimental evolution is new to biology, and our brand of digital experimental evolution is new to even experimental evolutionary biologists. And then our approach and the way we do our questions and the site that we're on is new and distinct even in the world of digital computational biology and all that type of stuff. So it's all good. We're on that leading edge, a little bit of relaxed selection. There isn't a whole ton of competition in our niche. But it is growing, and I'm always encouraged, man. I'm always encouraged. Like, we get these fucking apps. We get these applications for, some of these scholarship programs, some of these research opportunities for students and undergrads. And the number of students that are doing, like, experimental evolution is always growing, and digital modeling, and some people are doing agent-based digital evolution. Like, literally, they're like writing these fucking research proposals where they like made their own systems that literally are like similar to like what we do with MABE and Avita Ed. And I'm just sitting there reading these shit like, yeah, kid, you's a bad motherfucker. Yep, kid, you's a bad motherfucker. You coming on up in the game. I hope you get it. And if you don't, then, bro, you're going to have a good place in the BUNDY lab. I hope you're looking for a job, because the BUNDY lab is going to be, got my eye on you, motherfucker. But yeah, I'm talking real talk to y'all. I'm talking motherfuckers in India, in Asia, in all types of people, y'all. Africa, all around the world. People are waking up to what we do. And, woo, they coming. They coming. It's fun. I'm excited. Trust me. It's plenty to eat for everybody. Our field is so new. Like I said, we'll die and it'll still be brand new. So we're not worried about it. At this point, actually, it helps. Every new person helps us get more legitimacy. More people know what we're doing. So at this point, like, it's all hands on deck. Come on, kid. Come on, kids. All right, now, real talk, man. I love Derek and I love Richard Carrier, man. James always has said that Derek is the centerpiece, the hub of our community. And for a lot of us, historical contingency made it such that PineCreek was a central role for a lot of us. That's not to say that we're not all Mythvision fans. We are all Mythvision fans, right? It's just that because of the difference in, I don't know, just the way it was or the way their particular live streams were, and PineCreek kind of being more all about the live streams, and Derek, you know what I mean? The different things. It's like, for a lot of us, we met on PineCreek's channel, or we interacted more frequently on PineCreek's channel. And then, also ended up, liking a lot of the other same content creators. But a lot of us saw ourselves as PineCreek. We called ourselves Creeksters, a lot of us, or joked about the Church of PineCreek, right? Even before the call to the Flying Man, and for some people, and then the thing for. Even when we started Hot Program, we called it PineCreek fan fiction, right? That's not to say we weren't all Derek fans, but I'm just showing y'all that's how it was. But now that, things have kind of materialized, right? And, we've all just grown as channels and as a community. We're at a different place where we're able to, in retrospect, look at a lot of these personalities differently, because we have a different type of experience with them now. And again, surprise, surprise, James Apperson, look who won the pony. James Apperson is right again. and that's just what it is. Some of us, we found this community. I don't regret finding this community, like, no matter how it was, man. I could have found y'all in the pits of hell, and I'd be happy to find y'all motherfuckers, because some of y'all are ride or dies like that. So, it always is what it is. That's the family that you choose, and the family that's chosen you. So, but now we all know, PineCreek's not into the community like that. We don't have to go off the trail, the rails on that today. But we know he's not really about the community. But Derek has just continued to just do everything he can for us, including, going out of his way to think of stuff, to think of new stuff to do for us. And so, again, just shout him out a lot of love. And Richard Carrier is a feisty personality, controversial. A lot of people have different opinions on him. And I don't think Derek is devout mythicist. I think Derek leans historicist, to be honest with you. But Richard Carey is somebody that opened my mind a lot. I watched a lot of his lectures. I tried to watch everything I saw that Richard Carey did, I try to watch. Richard Carey, to me, is an automatic press. Richard Carey, to me, is fucking clickbait. Richard Carey is like, to most of y'all, like a fine-ass bitch with some titties that's actually doing, like, whatever your favorite hobby is on, like, alpha tier 4,000 level. Like, it's just an instant click every time. Like, it's just you're just like, what? It's all of the things. What? Click. Like, what? Click. Right? Click. Click. Click every time. So I consider myself a carrier dome. That's kind of the name I gave for people. And so I don't know. Like, over the times, like, I have certain criticisms of Richard Carrier. I don't know about the controversial shit. To me, the only controversial Richard Carrier, and it's not even controversial. Like, Richard Carrier would just make, to me, really meaningful, important contributions to academia. And so selfishly, I wish he wanted to be an academic. So he could do what I want to do, right? Continue to do research in the academic field and train future researchers. Instead, he's doing like the independent academic thing. He's doing his own thing. So that's his decision. But that's really my only thing about it, is I feel like that were really a more academic career from someone like him would do the most, I guess, to promote the academic cause of mythicism. But that's just not what he's interested in. But nevertheless, I've read The Historicity Jesus, the whole thing. I have pretty much the whole bunch of his other books that I own, mostly on ebooks. I love my little ebooks. And yeah, I'm a big fan of him, you know, even, and it sounded like skepticism or something, but that's probably what it is. It's just the skepticism in me that's waffling, waning, because at one point he had me all the way dedicated hardcore mythicist, and then I've kind of been like, you know, but whatever, doesn't fucking matter, right? It doesn't matter. But yeah, big fan of both these dudes, big fan. And both of them in their own way really played a lot of role in me getting up out here. With Richard Carrier, it's more like he inspired me to truly believe in and try to find my own place for academics in this community and YouTube space. Like, oh shit, people really do celebrate Richard Carrier's work. We have a little different slant on how we trying to do our academic careers, but man, dudes really showed me, yo, Jay, go get your PhD and then do your thing, bro. Basically, and I'm like, all right, I peep you. All right, always been really nice to me when I've interacted with them. Answered all my questions really thoroughly, really wonderfully. I took the class. I took his Historicity Jesus class when Derek took it, because Derek took it when Derek took it. Glad I did that. It was a Google course. That inspired me. So when Derek came to me, he was like, yo, Jay, you want to do a course in evolution? I was like, nigga, I already know what time it is, bro. I took that fucking mythicism class when you did. So that's what they just did. You know, they just did a class probably on that type of subject. Look out for that class that they just finished recording. I'm sure it's going to be dope. And then look out for, you know, me and Derek trying to get together on the class. Now, a couple other things I wanted to wrap up, man. The meeting I had with Rob was just so fun because, you know, I wanted to be quick at first, but it's game time for my students. My students go into this week really needing to be working on the analysis for their group projects. And then next week they have their presentations. And, you know, Rob is coming in our class, because Rob does the sort of the philosophy side where they are learning all about history, philosophy of science, and creationism and evolution and social evolution and all this stuff. Whereas, you know, I'm doing the lab class. But anyway, Rob will be coming in to see their presentations. And so I had to give him like the gather tour, you know, because he had a little trouble the first time he tried to get in there. But it was really great. You know, I was showing him how I did up the university in the classroom and shit, and all the functionality we got going in there. And, you know, he was really excited about it. And, you know, it was fun. And I think I got him on board, too, to see that it would be great if Avita Ed isn't already easy to run, integrated, and to gather, what the benefits of doing it would be. Sort of the same thing me and AR and people like that have been doing with the games, right, where we've sort of limited and restricted ourselves as best we can to apps that integrate well into Gather because it enhances the experience. If those of y'all don't know what I'm talking about, let me show you real quick. You'll notice, like, if you go to like a certain oh yeah, I just closed out. Let me just jump back in. If you go to certain websites, right, like basically what happens is if you're in Gather, like I'm chilling here in the virtual office, but certain websites, you know, they don't integrate. So you have to pull them up on a different tab. Like, let's say I want to go to YouTube. Probably YouTube doesn't integrate. Boom. So now I got to be on a different tab. So I can still hear people talk. If y'all don't know the settings, too, check your settings. What is this? No, nobody cares about that. Check your settings. You probably don't want, you want to turn this off. See, automatically mute audio and video while away from tab. You'll want to turn that off. That way you could go to another tab. Then I could be watching this video or watching the stream and be, you know, talking to people and Gather. But, you know, I won't be able to see them or see what's going on, see what other people are streaming, see what's on the screens. So what's nicer is when something's integrated into Gather. Now, this video is unavailable because this is an old James Apperson video and he made it private. But this is what happens when something's integrated. As you notice, you can still see the Gather tab there. I can turn on my camera. You can still see me, right? So this is nice. So now when we play dominoes or, let's say, pinochle or poker or chess or something or whatever, the Pac-Man arcade we found, we made sure we found things that integrate. That way you could still, you know, have the immersive social experience while you're gaming, right? And so this is something from an educational standpoint, thinking about evolution education, we would like this because right now our students run Avita Ed like this. You know, they go to a different tab and while they're working, they're doing their Avita Ed, which is fine. And honestly, they'll probably always have to do that because they'll have to do batch work. But it would be nice, especially because there's a lot of stuff that happens with a single run, especially with exercises and stuff like that, where, and just to kind of show it and stuff like that, it would be great if I could integrate it. So I'm gonna actually check on that. I'm gonna probably check on that kind of now. Let me see where is a great place to check on it. Good place to check on it would be it doesn't really matter, but we could check on it anywhere. Man, let's check on it right now. Look, all you gotta do, build tool, pick an object. Let's take this plant. No, go in object picker, grab an object. It could be literally any object. Let's just say the anchor. Embedded website, take the website. There's the website. Control, copy. There's the website. Boom. There. Place the anchor, close the thing, walk over to it, X to interact. And it doesn't work. All right, so that's why, because it doesn't get integrated correctly, so you get page 404 not found. Now, this is another very interesting thing. I guarantee you It's probably super easy to get the current build of Avita Ed to work. And I bet you one of the reasons it doesn't embed is because it's on this dumb-ass Michigan State University server hosting it. But we've basically convinced them to like get our own web space. And when we do that, we'll integrate it. But yeah, this is good. I did that. That's a literally major task off my plate for the day because, yeah, I'll see it doesn't integrate. I'll give Rob the report. It doesn't integrate. But then I'll be able to talk to Diane Blackwood, the lead developer, about how nice it would be if it integrated and why that should be one of the things we look into in terms of making our own website to host it when we get off this fucking university server. And we're going to try to get, like, I don't know what it is, avitaed.blase-glavinoids. And it'll be a prettier link because this link, the Avita Ed website link disgusts me. Not this one as much. That one's actually not that bad, but we'll make a cleaner link for this too. This isn't a great link. But the real grossness is when you Google that shit and you get this, like, what? Avita Ed, and like, it's just, no, it's ugly. It bothers me. Literally, yeah, I ain't gonna front y'all. I literally got them to pay for a whole new web domain and a whole new website because my aesthetics would not let me be silent, y'all. That website, that URL is ugly. And I got no tolerance for ugly URLs. None. Your ugly URL can go fuck itself. Because it's ugly. That's the only thing it can do. Ain't nobody else gonna fuck it. So, ugly ass URL. All right, now I'm gonna let y'all peep this for a minute. I'm gonna take a little boys break. I'll be right back, and then we're gonna kick some more digital evolution ass and call it a day. Also, it's Monday night, so Foolios, don't be silly-o. You're gonna have to get your ass and gather so you can fuck with us for the Monday night football party. And we're gonna have Monday Night Raw on, and we're gonna be playing games and gather. You just be there or be square. It sounds cliche, but it's true. Just because it sounds like it's something old people say don't mean it ain't true.
And I'm just saying this: if that was Jesus, damn, our sources are so
really bad. Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, Martin Smith took things like Jesus takes spit to like.
Oh, there is some interesting things.
So like he does try to find things in the Gospels that track that, but we actually have other explanations of those things that don't track back to Jesus being a sorcerer. In particular, to speak of the course that I just filmed with you and that you're going to be editing up, eventually will come out next year sometime. Myth of the Gospels. Yeah, Myth of the Gospels. I think maybe the mythology of the Gospel according to Mark. So we're doing two courses. One is the mythology of the Gospels, where I just do myth and the Gospels. And then the other is just focus on Mark, mythology of the Gospel according to Mark. And I think that's the one where I go into Jesus using spit. And the thing is when you line it up in the internal literary structure of where that appears, it appears in a certain doublet and that matches a water from a rock narrative in Moses. Okay. So what you're looking at is you have an equal explanation here. Is like, well, that might just be water is flowing from the rock because the rock is Christ, as Paul says, right? The water that followed the rock that followed the Jews and water flowed from it. He says that was Christ. Passage, yeah. He says that was Christ. So here we have this, allegorical. Jesus is using spit to like replicate water from the rock and bring healing to the masses and stuff.
See, I thought that the explanation that he had, which was really interesting to me, and I don't rule it out. I mean, it's still on the table to me. It's just there's so many other ways to look at this.
Yeah, absolutely, right.
He attempts the first time, and then he has to come back again. Like, damn it, it didn't work.
Yeah, but
now,
then you have to explain. Right, you have to explain why does the author preserve that detail, or why did they invent the detail?
Right.
So even if it's a historical detail, like it's the story told to him, he'd say, "Oh, that doesn't make Jesus look good. I'm going to just erase that and retell the story." So you have to explain, like, why did he choose to include that detail? And then once you have a reason why he would include it, well, now you have that same reason for him to invent it, right? And so that's why you have to it's difficult to reconstruct a historical Jesus because it's easy to show that there are reasons to make up these stories, and then you can't rule that out is the main thing. It doesn't mean that they did make them up necessarily. It just means you can't rule that out. There's no evidence for us to work that out. It's kind of like,
so it's like trying to peek behind the made up material. Yeah. Even if there was something historically kernel, we can't reconstruct it because it's been fudged.
Exactly. A perfect example that I use in the book is Haile Selassie, which is Rastafarianism believes that Rastafari is the the royal name of Haile Selassie, who was Ethiopian royalty at the time, and he had nothing to do with the religion, and denounced it to his death, right? So he's like, I don't know what you people are doing. I had nothing to do with this. But they had they had this whole Bible with their gospels about him, with these like wild stories about miracles and stuff like that. And like, if all we had was the Rastafari Bible, and they call it the Rastafari Bible, how would you know what was historical? Like, we can figure that out because we can go to external records and confirm what is true about Haile Selassie. But if all you have is the religious literature, well, that's a lot harder to do because you don't know what they're making up. And even if they're choosing historical details, the reason that they're choosing them is because it favors their religion in some way, right?
Got it.
So they have they have just as much a reason to make that stuff up as to just lift it.
And we see that in the Gospels. There's a constant building of legend between Gospels where
that's
even
also
the
true.
one version of it has to beat the earlier version, which already may be a made-up point about it. So now you've got like cake on cake layer of bullshit that's trying to say about. So it's hard to know what actually is. I do want to hit these super chats if you don't mind. Reality and Me, thank you for the super chat. Good to see everybody in the house here today. I hope you're in tune for a fun ride. We're going to talk about the historical Jesus, and if there was one, what are the best ways to getting at it? And we all know that Dr. Carrier, of course, leans and goes in the direction of there being no Jesus, historically speaking, but it's mostly a mythos or created figure. Obviously, they believed he was real,
right?
But let's not get
an imaginary Jesus versus a historical Jesus,
right? Like people believe in angels, but are they really there? That kind of thing. So,
but like I said, I still think there are plausible historical Jesus models too.
We're going to get into that today, and I hope to do that. So, thank you, Reality and Me. I didn't see a question from you there, so I know you super chatted again. Scott Daniel said, "I don't care what kind of hologram tech you have, Derek. I am a staunch Richard Carrier mythicist." Thank you, Scott Daniel, for being.
It's AI. AI has gotten that good.
We're that good. I'm telling you, I'm not even real.
Yeah, I'm actually. This is Bob Price, and AI is like replacing me.
See, I'm actually Richard. You don't even know what's going on.
Right.
Thank you so much.
AI video.
Reality and Me. What do you think of the Roman provenance theory, specifically about creating Christ by James Valiant? Okay, so I didn't want to get sidetrack into the historical Jesus thing. Can we let's save these, I guess. Let's get through our rant and then come back to super chats. What do you say? Because this is going to take us off course.
But you mean talking about Valiant's theory?
Yeah, I figured let's hold off on.
Quite simply, ask him to get it passed through peer review. That's all I'm asking.
You're definitely
no, it's not plausible at all. And he's making a lot of claims that are deeply suspect, and his argumentation is really convoluted. So it's really hard to even figure out what he's arguing or how it follows from the facts he presents. So that's a challenge. I would like to see him produce it in such a fashion that it would pass peer review. And then I could spend my time to examine it in detail to see what survived peer review. Then we can take that seriously and go into it. But for him to keep doing this, amateur style, he's making a lot of claims about what symbols mean on coins and stuff like that, without discussing any of the numismatic literature or iconographic literature in the field. So he needs to be doing a lot more work that would be done if he was an actual historian making this claim, right? So no, I don't think that's believable. The Roman provenance theory, though, usually means at will or something like at will. Or at will's, of course, his theory goes back to the Piso conspiracy theory, which is not the actual Piso conspiracy theory. The actual Piso conspiracy was actual, where he conspired to assassinate Nero. No, but there's another Piso conspiracy theory that dates way back about how somehow the Piso family was involved in inventing Christianity, and it connects Josephus and all these other things.
There's people who still circulate this creating.
Well, Atwell's version, right? Atwell's version is the one that most people know, where he's kind of gotten rid of the Piso part and he's just focusing on the Flavian part, right? So anyway, so that is a popular thing. And again, it's deeply implausible. There's no good evidence to argue that the Roman Empire deliberately invented Christianity. It usually is based on a lot of, speculation, essentially, and really arguing against the evidence, the lean of the evidence. So anyway, if they want to get it taken seriously, they really need to get a version through peer review. That's what I would want. And there's a lot of other theories of the historical Jesus that are implausible that have passed peer review. So you can totally do this.
Yeah.
Just got to do the work, man. Okay.
Well, Reality Me, appreciate the super chat. I'd love to have some super chats that are in the vein of historical Jesus stuff, but I'll take anything I can get. It is what it is. We'll get to super chats here in a minute.
All right,
I see you're already distracted here,
yeah.
so we'll take it off so you don't see any in the chat for now because it might distract you. We will come back to you. Now let's go to the next Jesus here. We talked about the charismatic healing Jesus. I've even seen early art with him having a wand and stuff like that.
Yeah, the art is portraying him in that role. That's actually a sorcery role, right? Like is the idea of using a wand to cast your miracles. So yeah, Jesus does get depicted, but this is Jesus Deus here, right? So like if you go to Litwa's book on this where he talks about that, there's also Matthew's book, Battle of the Gods, Clash of the Gods, I think is the name of it. Where he does the same thing. He goes through the artwork, and Litwa probably even cites Matthews. I'm not sure, but Matthews and Litwa do this same analysis, looking at the iconography, and show that it is pagan iconography. They're basically stealing ideas from
putting it onto Jesus,
right, and then just using that as the way to portray Jesus to the public. It's it's kind of a way if you're doing advertising, you use like whatever the popular thing is to do to advertise your guy. But that's all really late, right? The art starts like the earliest art we have for Christians is like 3rd century. So this is so late that it doesn't really inform the origins of Christianity, and that's why it isn't really usable for things like Morton Smith's theory.
I just figured I'd mention that because that seems a bit late, but there were Jewish people like Honi the Circle Drawer.
Yeah,
there was
right. Josephus writes about the weird exorcist spellcaster guy. Yeah, there's definitely...
Or even Simon Magus, right?
There was a whole tradition of Jewish magic, and it was often based on power words. Like if you learn the secret language of the angels, you can create things and basically do things that God does, right? Because they take seriously that God spoke and then created. So they think, if you just know the right words, you can do what God does, right? Is the Jewish magic idea. For those who want a fun, silly B-movie version of this is Warlock. So there's a movie called Warlock where that's the whole plot.
Wow.
Is that
he's
trying
Jesus,
to find...
he's
trying... There's a secret book that has the secret language that God spoke at the beginning of creation. He says, well, if you speak it in reverse, you can undo creation or whatever.
Sounds like a scene.
And that idea, right? That idea is right out of ancient Jewish magic principles. So it's kind of funny, like whoever did that, like did a little bit of research, I think.
I'm gonna let's do prophet of social change.
Yeah, well, that's I think kind of maybe a reference to like John Dominic Crossan's model. And there have been a few other people who've argued that Jesus is basically, this Martin Luther King character. He's like, I'm going to come and I'm a social reformer, and I've got these great ideas about how to reform society. And they always conveniently line up with the politics of the scholar.
Right. That's kind of, I did a 48-minute video recently. It's really good, but it is exactly.
Dennis MacDonald is actually in this camp now. Like he's pushing the idea that Jesus was this Deuteronomic, Torah reformer. And his whole model of Q supports, of course, Dennis MacDonald's religious message, and it just happens to align with the message that MacDonald wants to spread to like both atheists and theists, and saying, "Hey, Jesus was this Torah reformer. We can actually learn from the message here, etc." But he has to go through this extremely elaborate process to extract that out of the evidence, and I think generally that's not how it would have worked. Like even insofar as someone would be a social reformer back then. In that particular model, you would do it in the form of an apocalyptic prophet, right? So like you would, it actually doesn't get rid of the apocalyptic prophet thing. So you have examples of
we're going to get to that, I think.
Yeah, if you look at the Jewish, like the Hillelites and the Shammaites, you have Hillel and Shammai, the two rabbis that argued with each other about how strict or liberal should you approach the Torah and the Mishnah. That's an example of the kind of arguments they have with each other as ordinary rabbis, but that isn't what we see from Christianity. We see like right out of the gate, this is like an urgent apocalyptic movement, right? So you got to figure out where would that have come from if it didn't come from Jesus.
I had a James Apperson.
And I know there's like some.
I lost that James Apperson.
You were mentioning that Jesus.
Carrie Ann was in
Jesus
here. I don't know what Carrie Ann is.
I could be wrong. Prophet.
It depends.
I have seen some scholars do this. Yeah, like say like, oh no, that was all invented later, and it's like, I mean, maybe.
It's Pauline theology.
Oh, Lena popped in and said hi.
It's Paul having visions. Yeah, the problem I have with that is even if you get Paul out of it, and you look at the original apostles, they clearly.
All right, gang, let's get our setup going.
Have this idea of there's an urgent message. The end of the world has begun. We have to like urgently get this stuff out. And that is easier to explain. It's more probable if that's the message that Jesus was preaching, right?
Right.
If it's not impossible that they would just wake up after he was dead and go, you know what? I got this idea. I'm going to claim that he like revealed to me that the end is nigh, etc. Right. That is entirely possible.
How can we reconstruct that?
Yeah, right. Exactly. That's a good point. Like it's plausible, but it kind of strains against the evidence. So it would go low on the list is what I would put it. I wouldn't say it's like something you have to knock off the list, like a Roman providence theory, for instance,
Yeah, I think
or Jesus the sorcerer.
Like the zeitgeist, even of their own Christian fictional literature, like Acts, when they paint Jesus in line with similar figures, that gives me, I would say, on my predictive scale of things, I would put Jesus in a category similar.
You're anticipating my concluding denouement.
Yeah, we're not there yet. So we're not there yet. But yeah, pause on that conclusion. So I do want to mention one thing, and maybe you know the name. I can't remember. There's a scholar who said, and this is like a well-known critical scholar in history, who pretty much said, like, everybody has a Jesus in their own image. It's like, they can't quite.
Yeah, a few scholars have said,
show me the Christian, I'll show you the Jesus. Who was that? That was one of the great theologians, Robert Christopher Reed. I believe he said that on his Opus Magnus on YouTube, when he said Christianity is full of fuckfaces who worship a fuckface. There's really some deep ruminations on the nature of God and a life in Christ, you know. Show me the Christian, I'll show you the Jesus.
Themselves in Jesus, and there's just as many Jesus models as there are scholars.
Right.
One of the other lines.
Right.
And that does indicate that there's a problem that needs to be solved here. A methodological problem.
Right.
Father Bobby, exactly.
And I'm not the only one to say that, by the way. I should say, like, every scholar who's done an examination of methodology, I just mentioned Crossan and Avalos have both.
All right, gang, let me wax and wane before YouTube tells me I'm not actually earning my money out here. Now, listen, it takes a lot of money to do what I do now. I really just want to say thanks. I appreciate all you guys. You know, it's Monday, which for those of you that aren't used to the schedule yet, it's my light day. It's a day I'm not supposed to really be doing shit because I need a day in the week of not doing shit. And y'all know I'll be doing fucking shows all goddamn weekend. But Cliff kind of felt like getting to it. I kind of wanted to get into it. So you know, we're gonna get into it, you know, and I'm gonna finish up with a little bit of work. But yeah, man, we had a really great meeting with Cliff earlier. Happy to share that Stephen J. Gould with you. You guys are definitely gonna have to check out this Mythvision podcast with Richard Carrier, and it's on the Mythvision. Just look up Mythvision podcast. I don't know. Is there a link in the? I don't know if there's a link. But anyway, y'all, we're back at the Captain Starship. Oh my goodness, I just accidentally closed the damn tab, which I really didn't want to do. Gotta be honest about that. All right, but we're good. We're rocking and rolling. I just wanted to say thanks. I love you fuckers. We're going to go ahead and get into our communion right now. But, whoa. Oh, Ken Hovind had an explosive live-filled interview that Atheist Jr. is going to talk about at 6:45. Some of you Hovind watchers may want to check that out. Me? Nah, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think it's not on the agenda. It ain't on the agenda. Yeah, I just want a little low-level spaceship vibe. There we go. Starship Myron. All right, now what are we gonna do? We're gonna do some motherfucking communion up in this bitch. Which view do we go with? I guess we just go with this one. Let's just leave it on this one. It's fine.
It's too terrifying.
It is too motherfucking terrifying. All right. Boom. Here we go. Y'all should already know the motherfucking drill by now. I need to make a scene where I switch these two, but that's okay. Please raise your glasses and hold on to your motherfucking asses. Through him, with him, in him, in the unity of the flying man. All glory and honor is yours who fight for our sins forever and ever. You may drink. He's enthusiastic with that organ today, boy. Let it bump, though. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. And why are you? Here's a question, guys. Why should you join the Discord? Why do you need to be in Gather tonight? Is the answer Monday Night Football? That's part of the answer. Is the answer Monday Night Raw with the United States champion of Word Wrestling Entertainment? Yes, that is also part of the answer. But the correct answer is sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name.
Oh, forward to this. Flow dance, take it away.
Hey, Jim, congratulations.
Making your way in the world today takes everything you got. Taking a break from all your worries sure would help a lot. Wouldn't you like to get away? Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name. Well, all those nights when you got no lights and the check is in the mail, and your little angel on the counter by its tail. Your third fiancé didn't show. Well, sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name, and you're always glad they came. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name. Well, you get out of bed and the coffee's dead, the morning isn't looking bright. You shrink right off to Europe and he doesn't even write. Your girlfriend says she's not a girl. Be glad there's one place in the world where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where nobody knows your name.
Foy Vance. Most common word coming in by text, Foy, is goosebumps. Believe it or not, we've had that repeatedly across a whole series. If you want to see Foy Vance's cheeky grin when he sang the "When You Find Your Girlfriend Is a Guy," you can go on the website. We'll upload a video of Foy singing that. If you want to see him live, 6th of December in Roisin in Galway, 7th of December in Whelan's in Dublin, and the new album is Joy of Nothing. Foy, thank you again.
Thank you, man.
We know there's a lot of ways to not be a girl and not be a guy. We got it. We're okay. We're all good here. Wait, whoa, skirt. Show me some controversy real quick. Oh, yeah, that club shooting is tragic, man. Y'all gotta stop shooting up the clubs, man.
30th, 2021, which is the date Kent's talking about where he went into the courtroom for the initial incident.
And the wheels on the bus go round and round, round and round, round and round. The wheels on the bus go round and round. Man, I expect Trump will be indicted by the special counsel. Don't tease me. Don't tease me, baby.
Pointing this out, James Crossley.
Let's get back
James
to
Crossley wrote,
let's
like,
get back
3
to these
books
digital
now.
fuck faces and
So
their sex
he's been
lives.
studying like how are Jesus is being invented.
Now look at these fuck
and,
faces.
He has a book on.
Took them 1,400 updates, but they done definitely ate some shit.
They want to see, right? And so he documents this and stuff, and then he even gets to the zealot Jesus. That idea starts to become popular right around when Islamic terrorism becomes like a major social issue. Now we're talking about Jesus the zealot. Now, the theory predates all that, but when it becomes like more scholars are now into it all of a sudden, there's a weird like political social lineup that's kind of like leads you to like, well, why are we suddenly going to this theory, basically? Why now when it wasn't popular, 20, 30 years ago? And so anyway, so James Crossley's done this too. So like James Crossley's talked about this, Avalos and Crossan have talked about this. And every scholarly work studying the methodology specifically has come out with the conclusion that this methodology is problematic, right? So this the field is aware of the problems that they have with the methodology. They're just not implementing very well in terms of solving it.
So when I recorded the course, and it should be edited sometime in the next few weeks, my goal is to hit the ground running with these courses. We did 5, by the way. So for those of you who are looking forward to hearing more from Carrier and taking college-level courses with him, we've got some courses that'll be coming out, and that'll be a while, though.
Yeah, it's a lot of editing work to do. So
is that what we just did? Yeah,
anyway, it'll be out
there. Be on the lookout. But I did do a course on the quest for the historical Jesus with Delcy Allison Jr., the historical quest from the scholarship.
Yeah, that's what I was just talking to you about. You're asking about the idea of how do we talk about the history of Jesus,
exactly.
Right? So
and that's
the historiography of the field. Yeah,
he does the historiography. It's so much fun, and then he ends the final 8th course on Dominic Crossan. Mm-hmm. And I had this is not just like a Sixth Sense thing. It was like kind of like the conclusion to me was what scholarship wants and what really is attractive to scholars who are in peer review. First of all, when they're doing their dissertation, they're trying to find something that undermines previous scholarship. So they're actually hunting. Their purpose is to hunt for a Jesus that might be different from
it's a similar problem in all the sciences, which is the idea of replicating someone else's work gets less grant money and less attention and stuff, whereas refuting someone else's work gets a lot more money and attention. So yeah, science has this problem too. But you're right. Yeah, the idea is like, how do I make my mark? I got to do something. And really, the real thing is you do have to do something new, right? So you can't just replicate.
That's the problem. So this is what I'm saying.
And so how do you find a new thing?
If everyone's paved the road,
if the road is paved,
why John
almost
sticks out with his sore thumb in a good way. I mean,
and some ones.
Scholar. But even Allison, while
3 different
he gave the lecture, you can see his tendencies. You can see him go. See, Don has this political world from Ireland, and he says, "And what is going on in Ireland? He sees happening to Jesus."
That's Crossley's theme as well. So
preferences.
I think there's something to that because normally I'd be suspicious
all over
of those
the place, but then these guys
for it lines up
select
with
for
the observation that they're. Why do all these scholars find a Jesus that just happens to line up with their politics and their political situation, right? Like, that's a weird coincidence, let's just say.
Right.
So it begs explanation. And so, so anyway, a lot of other scholars have noticed this and talked about it, yeah.
I just figured we're painting
See,
this...
that's Allison you just mentioned. We got Allison to add to the list. He's
Allison,
doing the same kind of
eating all
analysis.
the
Yeah.
food.
Yeah, and listen, this is why I really got a lot of respect for him.
But
I really
they're
do. Here's a man who in
only-
1970-something had an experience. He can't explain it, and he says, I don't think my mental faculties are all screwed up, which I don't think people who have experiences either. I mean, the brain is a goofy little machine anyway.
I had full-on hallucinations when I was a Taoist, right?
Right.
So that convinced me that Taoism was true. So I know what that's like.
But he has a conviction, right, of faith. And he's writing books, and I've got a list of them back here. In fact, I think they're right... They're back here. I've got so many.
Yeah.
And in every single one of these books, he talks about the failed apocalyptic prophet Jesus, but he has faith in this. So, like, if someone is drawing a conclusion that's kind of contradictory to their faith conclusion, to me, to me, it's kind of like, how do you do both? There's an honesty in his scholarship that you have to at least. I'm not saying everything is.
Honestly,
there.
some of the best scholarship is when that's what happens, right? So, like when you have instead of the Habermas model, the Gary Habermas model.
He is bending and twisting.
You have someone like Allison. Or even Crossnews.
One, two, three. All right, everybody prefers
so there's
different
a lot of
stuff.
these. James Crossley is another example, I think. I could be wrong, but
And then-
when you have these believers who are willing to admit that, well, okay, all the things we want to believe aren't really historical.
What's their preference?
And a good example of this actually is the classic Raymond Brown, right? The great Catholic scholar, and he did like 2 massive commentaries on the birth of Jesus and the death of Jesus, and he like clearly demarcates all the way through. It's like, okay, these are the faith beliefs I have. I believe in the virgin birth, etc. But he goes through and like, with eyes of objective historian, and says, but based on the principles of objective history, I can't justify it, right? So like, so then he goes and it's really good, man. Like, there's mythological reasons for this, etc. I believe it as a faith thing, but like the methods of history don't get you there. It's basically so, and that actually produced like some of the greatest commentaries on the nativity and the resurrection of Jesus, right? So when you have that particular attitude, I think you get better work. But then I think the same effect happens with secular scholars too. So, because they don't have a dog in the race essentially, right? So it's easy.
Alrighty, folks, let's see what these fuck faces have going on. So what we have here is when their preference switches to 2, these are the fuckers who are eating 2. So these fuckers are doing food. They're like, look, I want to mate with somebody who eats the same food I do. Oh, and that's where we see the split between 1 and -1. AG is shape? Yes. Okay. So some of you fuckers are close to 1. No, wait, you guys are -1s. -1s, -1s, -1s. But then you're like a subgroup of -1s. Yeah, see, this is where 3 foods is making shit interesting, I think. Because they got some sort of, maybe they got the rock, paper, scissors going here or something. Because this is very interesting. All right, so let me see what I'm talking about here. All right, so then we go to -1s, 0-1s. Are they, are they subspeciating? Like where there's -1s and 0s. Let me see, your shape, -1s, almost 1s, 1s, -1s. Ones, almost 1s, -1. Yeah, almost 1s. All right, y'all are doing separate by species. All right, so y'all have -1s, and y'all go -1s, -1s. Yeah, y'all are just kind of in this batch. So these are basically -1s that mate with 1s, and they're the, I don't know, the red species, basically. Y'all motherfuckers eat food 1 and rarely anything else. Then we switch over here. Y'all motherfuckers eat food too. Right? Yeah, y'all switch to food too. And rarely anything else. And then we get motherfuckers who switch to food 3. And then they do their own subclass of negative ones and ones. So it looks like we got 3 separate species here. And they mate within their species. They're basing their preference. They're basically doing both. They're doing both, but this is interesting. They're not doing 2. Because there's 3, they're doing 3 different color subspecies. They're going, I gotta find somebody who's the right shape and the right color. Now the question is, if they was only doing 2, would they do the right shape and the right color? But we gotta do some coding, because if we set it for 2, it's gonna break. Because our food scores and shape preferences are set to need food scores that are of length 3. Yeah, so we got to do a little bit of coding to get this batch to work. All right, but that's going to be what we do tomorrow. Yeah, I don't want to do that now because I won't get it done in the hour that we have before I call it. But that's beautiful. I like that. That's interesting. But yeah, ain't nobody really switching. Let me see the switches. Let's go to switches. Nobody's fucking switching. Yeah, there's a couple mutators that switch a bunch. But the strategy overall, so that's why the average is not quite 0. Of course, there's mutations. It's at a population size of 1,000, nothing's gonna look perfect. You get a lot of noise, but that's just what that is. Yeah, ain't nobody switching. Okay, done and done. Y'all motherfuckers is thinking y'all slick out here. All right, let me see y'all. Let's look at this a little further since we got ourselves a little time right now. All right, so look, we got y'all sorted by what? Preference, I believe. Preference, right? So there's a few of y'all that don't have any preference. Now that's also very rare, right? There's always going to be mutations. A few of y'all don't have a preference. That's why, but there's only 3 out of 1,000, right? So pretty much everybody has a preference. All right, so there's the people who prefer red. They start at 4, and that red preference ends. Preference. All right, now that preference for red ends at where? Close to 200. Interesting, because let me see, what would a third be? Close to 300. That's going to obviously not be like that, but all right, so 1, everybody here prefers pretty much, except for the first couple, all of y'all have a preference for red. And as such, all the way up through, what was the number? 213, we'll say, is the magic number, right? 213 is the last one that prefers 1. Yeah, 213 is the last one that prefers red. Then we go to shape. We have an entire -1 class, and then an entire basically, all right, so we got a little bit of mutators off a -1, but this is like a second come. Y'all are almost all the same thing. Y'all have very much indistinguishable. There's just a little couple subtypes that are damn near -1. group of mutators, and then pretty much everybody goes 1. And yeah, it's not quite halfway, but pretty good distribution there. And everybody's 1. Yep. Alright, now over here, AA, these motherfuckers prefer 2 all the way through 605, 213 to 605, 213 to 605. That's a bigger group that are doing I don't know, let's say blue or whatever the fuck. To maybe it's whatever. 213 was the last one. Blah blah blah. So 214 we reset. We get -1s. And then about halfway between 200 and 600 is 400. -1. If you're mutated, there's a little couple of guys that are doing all right. And then we get almost 1. Boom. Basically 2 shape types. Almost 1, -1, and almost 1. Boom. And then right on time. Now here's that's kind of interesting. Because that's supposed to be the line where their preference. Oh no, I'm off a couple of lines. Let's say the preference really. The new one starts there, 608. Right on schedule, 608. We go back to -1 with the shape. Everybody else to 1,000. That's about 400 people. 400 individuals, rather, sorry, is going to have preference for 3. Halfway through that would be 800. So they all have preference for 3. And boom, right around 800, we get a switch from -1. It's always going to be a little off. It's not perfect. It's evolution here. But yeah, right around half, right around 800, we get the switch. So we go from -1 to almost 1. Really interesting. Nice, nice, nice. So there we have our 3 separate subspecies. Ah. Interesting. That was another thing I wanted to see. Look at this number, 97647, 97647, 97647. Look, 97647, right? Close, 97647. 97647, 97647, 97647. So they do it. They basically sort, and then each one has -1 and 97647, -97647, and -1. -1, -97647, +1, and -1. Oh, and then just +97647, -1, +97647, and -1, -1, negative 9, 7, 6, 5, a different negative, and negative 1. Positive 1, negative 1. Yeah, so I wonder if we have a thing where these guys are different. They have positive 1 and negative 1. And then these guys are different to where they actually have negative. They got the opposite thing going on. They've got negative 1 and that positive 9, 7, 6, 4, 7. Interesting. All right. So cool. That's where we're going to start tomorrow. I think that's actually what we were looking for. We now know they're doing shape. They have their preferences neat as fuck. Their preferences neatly aligned with their food types. They're sorted by preferences, 0s, 1s, 2s, 3s, and that corresponds with their food type. All of these guys eat 3, nothing else. Above that, they eat... Oh, wait, that's the 800. Let's go up to 6. Right here's the switch, 60, whatever the fuck it was. Right here, 607. Bet you that's where the preference switches. What's preference? AA, there we go. Preference switches to 2. They all eat 2, nothing else. Boom. They all eat 1, nothing else. Their preference, yeah. The AG's their shape, AA's their preference. Yeah, they all prefer 1, and they all eat 1. So they all have 3 separate types and then 2 separate shapes within those types. And they only eat the food that they prefer. The same food as their preference. So they're all right, so what I think is happening here is in a Lex size of 8, presumably, there's enough selection for all 3 food types because there's that better when rare condition happening. So, you know, if you eat all the blue, there's a lot of red and green. You eat all the red, there's a lot of green and blue. You eat all the green, there's a lot of red and blue. So that's where you get your 3 stable food types from. And then within that, with a Lex size 8, it's probably quite rare that you don't get someone of your preferred species. If you don't, you're basically at random. But, and with that, you'll end up with somebody high value who's then heads or tails to be the right shape. But more times than not, that's probably incredibly rare. More times than not, selecting for high fitness through the tournament to get into the LEC, someone of the correct color gets into the LEC. They are going to definitely be heads and shoulders above someone who is the wrong color, because their score will be 0 at that food type, and then it's just a matter of the highest person with the right color. But people probably rarely don't have a partner, and this is what we would expect. All right, so this is cool. This is cool beans. The only thing we have to do is we have to set the conditions such that we sort of, in the system, the way I have the code written, we sort of always assume there will be 3 food types. So I've got to pay close attention now and sort of rewrite the code for varying the length of the vector that determines your food score used to run the LEC. And I don't want to do that now just because I want to really take my time with it, because it's more of a C++ coding thing than a MABE thing. It's just, it's basically using the variable, let's think through this. It's using the variable of food types to determine how much of food scores is used to determine the scores for the LEC. So then rather than using the whole thing like we're doing now, where it has to be hard set to 3, we're going to make it variable where it becomes the length of food types, and then uses that to determine how many food scores it looks for. Whereas right now it's kind of hard-coded to look for 3, because the configuration I had in mind when I was doing this, that wasn't a variable. It was we were always working with 3. Because the original question we were interested was having 3 food types where 1 was a poison, 1 was neutral, and 1 was positive. But that's not the question here. So we'll take our time so that I can kind of relax and work my way through that. That's the main change that needs to be made. I'm pretty sure I know exactly what it is. We'll debug it. Once it's debugged, we'll be ready to use that as a variable. Food types is already in there as a variable, so I just have to, like I said, make that modification to my tournament optimizer, and then we should be ready to roll. But this is awesome. This is awesome. I'm glad we got it. Like Cliff said, we worked through that sort of issue, and now we were worried that were they going to do it or not? We ran some seeds. While I was in my meeting with Rob, I let this run, and as you can see, they did it. Our max is 34, and average is 13, and some of that is like what you'd expect given the grid size, right? If the grid size is, whatever it is, there's going to be a maximum based on like we'd expect it to the frequency dependence of the food type. So there is some theoretical max. I'm not sure what it is. I could calculate it, but I'd have to look into the settings. But yeah, we're good with this. Please do link up with us in Gather for some gaming. I'm going to go ahead myself and get on over there. And we'll shut down sort of our office flow. Thanks again to everybody for tuning in. What do I want to do here? I like this snapshot. 14,370. Don't save anything. Let's rename it. I can just simply underbar it. What this just does, it puts an underbar under something, which means that when it gets overwritten, like when I do new stuff here, if it overwrites it, it won't overwrite that particular file because that particular file will have a different name simply by having the underscore on it, so it won't get overwritten. So, like, let's just say we do a new run, generate a whole bunch of new shit, all these snapshots change, and I go, oh, now I'm not getting the thing I saw before, but I want to show Cliff what I saw before. I'll simply have these underbar files that will, I'll be able to be like, this is what I saw before. That way we can ignore the new ones. And I'll do the same thing. It's just a quick little old school ghetto safety measure in case I go changing shit. We'll just do that. I would want pop, max, population, Population is averages. You can think as the averages, the max, the settings, the snapshots. I don't care about the snapshots. I just want the last snapshot that we looked at, and then the test graphic. Cool. Then and take these, copy them, paste them, and then rename these. Get rid of copy. Just getting rid of the underbars, basically, so that we actually have... What? Oh, shit. All right, undo that. Because it did them all at once. Sorry. Settings. Boom. Do that. Rename. Kind of hood. There's easier ways to do this with the command line, but I don't really care. It's 3 freaking files. All right. And now we're good. I don't feel like changing work directories and all that, but this just gives me a little bit of safety in terms of having backups in this directory of that result that we got today. So I can document it and show Cliff if something should change and we don't get it again. Certainly I don't plan to run my replicates for 100,000 updates, so that's that. All right, so we're good to go for the day. Thanks everybody for tuning in for that part. Let's go ahead and switch gears. We're gonna head on down to the Pinochle Lounge. I don't know if this how much this dog will follow me. I'm Myron Bot, I guess. So I always tell Myron Bot to follow me. A little bot tirage. I need to get the other one going for Raw at 8, so I need to make sure I get off early enough to do that. Let's head on down and yeah, let me play this. Here we go.
Easier for them to see.
We're going to the Pinochle Lounge.
That's so true. That's an important thing as we go along that I think is really cool about learning in Jesus studies. So, all right, our next Jesus, we talked about prophet of social change, and that doesn't mean that there aren't involvement of things that might be changing.
any kind of social, any messianic pretender, anyone who's pretending to be a messiah, is by definition in that way advocating some sort of social change. Like they see some sort of social problem that they think they can solve in some way. And that's true for like all.
I got to pull up Myron Bot on another screen. He's dragging because
even Hillel and
I don't have him up on the screen.
Exactly right. So
sees him as a way
there is
from
always
the tab.
some aspect of prophet of social change. Even the Old Testament prophets, you can find that model in them, right? So that there's nothing inherently wrong about that. It's just that is sort of the tack on to whatever the fundamental thing it is they're doing. Like what is driving them? It's not like they're just going to go out there like a philosopher and say, well, the philosophy's on here. Cynic philosopher.
We're going to get into that.
The cynic philosopher, I'll just drop it right now.
Okay, go ahead.
Cynic philosopher is very much like that. Is like, I'm just going to rationally analyze social culture and point out how it's... Because the cynic philosophy was very much countercultural philosophy. It's like stepping out in postmodern style, examining the culture and saying, we made up all this culture stuff and it's bullshit, right? Is the way they go through it. They like criticize institutions like marriage and all other social assumptions. And so they're very much the hippies, right? Like the 60s style.
I think Carrie Ann's been in here,
but they're using rational discourse.
Pinochle.
They analyze what things look like, and they say like, this is why this is all cultural, it's all made up, and why we need to abandon all of these human-made cultural things. Jesus can't have been that because that would not have been a message that would resonate at all in Judea. Because if you're not giving the voice of God, then get out of town, basically, is their idea, right? So you could be influenced by cynic philosophy, but you would have to reframe it as God said or something like that, right? Like saying, I have the inspiration of the Holy Spirit, and I'm reading these texts, and this is what I'm finding.
Share time,
so you would have to do something like you see at Qumran, where they're seeing things, hidden messages in Scripture, and are coming up with a new form of Judaism, and they feel like they're inspired by the Holy Spirit, God's guiding them, etc.
Right. They're taking their experience too, and then kind of like
the rational argument model doesn't work in this environment. So
is it fair to say the cynic stuff is really we need to go to the Gospels technically?
I think this. So there's a truth to the cynic philosophy, or the cynic influence hypothesis, which is that a lot of the ideas of cynicism found their way into Judaism.
This is so
well
cool.
before Christianity came along. And they're already there. So by the time that Christianity
I absolutely
comes
love
along,
this. Can't wait to do more of these.
insofar as, let's say there's
our shit's fucking sexual,
teaching, and
though.
he's doing
Sucks that
this
we can't do
parabolic
this.
type of teaching, right? Which
But
actually comes
we've
from the
kind of got it
rabbinical
going
tradition.
now. We're good.
But it looks a lot like Cynic philosophy, the way Cynics talk about things. And he could have a lot of ideas in there that you can, you know what, that lines up right with the Cynics. But that doesn't mean that like Jesus went and read a Cynic.
I think I could do
I'm gonna borrow
some
these
of my
ideas.
adaptation
You might be
chance
getting
history
these
shit with
ideas
this.
from other
It'd be
Jewish
great.
preachers. It's in the air basically, and not even realize that goes back a couple hundred years to like Cynic influence on Judaism and Jewish thought, right? So they're trying to trace the exact influence of Cynic philosophy is one thing, and then there's also parallel development, right? Like if a Cynic thinks a certain way and sees something,
let's make
somebody
sure
thinks
this
the
is
same
all
way is gonna see it
saved.
as well, and it doesn't mean that they know each other. They're just independently coming up with it. And
this
if you look at, for instance, Wang Chung, he's a Han Dynasty Chinese philosopher. He's a naturalist philosopher. So like he's someone saying, there's no gods, there's no supernatural. And he's basically naturalist philosophy is what he's promoting. And it looks a lot like naturalist philosophy in ancient Greece, and with no communication really between them, right? They independently come to the same conclusion. So seeing parallels does not entail necessarily influence.
But we can't.
You have to argue for it.
I don't think the independent thing would work here. I love the Atheist. Of course, we brought up Dr. Little's work, and I think it's brilliant. And he shows, using much of the scholarship, that like Hellenism had already seeped into the pores for centuries before we talked about
absolutely. And that's been denied by Christian apologists, but I think there's enough scholars now on the vanguard who are breaking that paradigm down and saying, no. There's actually Jews were borrowing a lot from the Greeks and Judaizing it, so they're turning it into something that is Jewish compatible. But yeah, the influence is definitely there, and it's for hundreds of years before Christianity comes along, right?
So we technically, right now, as we've got social change, prophet of social change, which could overlap. It's not like it has to be a single category. Cynic philosopher doesn't have to be a single category, especially if Hellenism's already seeped into the pores of all the Jews. Charismatic healer. Could we have a Frankenstein here where he could have been running around doing weird little...
Certainly, I mean, look, Paul, right? Paul says that, like, what are the miracles they do? Basically healing and exorcism and speaking in tongues. Like, those are the top three, right? So they're somehow supposed to, being able to speak to spirits, being able to heal, and being able to expel demons are like, that's the Christian.
All right, hang on, gang. I got an insight for you on this shit.
And so, Jesus, almost certainly, you would think, if he was historical, did those things. Now, it is peculiar that Paul said,
all right, so this first sets a different expectation. If you're going to go with Carrier on this, then you find yourself in a place where Jesus is, ironically, much more like this Pentecostal faith healer speaking in tongues, kind of out there person than some sort of high-minded libertarian, Stoic philosopher, right? So there's that. On top of that, let's think for a second about the grift. One of the things I noticed when I was in the church is that the sort of confirmation bias for my particular spiritual gift was rather straightforward. From a young age, I prayed to God for the ability to play drums, probably knowing that in my family you're either going to be a musician, a preacher, or a singer. And, the odds of preacher seemed especially high, so let's go ahead and pray for that ability to play drums. You follow that up with, expressing a lot of early interest in drums and drummers. My parents start getting me drumming toys even as a kid. I still have some of those like early electronic pads, and I'd always have those little early electronic drum pads, and then I still have, and then I would have that I still have, and then I would have I have pictures of me at like 3 or so with like those little drum sets from the department store or whatever for kids, and then goo gobs of money spent on private lessons throughout all my formative years, and lots of experience in jazz band and different live settings, musicals, jazz band, concert band, churches, bands, garage bands, all that type of shit. So that's rather straightforward. Where am I going with this? Well, what I learned is that a lot of people in the church really didn't pray for the gift of a particular instrument, in which case you don't really have to buy into the church grift for that to manifest. But a lot of people genuinely, in my experience, prayed for the gift of speaking in tongues. Because it's a particular sign or of a gift of the Spirit, and it's one that is exhibited in church, similar to the way musicianship might be, or preaching, or prophecy might be. And that's another one, is prophecy. And what's interesting about tongues and prophecy is that they're self-actualized. You know, you don't actually need to take lessons to be a prophet or to speak in tongues. You just got to see it and believe it and emulate it. So it's the perfect thing because people genuinely want this. They genuinely pray for it to the point where I have found myself elated when people I knew in my church, even though I didn't buy into speaking in tongues, and by that point I knew it was all like the glossolalia thing. Even like back when I was at Penn State, I remember being genuinely really happy for people when they started speaking in tongues, because it was so important to them and they were praying on it so hard and they had been for so long that not being able to speak in tongues was actually beginning to be a source of suffering and anxiety for them, which I think is ironically what pushes the cognitive dissonance over the edge necessary for the person to just go ahead and do it. Because, you know, if you just can't bear waiting anymore for God to give you this gift that you've been praying for, therefore you know God is going to give it to you because you just feel like God is calling you to pray for it, then eventually it just pushes you over that edge where the easiest way to resolve the cognitive dissonance is to in fact just fucking go for it and do it. And then retrospectively to feel that push from the cognitive dissonance as God himself pushing you along towards doing it, right? So what am I getting at, though? That's a fucking beautiful grift. Because it's literally a grift where to say, I'm going to be a minister to you or something like that, and you're praying for the gift of prophecy or tongues, like, all I've got to do is encourage you to the point where you just start doing the shit yourself, and then wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Your divine selection for your chosen spiritual gift is confirmed, as is my spiritual authority and ability to help you manifest your, you know, hidden, secret, Holy Ghost talents. So I've seen all this play out in people's lives in a way that looking back on it is scary, but at the same time, it helps me be insightful because, you know, I'm always talking about how we got to come out more as atheists and, you know, speak to our friends and loved ones and be emboldened to live our, you know, full, genuine skeptic selves. But this represents a period of my journey where I was certainly not believing anymore like that. And even my girlfriend at the time was an atheist, and I was really happy I was still identifying sort of as culturally Christian, but certainly knowing I identified as an atheist Christian at that time. Like I was still living this Christian lifestyle, but I was an atheist and, you know, whatever. And I remember her, like, she was really cool. Like, she came to church with me, and I remember when she was, like, getting ready to go to grad school, like, leaving and stuff, like, she let my church kind of pray for her because she knew they were just kind of wishing her well and hoping the best for her. And she was really sweet like that. Like, she understood they were really nice people, and, you know, it wasn't going to hurt her. So she was kind of, I give her credit in that because she was kind of an early example for me in how to, you know, be able to be your genuine self, but let religious people, especially those that are not your friends and family, express their well wishes for you in their own way when need be. But anyway, it was just kind of a cool story reflecting on that time, and some other people I've known too, who speaking in tongues was really important to them, and then to reflect on how the self-actualization of that is really great. Now, here's what's interesting about what I got going on here is part of why we need to get our other mixer set up, and it's going to be increased urgency when I get the other computer set up, is because I'm showing you guys here, I've got my audio mixing software available. Of course, I need to do an update. I've probably missed a couple since the last time I've done the software Reaper that I use for mixing audio gets updated a lot. You can see, you know what? I need to calibrate my speakers, and you can see I'm set up to do that. But I have sort of like templates and stuff in my mixer set up to do mixing and audio production and post-production, but they don't account for the stream, right? Because normally the computer I'm currently using that's supplying our audio and this computer and stuff for my work, and this mixer which is going to the stream is normally reserved for post-production. So this is why I haven't been mixing and stuff, but lately I've been getting the itch to mix and do post-production stuff on stream, and so I've got this sort of balance, this thing I've always been struggling between, which is, and this is what I'm going to do, it's like I'm going to end up pulling up some of my templates, getting them integrated so that I can show you guys, we can get back to mixing and music production stuff and integrate the stream into it, which is going to be a pain in my ass because I don't want to give up those channels. I'm probably not going to do it, actually. I'm probably going to set up the other mixer and run that into the other computer, and we'll do that. But yeah, since I don't have that set up, that's what I need to do. And then I can have this processing just dedicated to what it's supposed to be. And yeah, so I don't know. I just wanted to pull this up, see what things are going. Yeah, I figured I'd have to do an update, check for new versions. Yeah, whatever. Proceed to download page. Go ahead and let's download our latest Reaper. And yeah, I need to get the studio set up, and yeah, I need to get that other mixer installed. But anyway, I'm gonna let them rock for a few minutes while I update this.
Says in Philippians 2 that Jesus gave up all his powers. He became a slave. And that's obviously doesn't mean like he was bought on the slave market. But
yeah, I'm excited. New machines coming soon.
He's giving up his supernatural powers, humbling himself to the level of an ordinary human, right? That suggests that Jesus didn't perform any miracles. And that
could.
Yeah, right. I mean, yeah, it could suggest that. And then when Paul talks about the miracles, it seems to be that what he's talking about is the breaking out of these miracles is the proof that Jesus conquered Satan, which means that it happened after his resurrection.
Okay.
And that this outflowing of the Holy Spirit is
this
proof.
Be post hoc.
Right. It becomes proof that their Jesus story is true, right? And this could be the case with historical Jesus easily, right? So the historical Jesus didn't necessarily do healings and exorcisms and stuff, but he might have been this, really charismatically inspiring prophetic speaker talking about the end of the world, let's say, and then
I'm also going to drop some pinochle strategies on
carry his message on, and then of course they have this belief that yes, now I'm in, the power of God is in me, proving that he has conquered.
Come on, y'all, it's time to get your pinochle on.
To be, God's right hand man kind of thing. That is totally plausible. In fact, gets close to what I think is the most plausible theory.
Okay, we're putting a composite Jesus. Now we're talking about a rabbi, Jewish Messiah and rabbi.
Oh,
yeah, rabbi would mean, of course, educated, literate, and oftentimes people
kind of interesting
against this. They'll say, "Well, he was a carpenter," and I was like, "Well, actually."
Interesting. All right, guys. So let's contrast these two: carpenter, rabbi. Those are very interesting, right? You don't think of ancient carpenters. I don't know if ancient is the right word, but yeah, you know what I mean. Carpenters from 2,000 years ago as illiterate. We always say Jesus and his followers were illiterate. Hills folks, rural folk, but rabbi means literate. Why? Because you had to study the scriptures.
Tectonics.
All rabbis, yeah, which is actually vague. It could be any kind of craftsman.
I thought maybe a stonemason, because all of his parables, if you grant them, put your house on a real foundation, the foundation,
right?
Love this. I need to make this one of our
backgrounds. That's actually a good point. I hadn't really thought of that. But
we are taking over the internet.
The tecton of what? tectonic
Right.
wood, stone, metal, etc. So it really just means craftsman, which I think is an allegorical thing. It's craftsman means God. Anyway,
Okay.
The creator, actually not God specifically, but the creator, which we know from Paul is Jesus. Because
This was interesting because my anthropology graduate mentor, when I was doing my master's in biological anthropology, David Putz, he kind of thought this, like, his explanation of where we get gods from was that we are crafters, we are creators, we make things. Obviously, those of you that understand this type of thing, it's a product of our tool use and advanced cognition and, manual dexterity and all of these things. But that sort of leads to a cognitive bias towards the notion and ponderance of, well, then who created us? And that's kind of what Carrier's getting at, is that we see this deep in the archetype of a creator. It's part of what I love about, one of the things that impresses me about Cliff is, he's a blacksmith, right? And what is that? A person who can just take, the raw materials of fucking metal and turn it into something crazy, even something soft and delicate like a flower looking, is just wild. But that is sort of the image that I sometimes when I first went on the quest for the historical Jesus, it was as a Christian. And I read a book called Son of Man. Check it out. It's really interesting. It sort of tries to do what I would call presuppositionalist anthropology. It sort of takes the biblical narrative sort of as guide and then tries to say, well, then who would this Jesus person be really? And the image that's sort of painted is maybe even Jesus is the title, but certainly Christ is the title. And if these hints of the narrative character are supposed to be shreds of his history, then he is Smith of nowhere, right? Like a craftsman from Nazareth, these hills people, some of you scripture nerds, what good could come from Nazareth, right? So it's this place that barely has a reputation, but what reputation it has, it's no reputation at all. A place noteworthy only for being unnoteworthy. But contrast that with now he's supposed to be some sort of revolutionary, deeply philosophical rabbi. Well, that speaks to quite a different competence and cognition.
God appointed Jesus to do the creation, affect the creation. It's 1 Corinthians 8. So I think craftsman is just kind of like a pun, essentially. But anyway, if we take it seriously, if it's an actual artifact of history, right, that he actually was a carpenter, rabbis were actually required to ply a manual trade. So we have rabbis who are carpenters, sandal makers, fishermen, and so on. So being let's say, something that looks like a peasant job doesn't rule out being an educated rabbi, because they all had those jobs.
Yeah, this is really interesting to me too, because this is how I feel about a lot of the creative side of my life, music, production, gaming, streaming, a lot of those things. I've always really actually enjoyed the idea of having a day job. My whole life I've always thought about politics or drumming or, all these creative things I do, but I've always really liked the idea, well, it's always great to have a trade. Right, it makes you a really great, balanced person to have a trade or craft, even to the point of just sometimes having labor skills. Like for me, I was trained in bartending, and I've been a server, worked in food service. I love those things because they give you just really employable skills, which actually sometimes can be a creative freedom, because you don't have to do whatever it does. Like if you're you don't have to sing for your supper, so to speak. If you think about your talent being a singer, well, if you have to sing, then maybe you have to sing in some dinner theater, or you've got to give vocal lessons to some snotty-nosed kids, or you've got to sort of do whatever you've got to do to hack it as a singer, when really you might enjoy yourself more if you had a day job where you teach third graders or do something else you really love and enjoy, and then that frees you up to sing whatever you're passionate about whether or not you're able to pay the bills. Just a different philosophy on a career or even a professional take. Like I always see myself as a professional drummer. It's just I'm a professional drummer who opened up other doors such that I don't have to play drums to pay the bills. Doesn't mean I couldn't or can't. It just means I don't. So, you know, that frees me up to say if I ever want to just put professional level effort into, you know, being the drummer for some evangelical church because I feel like that's a spectacular opportunity to do evolution education outreach, then knock my socks, I can knock myself out and not worry about whether or not that particular gig is going to pay the bills, right? So this is really interesting to now say, well, that's not necessarily a modern thing. Even back then, you know, a rabbi was expected to have a trade, and this is really insightful stuff, I think.
So, and Jesus is repeatedly called rabbi in the gospel.
AKA, hey, YouTubers, there's no shame in having a day job. Wear your day job with pride. And if you don't love your day job, get a better fucking day job.
Like repeatedly. So, you know, if you know, carpenter is a survival from a historical fact, rabbi could be a survival from a historical fact.
Isn't it true the term rabbi can just simply be a colloquial? You're just a teacher.
It means master, teacher. But it's like calling yourself a PhD, doctor of philosophy or whatever.
I thought that was anachronistic to like rabbinic Judaism to do that. I didn't know, because some people also try to say if you're a rabbi, then you must be married, because that's another thing that goes along.
It's expected. I don't know to what extent that was true back then. Okay. I've seen debates about this. But,
I'm just throwing stuff out there.
But no. Normally, it would be kind of a bit like. The Pharisees would constantly point out that this is inappropriate to call him a rabbi because he's not properly educated. He's not properly trained to be a rabbi. He can't even read the scriptures. What are you talking about, right?
All right, this is really interesting. So this is a situation where I'd have to set up separate mix. I have to make sure I have sort of auxes available for, this is why I'm not going to do this. So what I would have to do is I'd have to take over channels on my mixer because I have processing from my microphones. And turn those over. But what I really want to do is get all that set up on that rack mixer I was showing you guys the other day, and then plug that into my streaming computer. And I might just go ahead and work towards getting that set up so that we can get back into production stuff. And then when I get my new computer, it'll just be like swapping out the computer. Sweet, boom, there we go. All right, so I notice some people are drifting from YouTube into Gather. Always happy to do that. It's getting towards that 8 o'clock hour, time to relax. I'm looking forward to ordering some din. But yeah, we're going to game. We're going to have some fizzon, and we're going to... Am I cheesing enough? Is the cheese cheesy enough? But look, we're going to do this. We plug one of these into the streaming computer. What's the difference? We get all our effects and our processing, our EQs, our gates, our compressors, all of that shit that we currently have running from this mixer, using this mixer into our streaming computer. Then I can free up my post-production mixer to go back to what it's supposed to be doing. And then that means on stream we can get into music production and post-production. And so we're just creeping along towards these major studio improvements, which are going to allow us to then switch our content back over to some of the more creative things I've been fiending to do, but a little limited because I've got to deal with some of the temporary technological constraints since these computers started acting the fuck up. All right. But with that in mind, I appreciate everybody. It's been a fucking blast. Wonderful day streaming. A lot of work done. A lot of fun. We did the damn thing. We did the science. We did some counter-apologetics. We touched on some politics. Really, really full Monday. Supposed to be my day to just kick it, chill, and play cards all day or whatever the fuck. But, felt like getting busy, and we got busy, so I'm really happy with that. Please do join us and gather. After the games, we'll be watching. We've been watching Cheers, of course. Sometimes you want to go, everybody knows your name. But we've been watching Weeds. That's been an absolute blast. And then every night I've been finding 1 or 2 feature movies that are like really big hits or really classic movies to start off the overnight session. We've been mixing it up with all types of content. And then, random movies and stuff. Really having a great time. So join us and gather. If you don't have the passwords and all that stuff, get with us in Discord. Let me go ahead and drop the Discord link one more time for everybody. But yeah, thank y'all all so much for tuning in. Whether you watch now, later, or never. Whenever works for you, works for me. Appreciate everybody. Come link up with the gang. If not, we'll be back tomorrow. What are we going to do tomorrow? The same thing we do every day, fuckface. We are taking over the internet. In the name of the Darwin, the Dawkins, and the Christopher Hitchens, science bless you all. Poof!
Whoa. Yeah. Man, this life insane. Got some money, but I always stay the same. But I never fuck with y'all, you niggas lame. If you making moves, you know it's love with me. Yeah, thought that I would change. See, that negativity is not the way. Seen you niggas try to go and run my place, but it'll never ever lead you to my place. Yeah, thought that I would change. Got some money, but I always stay the same. But I never fuck with y'all, you niggas lame. Yeah. Chasing the billy, if I'm in your city, I gotta get paid for the show. Here for a minute, get litty, sip Henny, then I hop right back on the road. This level is nothing, I can't even focus if it don't do shit for my goals. When niggas was gone, I turned to the mold and got us up out of the hole. Look at them dipping and slide. I got them all on the line. You see the smile on my face? The merch is sold out in 4 hours. It ain't a nigga out here in the scene like me that could tell you the truth. Took a few grams, got out the jam, and say, man, do what you do. Yeah. Got some money, but I always stay the same. But I never fuck with y'all, you niggas lame. Yeah.
Hey, Black Child, what's up? I'm just calling to let you know that I'm happy and I'm proud of what you're doing. You know I'm always going to be your number one fan. As I always say, you can do it. There's no such thing as can't, because you could. But anyway, I'm just letting you know, when you come out, I want you to play my number one song. Shorty. You know I can't sing like you can, but I'm letting people know how you do. Later, love you. Peace out.
I would change.